And like, you know, it's a pretty good. So you're like, so that's like, that makes sense. Well, I need, Adrian, I need this mic on, so that one. That makes sense. Well, we can't both mics on, I can make it. So. That's the feedback, and you have the feedback.
All right, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Souls and Liberty election night countdown, rundown, and see what happens here. Somebody's mic is open, guys. Sorry about the tech stuff here, fellas. It's this. All right, guys, I'm going to try it again. Little feedback problem here. Welcome to the internet and technology. It's all good. Welcome to Souls and Liberty for our election night coverage. Going to stay with it until we hopefully, possibly have a winner this evening. Probably late tomorrow, late night into tomorrow morning early. But in the meantime, we're going to go through, follow the whole thing, have lots of discussion from a Christian/Catholic patriot standpoint, as we're also monitoring the numbers coming in and state by state as states are being called and all of that. On the call today, on our particular live stream here, we have fellow Souls and Liberty contributor Stephen Wynn. Stephen, how are you doing?
Doing all right, a little anxious, very eager to see the results starting to come in.
Yeah, it's a little anxious. You know, I mean, I think probably everybody has to have a little bit of, you know, butterflies swimming around in them on both sides. But you know, we'll see what's going on as it progresses. Also joining us, Souls and Liberty contributor Arthur Clareau, who's up in Toronto, kind of looking down over this whole madness down here in the U.S. Arthur, how you doing?
Doing well. I'm about neck deep in numbers right now, so just sorting stuff out. But yeah,
you're going to be keeping an eye on Georgia and Pennsylvania specifically for us.
Absolutely.
But we'll get to all that in a teeny little bit, guys. Do we have Jim yet? Do we have Jim yet? All right, we're going to get Jim Ellis on the line here. Jim Ellis is our contributor as far as all the numbers. He's the guru. He's the guy that looks at all of everything and says, yeah, this is great. This is this means that. This is the other. Well, these numbers are going this way. That tells you that. Getting him online here real quickly, and we'll say hi to him. And then also joining us is Trey Trainer, faithful Catholic, who is here in his private capacity, even though he is a member of the U.S. Federal Election Commission. Hey, Trey.
Hey, Gary, thanks for having me on. Exciting night.
Very exciting night. We'll see how this goes. What do you you know, you're the one who's got your roots firmly planted in D.C. What's the scuttlebutt you hear from all the inside Politico people?
Well, obviously, there's a lot of nervousness in and around D.C. with the deep state being concerned about the outcome of the election. You know, everyone being cautiously optimistic for a Trump victory. That makes everybody in D.C. nervous. So we see that. You know, for me right now, I think the most important thing that we need to be looking at is, everybody gets on Donald Trump for making complaints about the 2020 election, but I think some good things have come out of the fact that Donald Trump did complain about the election. We saw state legislatures across the country make an effort to reform voting procedures, and I think you're going to see a lot of fruits of that tonight, because I think we're going to see some early numbers come out based upon state laws that require early disclosure of the early vote totals and the timeframes that are in some of these laws. Most importantly, I think we're going to see that happen out of Georgia, where the Secretary of State has made a commitment to get numbers out and as fast as they possibly can. You've had court orders when the law was changed. There was some litigation surrounding that, and some counties that didn't want to have to comply that are now forced to comply with that, and the Secretary of State's implementing that. So I think we'll see those numbers come in very quickly. That doesn't mean that the rest of the numbers for Election Day will come in that quickly, but we will at least have some early indications. And look, if over half the electorate in the state has already voted, I mean, it's going to be a very good indicator of the direction that the state is going. And I think it also helps to avoid some of the fraud. Part of the reason that the legislatures in these states wanted to have these numbers come in was to avoid all of the allegations that the numbers were being tinkered with at the last minute. So you'll see numbers come in and they'll be solid. So hopefully we won't see the same things that we saw in 2020, where one candidate has a lead and then at 11 o'clock at night, there's a sudden shift. I mean, I think we should see a gradual reporting of numbers across the board instead of these large data dumps of individual numbers. So I think that's a huge win for the administration of our elections. I think it's something that would not have happened but for the attention that was been drawn to that issue by Donald Trump and his campaign back in 2020. And whether you think it was stolen or not stolen, I think there's some good changes there. But I also think it's one of those things that's part of the reason why we saw the folks on the left so concerned about those changes. Really didn't have to do, I think, with things like voter ID and others. Major League Baseball left the state of Georgia because of the changes that were made in the election law. But they went to another state to have the All-Star game that had the exact same laws that the state of Georgia had just implemented. And I think it was more of a protest with regard to some of the changes that I just talked about. The early reporting of numbers is probably the biggest concern I think that the left had, because once those numbers get reported, they're locked in and people can track that, and it puts it on record and makes it very hard to steal an election when the numbers are already reported and out there and being publicly consumed, and analysis of where those numbers came from and who cast those ballots can be done and matched up with data that these campaigns already have. So again, I think an important night to see how those changes will play out. And I think we're going to see that across the states. Pennsylvania's made some changes in their election laws that are going to come into play this evening. Obviously, Georgia has. You've seen some of the same things happen in Arizona based upon the 2020 election. So, just from an overall administration of the election standpoint, I think it's a really important evening, and just look forward to seeing how all of it plays out. And, hopefully we don't go into extended litigation over how the election is conducted. That doesn't necessarily mean we won't go into litigation as to what the outcome is with close elections and recounts and those type of things. But at the end of the day, I think it's, a big win for election administration thus far.
Let me ask you one of the things I think most people are very kind of like, what the hell? Why is it that it takes some of these states, even with changes, days to do all of this counting when, countries get this stuff before midnight all over the world? This is, I think, what destroys people's trust in the system. And mind you, I think there's a real grievance there. Why should it take days? And these Secretary of States across the country, Arizona, Michigan, I think Pennsylvania came out and said, we'll have these results in, 2-3 days, maybe 4 days. Why?
Well, I can't tell you why. I mean, it really should be a process that's done very quickly. And I mentioned this on one of our in-depth programs that we did in the past. But, in the 1860 election, when Abraham Lincoln was elected, He knew before he went to bed on November 6th of 1860 that he had been elected president of the United States. We're talking about the fastest form of communication was via telegraph, and yet he knew that he had won before he went to bed in Illinois that night. And that's from elections all the way from Texas, up to Maine, down to Florida. I mean, all across. I mean, obviously the country was half the size that it is now, but still you had major participation. And more importantly, in that election, you had multiple candidates on multiple different styles of ballots. I mean, Abraham Lincoln didn't even appear on some of the ballots in the South, and the candidates from the South didn't appear in the North. And so at the end of the day, somebody was tabulating, calculating, and figuring out who won that election, and were able to do it all in the amount of time that it took to send a telegraph to declare him the winner. Because ultimately, he walked back from the courthouse in his hometown, knowing that he had won the election and concerned about Southern states seceding from the Union. So it is very problematic that we have the inability to calculate the votes very quickly. I think that's what these legislatures wanted to address, is to get these things calculated as quickly as possible and tabulated. And you would think with computer systems it would be faster. I tend to agree with most people with putting all of this on paper and making sure there we have some tangible evidence. And as a lawyer, I love to have paper that I can deal with as tangible evidence. But
Sure.
you have evidence that you can work with. You can go back. You can recount it. If we missed one, we can show that we missed one and immediately add it. And this reliance upon computers to tabulate these things takes too long. We overly complicate these things by putting in place a lot of technology. You think back to the 2000 election, which was done. Obviously we had the hanging chads issues and those type of things that ultimately ended in the Bush v. Gore litigation. But even then, we knew on election night or the day after that there was a close election and that we needed to monitor it. But again, we still knew on election day who generally had won. We knew that George Bush had won and that Al Gore had lost, but everybody knew that it would come down to a recount in Florida, and we're able to converge on the state of Florida to engage in that recount. But again, it was done very quickly. And remember, that was all paper ballots in Florida at the time. So again, most of the country voting on paper made it a much faster process. So it seems counterintuitive to everything that we know in our modern society. But with all of the security programs that are in place on these computers and the ability for them to be hacked and the distrust of the computers and everything else, I think it'd be much faster, frankly, if we just went back to paper and started counting.
Absolutely. Trey, thanks. We'll be checking in with you on lots of things. Go grab a bite real fast. We also have Jim Ellis, our political guru. We've made contact here with him. Jim, how you doing?
Good, Gary. How are you? Is my
Excellent.
sound better than it was?
You sound much better. You've got such a melodious voice, Jim Ellis. It's tremendous.
Yes.
Let me ask you, we're going to, you're the sort of the numbers guru strategy. What does this, what does a number come in? What does it mean? All that sort of thing. I want to start us because it looked like everything that we've been saying and everybody's been expecting for the past, whatever it is, 8 months now, that it would be Pennsylvania. What needs to happen well, first of all, let's go through what has happened. What do we know that has happened with regard to mail-in ballots, voter registration, early voting? What do we know that's actually in the bank right now already?
Well, we've got at least probably right around 80 million votes in, based upon the early vote tallies around the country.
Say that again, Jim. It sounded like you said, "Oh, I'm talking about just Pennsylvania, not the whole country."
Oh, just Pennsylvania. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me. I can bring that up here in a second. Give me 1 second, as we can talk about one other thing before we do that. But the Pennsylvania stats coming up. About 1.6 million votes are already in Pennsylvania. And if you look at how many votes were cast back in 2020 total, and I'll have that number for you in 1 second, it is about 6.9 million, almost 7 million. So you're about 1.6 of 7.9 of 8 million. So we've got a long, long way to go. And, the Democrats always vote in much greater numbers in Pennsylvania on early voting. And they did that again this time, although the gap is narrowed, but it's still it's still heavily Democratic. And in fact, there's a late surge there that has made it pretty substantial now for the Democrats on ballots turned in on. And again, these are just estimates. We won't know for sure until we actually see these numbers of counting. But I understand that Pennsylvania is not even going to count the mail ballots until Friday. So we're going to be in a long situation before I think we know what is really happening there.
I mean, see, that's what we were just talking about with Trey Trainer. I mean, I'm sorry, that's unforgivable. That
It is.
you don't even start doing the counting, until 72 hours afterwards. Where are those ballots? Who's got the chain of custody on them? How do you know they aren't being added to? How do you know there aren't some 100 people sitting in some warehouse somewhere, opening them up and saying, "Oh, here's a Trump one. Throw that one in the trash and stick in a Harris one." This is the stuff.
Yeah. That's where people are going to make those suppositions. And that's why this is a problem, this whole system where they wait days to count these ballots. And from what I'm told in Pennsylvania by one of the poll workers working one of the precincts right now, we talked about this very thing when she called me, is that she says they're putting them in a safe and locking them away, the mail ballots, until Friday. Who guards the safe when no one's there? I don't know. During the night. So
how many people
not
have?
going to be a very secure situation.
It's not. All that does is just put them out of sight. They tell everybody to go home, and then somebody comes in at 3:15 in the morning, opens the safe, and swaps out the ballots. I mean, this is nuts.
It is.
When you cannot trust, I guess I would ask the question. Maybe this might be a question to get Trey Trainer back in on, but why would your state legislature allow this sort of craziness? I mean, why would the Pennsylvania state lawmakers allow this to happen? Why wouldn't you legislate against this? Why wouldn't they do in Pennsylvania what the Georgia lawmakers did, which is like, dang it, give us those numbers now, Trey?
I mean, I really can't tell you. I can't put myself in the position of the legislature to think why they would do that. I know that the RNC and the Trump team did file a lawsuit trying to get those ballots counted sooner than they did. My hope here is that the number of those ballots is significantly small. It's interesting, early voting, there really isn't early voting in the state of Pennsylvania. It actually all is termed voting by mail. But there's a loophole in the law that allows you to show up at an election office and request your ballot by mail, and they hand you your ballot, and then lo and behold, you turn around, there's a table there, you can fill out your ballot, seal it, and then hand it back in. And my understanding is that those ballots that have been handed in like that are going to be counted. The ones that are truly being held back are genuine mail-in ballots, and so those would include the military and overseas type ballots that come in. They would include people who aren't actually in the state for whatever reason and had to mail their ballot back in. And traditionally, that's a very small number of people who actually would have a ballot that they would have to mail in. And I have some genuine hope that those numbers will be helpful to the conservative candidates in all across the state, there in the congressional districts and everywhere else. Given that they're going to contain large numbers of military and overseas ballots. And it's not unusual for states to have a delayed time frame for counting some mail-in ballots. So, for example, in my home state of Texas, the elections offices are allowed to actually receive, they don't even have to receive the overseas and military ballots until 5 days after the election. And of course, those are just in Texas, they're opened up the day that they come in. But, there's an additional 5 days to make some accommodations for the mail to allow those to come in. Now, my understanding in Pennsylvania is that those ballots do in fact have to have been received by today. And, you know, I'm sure the mail's already been delivered to the various county offices by now. If I know anything about the Postal Service and not wanting to work late, so I'm sure they've been delivered. And so I do hope that they're locked up, that they're secured. I'm hoping that the state party had poll watchers there who watched that process of transfer and the sealing of those. And more importantly, I know that there will be party poll watchers there when those ballots are opened up to be counted, to make sure that there's some level of verification of signatures and addresses and information that needs to be included with the ballot before those ballots are actually put into the hoppers to be counted.
That's this just seems to have been made so overly complicated and involved. You introduce this technology and all these arcane, well, we're really going to stick them in a safe? Jim Ellis, are they really going to is every precinct going to, they have a lockdown combination, bulletproof safe that's sitting in the precinct, whatever, the precincts are like high school gyms and, church halls and stuff like that. I mean, tell us a little bit more about it. I don't know. This just seems crazy.
It does sound like that's the way they're doing it. The particular precinct person I was talking to was at a Salvation Army headquarters. That's where they were voting. So yes, I think that if that's the procedure throughout the state that was used in this particular area, then yeah, what you described, Gary, is what they're doing.
Just crazy. How could if this comes down to if this comes down to Pennsylvania, and there's all of these questions, and it comes down to those votes that get counted on Friday or start getting counted on Friday. How do you trust? And I don't know where this would go. I don't think the Trump forces across the country would sit down for another one of these. So we can't really be sure, the Democrat won again, but oh well, that's how it is. So just take it. I just don't think that's going to happen. I mean, are you aware of, maybe you might know something, Trey, are there any legal avenues that are going to be explored? Because that just seems ripe for corruption.
Well, I think there's going to be significant avenues that are going to be explored legally in all of these states, particularly in Pennsylvania, obviously, because there's a high focus there, Michigan, somewhat in Georgia, but all of these swing states are going to have large legal teams. I was on the phone earlier today with folks out of Virginia, and one of my longtime colleagues in the election law bar commented on calling to these other states, talking about various issues, when recounts happen, what the dates are, what automatically triggers a recount, these type of things. And his comment was, it's amazing the increase in the professionalism and the number of people in the Republican bar who've showed up this time. It's made this job much easier for him to be able to have somebody who's both familiar with the state that he's calling into, but has also taken the time to understand what the laws are so that they can move very quickly. So at the end of the day, I think there will be legal mechanisms that are available if we see some sort of shenanigans taking place. Again, my hope and prayer is that we don't have to have that. The hope and prayer is that at the end of the day, there are enough votes that these limited number of mail-in ballots really don't matter, and we can overcome it. I think, as President Trump said, you swamp the vote so that you don't have to worry about those type of things.
Yeah, well, it's
Trey, also to kind of expand upon your comment, it's not just the Republicans that I would assume are not happy with having to wait days. I'm sure the Democrats aren't too thrilled about this either. And when we hit to California, I mean, the Pennsylvania situation is lightning fast compared to what we'll see in California, because that may take weeks, particularly on the House races, which there's a lot of them out there that are competitive, and it may come down to just a couple of seats to determine the majority. So I can't see Hakeem Jeffries, who, if the Democrats take over the House, will be the speaker. I can't imagine he's too happy about that either. So I'm hoping that some of them will put some pressure on some of these states to get this done quicker.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it hurts both sides not having the information. And, I'm sure we'll get into this tonight, but, the bigger question, everybody obviously is very concerned about what the outcome of the presidential election is, because that sucks up all the oxygen in the room. But the elections that really need to be watched closely tonight are the House races, because the fate of first of all, the House is so close, as that the outcome of these, one or two or three seats, whether they be in New York or California, is going to make or break a majority for one or the other party. And at the end of the day, they have to have that information. And, the certifications for the election for the House happen much faster than the certifications for president and vice president. I mean, those have to happen very quickly come January. So you have to have a new Congress seated, and then you have an inauguration. So all of those things, the windows are much tighter to have those results out there. So I think you're right. I think there'll be pressure from both sides to get answers in, and more importantly, if all of the hope and optimism of the Trump campaign that he goes into today with a fourth quarter lead come to play, the only hope that the Democratic Party has is to retain the House. And so they will absolutely be pushing, if it is the case that he's declared the winner of the presidency, they will be pushing enormously to have those House seats, the ballots counted and figure out who the winners are, or whether or not they have to have recounts, because they're going to want to have that control of the House. With all of the predictions of them losing the Senate, and by that point we'll have lost the presidency. I mean, that's their only hope at that point.
All right, guys, we're going to switch gears here for a little technical problem at the beginning, and we didn't get a chance to say our opening prayer for what we are doing and engaging in here. Not us per se, really, but the nation. So those of you that are here, if you join us for an Our Father, a Hail Mary, and a Glory Be, for I'll just say successful outcome to the election. God's will be done. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses,
as we forgive those
who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God,
Holy Mary, Mother of God,
now and at the hour of our death.
Now at the hour of our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit.
As it was in the beginning.
It was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen.
Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Isn't live awesome? So we're going to switch gears here and actually talk about the home state we're coming to, or where this is originating from, which is Texas. And in Houston, and Houston happens to be right smack in the middle of Harris County. And Harris County is well, let's just say has a bit of a history of corruption. And every single presidential cycle, every election cycle, you hear, oh, this is the year, this is the cycle, the Dems are going to flip, and all of that. Anyway, so joining us now to talk about some of that is Claver, who's been, like a regular on In Depth and sharing all of our wonderful. This is cool. This is cool. So Harris County had some crazy news breaking out of it this morning.
This simply is standing operating procedure. It's rinse, wash, rinse, and repeat. I mean, that's what it is here in Harris County.
They went, just so people know, they went into the data, or somebody went into the database and started switching around the results and the polling areas that were attached to different precincts. They were flipping them in the database and subtracting, in the process of moving all that stuff around, like on a giant spreadsheet. They kept subtracting 2,000 voters a day from a particular, whatever the precinct of the day was, and then they moved the different polling. It was cockeyed. It can't even really explain what it was they were doing, but it all leaned in favor of blue. And why is there such a history here in Harris County?
It's not just Harris County, it's the entire state of Texas. The 2020 deal, Texas was the test model in 2016 and 2018.
How so? Could you give us some background on that?
Yeah, you actually had FBI investigations in Tarrant County, which is Fort Worth,
Mhm.
and in Dallas County, which of course is Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
We've had counts stopped before by the the Obama administration and Eric Holder back in 2012. It's been. I had audio of State Senator Bob Hall, who was elected in 2014, and out of 254 counties in the state, 249 had voting irregularities were detected. In 249, only 5 counties could say they had a clean election.
8%.
Yeah, voting irregularities. Senator Bob Hall, who is one of our liberty champions under the Pink Dome in Austin, he's one that helped reveal this. He is one of the bigger proponents of election integrity here in Texas. He has literally said that since the electronic voting machines have been placed in the state, been used in the state, that no election can be called trustworthy. So that makes the overarching question: is the government of Texas actually legitimate? If you have a sitting state senator, who is working on election integrity in Texas, and he's telling you that ever since the electronic voting machines have been used, the results of the elections cannot be trusted.
Well, I mean, I think this is the big question, isn't it? All this technology got introduced. It bogged everything down. It made it slow, and it provides a way for people to, if you want to screw around with stuff, there's a perfect opportunity to do it.
Well, here's a perfect example. They actually found in Hill County, which is in the heart of Texas, central Texas, more ballots than people voted. Okay. And it went for a major capo for the speaker at the time, Joe Strauss, in his election. They sat him anyway. He took the oath of office after they found the fraud, and the AG under Ken Paxton said, well, there's nothing we can do about it. The election has been certified. We have to seat him. And that was his last term in office. So even after fraud was found, he still took the oath of office.
Is there when it comes to the regulation of this, and I think people outside of Texas see Texas as kind of like, yeah, we're Texas and we're Lone Star, and we are the only state that's been a republic, and none of the crap goes on here, and we're conservative, and we're going to hold the line against all of this, and that's not happening without a lot of hard work, right?
Yeah, but
is that even a correct impression? I mean, is that impression people have in the other 49 states accurate?
No, it's not. We have a great track record of, for 30 years, we haven't elected a Republican statewide, but we have a form of a Republican government, but it truly is a plutocracy. There is somebody out there with a star chamber somewhere deciding who's going to get the money, who the algorithm is going to go to, which candidate, and they know better. They've got to pick the Republican. They can't go out and do it for the Democrats. But the Republicans play dirty in the Republican primary. Mm-hmm. And that's when Texas governance really is decided, is in the primary, because of the Republican dominance of the state. Right. Okay. So, we would like to know, because I've seen the Secretary of State's server be hacked in another state live. Mm-hmm. And changed 4 different times. The last time with an app on an iPhone to change it back to the official results, final results, who are different times. Okay, so
Was it just being demonstrated to you? Hey, watch what can be done.
yeah, with 200 of the other people in an auditorium at a seminar, at a symposium about election integrity and the election of 2020. And this was in 2022 that I saw this. And I was a campaign manager for a statewide campaign for lieutenant governor. And I sat there all night and watched the numbers get played with in 2022. It's kind of funky. Republicans come out on top. But as far as having confidence that the people who are sitting in seats of servitude actually are legitimately elected there, no confidence whatsoever. And Harris County has been the worst. And what's really so frustrating and damaging about this is that this county holds about 25 to 30% of the statewide votes.
Very good. All right, we'll take a little bit of a break here to address a little technical question. But we're good. All right, tell them we're good. Yeah, this is our first go at it this way, guys. So be a little forgiving. The content is more than worth it. We'll get you through this as the night goes on, and we're doing sort of a live fire test here right now. So anyway, Jim Ellis, can I bring you back in on? Let's switch back to Pennsylvania, and is there a what's the strategy for the Harris campaign based on the early vote numbers that came in showing them way down, the margin significantly decreased? What does the Harris campaign want? How does it combat that? I mean, that's roughly a 600 to 700,000 vote deficit. They're still ahead in the early voting, but their margins are reduced greatly. So what is it they want to do?
The last couple of days, there has been a surge for Democrat early vote coming in. So it's their numbers are better. I mean, they knew this as well. Everybody could see these numbers. So the answer to your question is you increase your ground operation the best you can and attempt to make up for any type of deficit on election day itself. So I'm sure that's what they're attempting to do.
Yeah, will be the number that I heard earlier today was they needed to get about 700,000 votes out of Philadelphia to offset their shrinking margin since the last election. Clinton did not get 700,000. She didn't get 700,000 votes, and neither did Biden. So is that a realistic thing? And when you stick in the fact that there are now significantly more registered Republicans in the state, is that a doable thing?
Well, yeah, that's the reason that the number has to be much higher coming out of Philadelphia for her, because the registration numbers have improved greatly for Republicans. Regardless of whether it's realistic or not, that's what they're going to have to do. So we'll see if they can pull that off. It just matters in terms of when we see actual votes coming in, where they're coming from and the margins that we see in the particular areas that favor each candidate. And that's what we'll have to look at. The best thing is just wait till we see real numbers. That's why I like tracking early vote numbers, because those are real votes. I mean, you can't tell how the people have voted, but you can tell who votes, and that tells you a lot.
Sure.
So that's why I like the early votes way more than anything else, because those are real votes.
Yeah, we're past the point of polls and stuff now, and this is actual pieces of paper or dots on a screen, or however you want to do it, mention it. So no great surprise here, just so everybody knows. Both Indiana and Kentucky have been called for President Trump, and Vermont has been called for Harris, putting the vote count between the two at 19-3. Of course, that'll change as the evening goes on. But right now, that's what it is. No surprises there. We're not going to keep doing what the networks do, which is every time an obvious state is called, we're not going to be, okay, let's all look at this, drum roll, please, and all kinds of music. This is all to be expected. So, it's 19-3. We're not going to spend a lot of time, belaboring that unless when you're starting to look at those numbers now, Jim, because that's what you're doing. Is there anything in there that indicates, oh, this is not just that Trump, for example, won Indiana, but did he win in Indiana by more raw votes, and was the percentage bigger? Those are the sorts of things we're looking at it for in these obvious cases. Do you know anything about that for either Kentucky or Indiana?
It's still a little too early to tell. I mean, right now his numbers look better than the average Republican, but it's still way too early to tell. And Indianapolis, I don't think is fully in. So you've got to wait a little bit, much longer to answer those questions. Now, it's interesting. I've got CNN on here on mute. They have got the Georgia exit poll. Now, exit polls are normally not reliable, and they almost always favor the Democrats. But this one is rather interesting because I noticed they project Trump getting 12% of the black vote and Harris 84%. Now, if that's true, that's a really good sign for Trump. And if you look
back up a second there, Jim. Why would just 12% of the black vote be good news for Trump?
Because it's normally about 8 or in single digits. That's why. But the other point was on the independent under their exit poll for Georgia, Trump was at 54%. If that's the case, and I don't trust the exit polls, but the fact that they're turning in better numbers for Republicans is pretty shocking. And if that's the case, then that's really good news for Trump.
Is there what should we be looking at in overall strategy? Trump has to win everything that he had before and flip back Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia. Looks like at least the Arizona and Nevada numbers, it looks like that's going to happen. So, that's thumbs up for him. What about, if he gets Georgia, I think it's maybe kind of a foregone conclusion that he'll also capture North Carolina. He won that the last 2 times, but it was close last time. But, she pulled her ad stuff out of there almost 2 weeks ago. So he kind of surrendered North Carolina. So if he sweeps the Sun Belt, what are we looking at that point?
Well, a good night for Trump. I mean, he has to do that. The real keys, it's sort of like a college basketball tournament in a way. And he starts in North Carolina, which is his most important state, because that's when he absolutely has to carry, because he's carried it twice and it's part of his coalition. He has to carry all 25 states that he carried twice. And North Carolina is the weakest one in that group. So North Carolina becomes the most important state for him. So it's sort of like the first round of the college basketball tournament. You've got to win and advance. So if he wins in North Carolina, then he advances to Georgia here in the Eastern time zone. That's his second round. If he wins in Georgia, then he advances to Pennsylvania, which could become his championship because those states would give him the election. And then any other state really doesn't matter in terms of the battleground. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of what to look for in the Eastern time zone, which we'll report earlier. But the Pennsylvania situation, as we've been talking about here for the past few minutes, if they don't go to counting all of these mail ballots they've received until Friday, then we're not going to see anything out of there of significance tonight.
So I have another question also. The Florida vote is really starting to come in, at least on various county levels. And Harris is underperforming Biden. Again, we're not talking about who's going to win the state. I don't think anybody in their right mind thinks anybody except Trump is going to win it. Question is, how big is the margin? Because, and walk the listeners through this, that it isn't just a winning the state. It's when you go into those numbers, you can start to see and make extrapolations for about other states. So if Harris is underperforming her numbers and Biden's numbers from 2020, and Trump is overperforming his own numbers, does that translate into other states as well? That maybe not to a county level or a precinct level, but Trump seems to be doing better again, we're not talking about whether he wins or loses the state. We're talking about the numbers of people voting for him and his margins. Those all seem to be better so far. These early votes coming in, those all seem to be better than everything he'd been doing in 2020.
Yes, but we have to remember that most of the Democrat vote comes in later. I don't know, those Florida numbers, they're showing about almost 3 million in. So obviously they've released a lot of the early votes. Some states can count the votes prior to election. They just can't release them. And that's why you see a lot of states that will have big numbers early, and Florida is one of those. So they've obviously counted a lot of the early votes with already 3 million tabulated, and he's around 52-46 there. Okay, yeah, that's probably pretty good. We'll probably not yet can we make that statement that he's overperforming. There's not enough. I would have thought that number might have been a little bit better based on what we saw on the early vote. So there's new numbers there, 52, almost 53% for Trump, 46 for Harris. So that's pretty good in Florida. But we'll just have to see what happens as more and more votes come in. So there's over 3 million counted now in Florida, and last time, we're going to be over 10 million total out of Florida. So we have a long way to go there.
Sure. All right. Very good. All right, Jim, keep doing your numbers thing there, staring at all your 4,000 screens you got going on.
Yeah.
And then and I want to go talk about some issues, if I can, for a little bit here with both Stephen and Arthur. Stephen, you are keeping a very close tab on, 10 various referendums around, or referendi around the country on the question of abortion. Something, very near and dear to our hearts here, but also very near and dear to the evil crowd over there at, Tommyville. And I know you got some thoughts on all of that, so why don't you share them with us? And Arthur, let me turn the reins over to you for a little bit for you and Stephen to go back and forth on this. So Stephen, you got the baton, and Arthur, you're running the discussion.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes. Very crucial night for unborn Americans. There are abortion referendums are on the ballot in 10 states across the country: Arizona, Colorado, Florida, Maryland, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New York, and South Dakota. And in many cases, these measures seek to enshrine abortion into the state constitution. In the remaining states, they seek to strengthen already codified abortion law and really build the wall higher against any pro-life measures that would be attempted to be instituted by the state legislatures. Overall, my thoughts are they're rather grim. I must admit. I think even if Trump wins tonight, or depending on what happens in Pennsylvania on Friday, even if Trump wins, I think tonight is going to be a very bad night for many Americans, unborn Americans in particular. The reason I say that is basically just a look back at recent history. If recent history is any indicator, the Right to Life movement is set to suffer some significant setbacks at the ballot box tonight. Why do I think this? Well, first of all, pro-lifers have lost every state-level abortion vote since the summer of 2022, when Roe v. Wade was overturned in the Supreme Court decision Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. Just a recap for our audience here. In Kansas, on August 2nd, 2022, more than 59% of voters rejected an amendment to the state constitution to protect the unborn. Basically, they let stand an earlier state Supreme Court ruling that abortion should be law of the land in the Sunflower State. And 3 months after that, we saw a total bloodletting. On November 8th, 2022, election night, Michigan, California, and Vermont chose to enshrine abortion in their state constitutions by votes of 56%, 67%, and 77%, respectively. That same night, November 8th, Kentucky voters, remember, Kentucky is ruby red, Kentucky voters by a margin of more than 52% rejected an amendment to their state constitution to protect the unborn. And similar story in Montana that night. The Montana electorate, by a similar margin of roughly 52%, they actually rejected a born alive proposal that would have recognized babies who survive abortion as persons under the law. And then a year later, on November 7th of last year, nearly 57% of Ohio voters cast ballots in favor of enshrining abortion into their state constitution. So literally a bloodbath all the way around. Now, it's important to recognize something here. You know, of course, once Americans could, to a certain degree, rightly fault Roe v. Wade's top-down judicial tyranny for really kind of imposing the abortion genocide upon this country. But today, now that Roe is dead, that excuse no longer holds. Since the overturning of Roe on June 24th, 2022, which I might add was the feast of the Sacred Heart of Jesus that year, that's no longer been the case. And so in 7 out of 7 state-level abortion referendums, since then, the pro-life camp has been thrashed. Again, not by activist judges, but by voters themselves. And I think there are a number of reasons for this. First and foremost, just the energy that we've seen in the pro-abort activist camp. You know, there's been a national cabal of energized, well-funded, exceptionally well-organized pro-abortion activists since the overturning of Roe v. Wade. They've been laboring feverishly, nonstop, since the day Roe died to reinstate abortion on demand across the country. You witness, for example, the fact that Planned Parenthood and its allies, they branded this month Roe-vember, and have managed to get abortion referendums on the ballot in states of every political hue, blue, purple, and yes, even red. And so in the wake of this, the limits of the pro-life movement's impact on post-Roe American society has really become glaringly evident. You know, all we have to do is just contrast the fervor of the pro-aborts with the woefully inadequate response of pro-lifers. That, in my mind, is the second reason for this unbroken chain of losses here. Since Roe was overturned, abortion activists have seized control of the narrative, and they're now dominating the national debate. And too often, pro-lifers have responded ploddingly, almost clumsily and distractedly, floating underfunded campaigns that I would say at times seemed imprecise in their design and disorganized in their execution. Of course, these were well-meaning, but too many of these pro-life efforts have been ill-suited to repel abortion activists' relentless onslaught. And compounding this has really been sort of an emerging malaise, I would describe it as. Compounding this are indications that a majority of Americans do, in fact, want abortion to remain legal. And that is my third reason here. After the election night debacle of November 8, 2022, it was clear that something is terribly amiss in the United States. Of course, the results in California and Vermont, they were to be expected. You know, these states are cobalt blue. They're bastions of leftist ideology. Likewise, the defeat in Michigan was not especially surprising, as the state has been growing bluer by the day under the regime of Governor Gretchen Whitmer there. But the losses in Kentucky and Montana were galling, really, as these are reliably red states. And so just more and more, it appears that tragically, a heck of a lot of Americans simply like having recourse to abortion. I think we've had a half century plus of my body, my choice conditioning. This, coupled with an increasingly rampant spiritual blindness, this has had a devastating effect on citizens' ability to think critically, to reason clearly, and to vote morally. And so it appears today that even in reliably Republican states, a majority, they'll fight for their guns, for lower taxes and so forth, but not for the lives of the unborn. Returning to the case of Kansas in August of 2022, that was the first post-Roe canary in the coal mine for pro-lifers. As I noted earlier, 6 in 10 Kansans voted to maintain the state's radical abortion regime. And let me tell you, Kansas is a reliably red state. It took quite a few Republicans voting the wrong way to get the result that emerged. And this was actually confirmed by a post-election analysis of the 2022 vote. And I'm quoting from that here. Quote, voters in big urban counties such as Johnson, Sedgwick, and Wyandotte, those are principally around the Kansas City and Wichita metropolitan areas, overwhelmingly rejected the measure. Again, rejected the measure, which it was a pro-life measure. It would have installed new protections for the unborn. But a number of small rural counties also voted it down, surprising both supporters and opponents. Additionally, in a large number of other rural counties, the amendment won, but by unexpectedly narrow margins. The amendment scrambled typical party line divides in rural areas. Because of the registration advantage Republicans hold in many of these counties, it is all but certain that in some areas, a sizable portion of Republicans voted no. And so that's the ultimate betrayal of our unborn, of our country as a whole. And again, this hasn't been limited to just Kansas. Remember, since the summer of 2022, millions of average, ordinary, everyday Americans, even self-identified red-blooded patriots among them, they've betrayed our country's children at the ballot box. Legions of them have weaponized their vote against our most vulnerable, and they've really ultimately they've actively participated in the murder of the nation's children, and by extension in the murder of America, its future itself. And I would say finally, fourth reason, Catholic culpability. It's not just the good but godless types who are responsible for these devastating setbacks. I would argue that Catholics especially, many of them have blood on their hands. According to a 2022 Gallup survey, just 24% of this country's Catholics, that's fewer than 1 in 4, believe that abortion should be banned nationwide. And unfortunately, most of these vote accordingly. And this is especially galling considering that self-identified Catholics, were they to vote in accord with church teaching, they would single-handedly turn back the abortion onslaught at the state level. But they haven't up to now. And frankly, I doubt we'll see any significant change tonight. This, of course, speaks to the larger issues of dereliction on behalf of the vast majority of U.S. bishops and by the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops as a whole, the USCCB. They have been woefully I'll just say they have a dismal record on abortion, and we can go into that further. But yeah, tonight we're looking at abortion referendums in 10 states, and it may go the pro-life way in some cases, but I'm not especially optimistic. I do hope that I'm proved wrong.
Stephen, I think one interesting point in what you made, the whole thing is extremely interesting, but one thing that caught my attention is the idea that politics is downstream from culture. And I think that's something that a lot of Republicans, a lot of people on the right don't always take, don't always consider perhaps as deeply as they should as we're going about these kinds of things. If you attack something like abortion, without having the cultural shift behind the legislation, it seems like how they're presenting it, right? Like an attack on someone's rights. And in a country where we've shifted so drastically from a responsible freedom to a sort of spoiled demanding of rights, of everything as a right, let's put it that way, you can see where that would, that just, it's not going to really work out the way that that some might hope. So I find that really interesting because it really is a cultural shift. And if you look at the culture, like you said earlier, all the advertising, all the film and cinema and books and media, and school and education from a young age is basically grooming these women to see this as their Masada. This is like, this is their line in the sand, and nothing can trump this this particular issue. This is the number one issue above all others. Food on the table or abortion, you know, who cares about food? We're going to go with abortion. So it is really sad. It is really interesting, but there definitely needs to be more thought, in my opinion, put into how do we shift culture, because once the culture is shifted, it's very easy to then come in and address the demand of the public. But to try to force legislation against what seems to be the wishes of the general public, it's obviously an uphill battle.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, and I agree. Yeah, it's there has to be a shift at the cultural level, at a rebirth of morality in this country. And I mentioned the USCCB, the U.S. Bishops conference a little bit ago. I not that they can single-handedly spark such a renaissance, but man, they could do so much more. That they could be true moral leaders, loud, vocal, collective moral leaders. Each year the USCCB they conduct all kinds of fundraising drives. Catholics will recognize the phrase second collection. There are second collections for the church in Central and Eastern Europe, for the church in Latin America, for the church in Africa, for migrants, actually, through Catholic Relief Services, for the Pope's personal charity, Peter's Pence, and for the Catholic Campaign for Human Development in many places. And that's just a social justice money pit that's repeatedly been caught financing leftist groups, leftist NGOs, non-governmental organizations that promote everything antithetical to the Catholic faith: contraception, population control, the LGBT agenda, and so forth. And yet, despite the bishop's obvious fervor for fundraising, the abortion epidemic has remained conspicuously absent from their agenda. Not once in its decades-long history has the USCCB taken up a national collection to fight the assault on America's unborn. And while individual bishops and various state-level Catholic conferences they have done well from time to time. They've spoken out against the onslaught over the years. There's been a woeful lack of collective action, a unified nationwide response. That has just failed to materialize. And I just think what a horrendous lost opportunity. Just think of what could be accomplished were they to speak again loudly, boldly as one. Some of our audience may recall that 2 years ago, back in 2022, Archbishop Salvatore Cordileone of San Francisco, he made headlines nationally because he basically banned Nancy Pelosi, who at the time was Speaker of the House, leader of the House Democrats. He banned her from receiving communion within his diocese, and on her home turf of San Francisco, specifically for the reason that she was stubbornly and unrelentingly publicly supporting abortion. Granted, she's been doing that for quite some time. So, I think there were definitely some who argued that came rather late, but still, he did it. Thankfully, he did it, and in short order, several bishops followed suit. Just to the north, Bishop Robert Vasha in the Diocese of Santa Rosa, he banned her from receiving communion in his diocese. The Bishop of Arlington, right across the Potomac from Washington, D.C., followed suit. Bishop Joseph Strickland, then head of the Diocese of Tyler, Texas, he did the same thing. And so, that one act of courage by the Archbishop of San Francisco, it prompted some other bishops to follow suit. Well, and that caused all kinds of conversation, a lot of it negative, of course, as you would imagine, in the national press. But it got people talking, and it got, I think, a lot of Catholics, even if they totally disagree with that position, it got them thinking. It put a mirror up to their face and forced them to really sort of confront the fact that they are living and voting in ways that are completely diametrically opposed to church teaching when it comes to the sanctity of human life. So I think, imagine if the bishops as a whole across the country did that to every Catholic, so-called, self-identified Catholic, so-called Catholic in both the Democratic and Republican parties. There are a number of so-called Catholic Republicans who openly flout church teaching and consistently vote for abortion. Lisa Murkowski out of Alaska is one of them. So it's not just Democrats, but if they were to do something like that, and then do the same thing with journalists, other public figures who were to condemn such a thing, just go all out and put the kibosh on communion for all of these people. That would make such an impact. Now, it wouldn't turn the culture around overnight by any means, but it would go a long way to getting people, Catholics especially, even if it only impacted Catholics that way. Again, if we had, there are almost 70 million Catholics in this country, if they were all voting in accord with church teaching, we would not, abortion would be solved overnight, basically. So I just thinking about all this kind of thing, I get frustrated. Very grateful for Archbishop Cordileone and his allies, what they did. But if we had that, we have scores and scores and scores of bishops in this country. If they were to do that, come together and do it as one, that would make all the difference in the world. And I don't know. I think that kind of leadership is woefully lacking, and it's exactly what the United States needs at this time. We're seeing a stirring at the political level, even at the theological level. There are reports of people, lots of people who are, because the times have grown so dark, are searching, are seeking, and if they were to make a move like this, it would be an act of pure evangelization, and also just safeguarding the sanctity of human life, preserving as best they could the lives of our most vulnerable citizens.
Yeah, there's something there that's, I think, really important to understand too, from the perspective of the flock. If the bishops, if the leadership are not standing by what they believe in, then it kind of implies to the rest of the flock and to anyone who's looking on that they don't actually believe what they pretend to believe or what they say they believe. And that's really tough when this is the leadership of the church, right? Like, it's one thing if it's me and I'm Office Bob and I'm running my company, and I say something and I everyone can tell I don't really actually believe that. It's another thing when this is life, this is your eternal soul. I don't know, man. It's something that I don't quite know how to. I personally don't know what to say about it, because you would think if anyone would be very concerned about making sure that they're doing things the right way, it would be the people who have the souls of everyone who's part of their designated area on their shoulders.
Yes, exactly, and you know, if and there are really so many avenues that they could, so many different types of approaches that they could take as well. Okay, fine. You know, if the morality and, you know, the fire and brimstone, if that, you know, proves ineffective for some people, well, how about the fact that just that letting people know, letting Americans know that they've been lied to about abortion for decades. You know, that is what is prompting so many disaffected Democrats to come aboard Team Trump. You know, the fact their eyes are opening and they're realizing I've been lied to my whole life. You know, abortion, it's not some quick and easy solution. It destroys not only unborn human life, it destroys many women who undergo it. You know, the whole abortion empire is built upon deception in one way or another. For example, you know, we talked about the referendums that are on the ballot tonight. Most of these referendums, if not all, they've been purposely designed, deliberately, diabolically. They've been designed to confuse voters. You know, if they're so praiseworthy, if they're so good for women, why isn't the language just very simple, very plain, laid out, you know, in a line or two, and, you know, let the people make up their minds that way. As an example, we can just look at Proposition 139, which is people in Arizona are voting on at this very moment. Prop 139, you know, if it's approved, it's also known as the Right to Abortion Initiative. It would enshrine a, quote, fundamental right to abortion in the state constitution. And it declares that, I'm quoting from it here, it declares that the state will not be able to interfere with this fundamental right before fetal viability unless it has a compelling reason and does so in the least restrictive way possible. Very clinical, sort of generic language. It goes on to declare that, quote, throughout the pregnancy, both before and after, again, that term, fetal viability, the state will not be able to interfere with the good faith judgment of a treating healthcare professional that abortion is necessary to protect the life or health of the pregnant individual. They don't even use the term woman anymore, the pregnant individual. The state will not be able to penalize any person for aiding or assisting a pregnant individual in exercising the right to an abortion. All right, so what does that mean? Well, this is all just remarkably deceptive language. First, it defines fetal viability very loosely, characterizing it as the point in the pregnancy when, in the good faith judgment of a treating healthcare professional, the fetus has a significant likelihood of survival outside the uterus. In other words, Prop 139 would empower any quote-unquote healthcare professional, that is, any abortionist or any abortion assistant, to determine viability based on a good faith judgment. And I take issue with that clause. You know, it's a broadly worded health clause would allow an abortion to proceed with termination even after the point of viability under the banner of mental or emotional well-being. In other words, and we saw this in the wake of Roe v. Wade. In other words, if an abortion-minded mother were to complain that carrying her baby to term would cause her anxiety, an abortionist could legally proceed with termination, conceivably at any point in the pregnancy. You know, and so considering the fact that the average abortion costs $600 and up, the idea of entrusting the fate of the unborn to the good faith judgment of abortionists, that's just deeply cynical. Money, you know, even blood money can be quite a motivator. And if Proposition 139 passes, I think Arizona's abortionists are sure to make quite a killing here. And again, this isn't limited to Arizona. Each abortion measure is just designed in a less than clear way, to put it diplomatically, in my opinion, so as to dupe voters who may not already be 100% committed to the pro-life cause into voting for the radical expansion of abortion in their state. So, again, it comes down to truth versus lies, letting people know that you have been lied to. And we've seen some of this in recent years, post-abortive women who, have come out and, they've testified, I regret my abortion. Well, why? Wasn't it freeing? Wasn't it good for you? Didn't it enable you to have a career and all of this? No, it was devastating emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, and in some cases physically to these women. And so, there are just so many ways that this message could be transmitted to the wider American public. Again, to your point, we need a cultural shift. We need a resurrection of morality in this country. That would we wouldn't accomplish that overnight, doing all of this, but it would get people thinking. And I think now that at this particular moment in time, it's a critical juncture in our country's history, people are far more than ever, realizing that, oh, I've been lied to. There are new doors that have been opened, and so the time, I think, for such an approach is now. We'll just see if anything like that materializes after tonight. Hopefully so.
Well, there's an interesting perspective there that you brought up, because one of the biggest challenges, I think, for a lot of the messaging that comes from the right is marketing. It is getting that message out there. Let's take the abortion issue, and if you look at it, the way it's sold to most people is, but what if this worst case scenario happens? What if this horrible thing happens, and you have no recourse? And I understand within the Catholic community, for the most part, there's a particular perspective, but the broader society doesn't always share that, or definitely doesn't share that perspective. So they can sell that part of society very easily on these, well, what if this horrible thing happened? And I think if we did a better job, and I don't mean we personally, I don't mean we as Catholics, I don't mean we as Christians even necessarily, but even just if there were ways that that those who would like to see this shift, whoever that might be, could market things better and just find ways to replicate what is being done with the pro-abortion push in answering those questions. I think that would be huge, because I think for a lot of what you said, there were many of these red counties that voted against or voted for abortion in this case. And I think for a lot of people, there's just that fear in the background of, hey, it should in the end be a choice. God gave us this freedom to choose, and yada yada. I'm sure there's a whole litany of arguments here, but if you could take those arguments and you could take those worst case scenario fears and really push the reverse messaging, I think you would see quite a shift. And I think we already are. I mean, for example, there was around 2016 we started seeing this idea that Margaret Sanger had set up Planned Parenthood specifically to stop Black people from having as many children, or at least that was a large part of it. And that was not common knowledge. And since 2016, it's become much more well known. It's a much broader circulation of that idea now. And I think that's another thing to keep in mind. These things do take years, even if you do have great marketing and a great push to change things, to change the culture. It does still take years for that to seep through the collective psyche. So it is, A, we need to do better at marketing it. B, give it time. But then on another point here that's really interesting is I was doing some research for an article that's going to be upcoming on the birth rate. And it seems like when polled, most American women actually want about 3 children in their life. That is actually a desire that most American women want. And so there are a number of things that come between that desire and the reality and being able to make it a reality. So there's an interesting disconnect there somewhere where most want children, yet most also want abortion to be legal. And somehow we've got to figure out what that is and help just channel things so we can get back on track with this, because over the last 2 years, the United States has had the worst birth rate it's had in a long time and declining.
Yeah, we're like 1.6 children per woman, right? Basically half of the desired level. Isn't that correct?
Something like that. Yeah, it's not Europe bad, but it's getting there.
Yeah.
And needs to be turned around.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, see, that's very, very interesting, and it ties into this broader. It's amazing to me how interconnected all of these issues are. You know, there's a deeper hunger. You know, even as much of the country goes further and further down the tubes, at the same time, it seems to me that there's less gray these days and more black and white, I guess you could say. You know, light versus darkness, etc. And there seems to be a spiritual hunger and therefore a remarkable opportunity for Christians to make real inroads into the broader society. At the same time, this kind of thinking that you just described among women, you know, wanting 3 children but only having, you know, 1.5 essentially. That's remarkable, and you know, that ties into economic issues, you know, financial pressures, which again could be greatly alleviated if we had an administration pursuing family-friendly policies, just common sense fiscal policies, and so forth. I don't know. I'm just fascinated by all of this. Just seeing the daily interplay among issues in a very large, complicated society. You know, to your point about marketing, yeah, I agree. I think, and again, I don't mean to necessarily harp on the bishops, but I keep thinking back to them, and you know, the USCCB, they have an enormous budget. I mean hundreds of millions of dollars per year, and you know, they spend lavishly on you know, to basically bolster very, very liberal immigration schemes, essentially, because they get a lot of money from the federal government to do so, and they like that. It's kind of their immigration is their cash cow, and you know, and so, you know, abortion, certainly in terms of in the eyes of most Washington lawmakers, that's not quite the moneymaker that you know, going to bat for migrants and refugees is. But if they were to commit, you know, if they were really to commit dollars, massive, you know, amounts of money toward the defense of the unborn, to telling the truth, to exposing the false narratives, to pointing out not just the flaws inherent in the whole, you know, pro-abortion narrative, but just showing how all the pressures, economic, financial, that are being thrust upon Americans today are anti-woman, anti-child, anti-family. I think that they would just have a remarkable impact. It would at the very least, it would get people talking, and that's what you need. You know, of course, we're never going to have the Marxist establishment media networks on our side promoting any sort of neutral, or you know, neutral perspective, unbiased perspective. But you know what? Trump has been, you know, he's done pretty darn well this time around, despite having every major network against him. You know, he's taken to social media. He's used X as a platform to get his message out. If we were to, you know, be able to do something like that, man, the impact we could make, we could save all kinds of lives, and frankly, we might even be able to save this country. You know, one of the things that I've written a lot about abortion over the past few months, because this trend of legalization by ballot, by democratic vote, has really disturbed me, and it's made me, frankly, at times rather nervous about, not to get all, you know, fire and brimstone, but nervous about what this country may suffer because of our choices. You know, again, with Roe v. Wade back in 1973, you know, we were guilty of that, but in many ways that was, again, it was a top-down decision. It was judicial tyranny. We don't have that excuse anymore. We are, with each referendum that has passed, you know, we're basically giving God the finger and saying, you know, we want our sexual quote unquote freedom, and we're literally willing to sacrifice our children on the altar of sexual expediency in order to maintain that. And, you know, you read the accounts in the Old Testament, at least, that did not end well for civilizations that went that route. And we are heading that way very quickly. We may head much farther that way by the end of tonight. There are a total of 77 million people in the 10 states that are hosting these referendums, and I don't know. I shudder to think what may be in store for this country if we continue down this path.
Well, it doesn't take a PhD to understand that if you kill your children and import foreigners, whether they're nice or not nice isn't really relevant. The point is, your civilization's not going to last very long.
Yeah.
Another aspect there, what I really liked what you were saying there, is the war chest that Catholics alone, not to mention Christians in general, have for this kind of thing. And we speak often about, oh, you know, the Marxist media or the liberal media or this establishment. Well, you know, those media companies could be rivaled, let's put it that way, or could at least, I mean, look, they're being rivaled by random people with YouTube channels.
Yeah.
They're being rivaled by tiny little organizations. And anytime something half decent comes along, there's this massive movement toward that half decent thing, because they've shown time and time again. I mean, we don't have to harp on this. Everyone knows this by now, but that they're just tools of propaganda, more or less. But for this particular issue, there are so many ways that even just a tenth of that war chest could be used to change perception entirely. There's a story. This might not be a great story, and cut me off if we run out of time or if something else comes up. Mm-hmm. But there's a sort of joke told about perception, about marketing, and it's two nuns talking, and they're both saying, "Hey, I want to be able to smoke, but you know, Mother Superior, I got to ask if it's okay if she lets me do that." And so they're like, they both go to their Mother Superior and ask, "Hey, can I smoke while I pray?" And they meet back up afterwards, and the one says no. She said no. How about you? How'd it go for you? And the other one's like, "Oh, no, it went great." She said, "Yeah." And the first one's like, "Wait, what? How did you say that?" And she's like, "Well, what did you say to her first?" And she said, "Well, I said, Mother Superior, can I smoke while I pray?" And Mother Superior said, "Of course not. That's ridiculous." And she's like, "Well, what did you say?" She's like, "Well, I went to her and I said, Mother Superior, what do you think if I pray while I smoke?"
Yep.
And just that, like, it's the same thing. Nothing's changed. A tiny bit of presentational difference makes all the difference. And the way that a lot of the Marxist nonsense has seeped into society over 70 years was, you know, you take a show and there's just a little thing in one episode or a couple episodes here or there. And, you know, you take a movie and there's just a little, you know, if you look back at the Bells of St. Mary or those kinds of movies, it's Catholic priests are presented at the very worst as a neutral. Most often back in the day, they were presented as kind of like a respite from the world, you know, somewhere safe to go, somewhere, you to go for guidance, to go for basically to feel the embrace of Christ. And but recently, if you watch any movie and there's anything Catholic or Christian involved, it's gonna 9.5 times out of 10 be something psychotic, something horrible, something dictatorial, those sorts of things. So you don't need these massive overt displays of attempted cultural shift. You just need little bits here and there. And that's what the Marxists have done over this whole time, what the left has done. And that is what could be done in reverse, right? I mean, just showing families, happy families, having films or shows where children aren't the worst thing that's ever happened to the woman. Little things like this could make huge cultural inroads, because I think for most people, there's obviously the innate desires and the innate drives that God has given us, and for a lot of people, that's been kind of crowded over with a lot of propaganda, but they still have that drive, as is shown with most women do want children. So if you can help pierce the veil and just kind of show just broadly what is propaganda and what is real, most people are very quick to catch on.
Yeah. Excellent points there. Yeah, you talking about that, just the steady little drip here and there. Yeah, I remember years ago watching a film, Rosemary's Baby, for the first time, and this came out in 1968. And when the main character Rosemary, she was having great difficulty with her pregnancy, she came out and said, "I'm not going to have an abortion." Well, okay, she was uttering a pro-life statement, but the very fact that idea was introduced in the movie, that was a less than subtle way to get Americans thinking about abortion, the legality of it. And Voris talks about one of the kind of shining memories from his youth. He remembers there was a program on I think CBS called Maude. It was a sitcom, a comedy. It was one of Norman Lear's sort of new generation of sort of in-your-face, very frank, urban sort of comedies. And in one of the episodes, the lead character Maude, who was in middle age, she found out she was pregnant, and she basically decided, I'm too old to do this. I don't think I can do this. So she had an abortion, and of course it was incredibly controversial at the time, as it would be today. But that sort of thing was unheard of, and just gradually over the years, this kind of thing ramped up and up and up until abortion is you don't bat an eye, supposedly, according to the overarching narrative there. And so yeah, that's a very interesting point. And again, I can't foresee a time anytime soon where we would have the networks on our side, greenlighting initiatives such as that. But again, there's all kinds of stuff happening online, through social media and so forth. The big hit in many corners of the Christian world is the series The Chosen. Some people have pointed out a number of flaws with it. Okay, fine, but it has made a tremendous impact. Well, you'd never see that on ABC or NBC or CBS, and yet because it's online. It's independently funded by Christians. It's having a massive impact. Well, the same thing could be true, of a counter narrative, a counter effort, the kind of which you're describing. There's so much room, I think, to operate. Many avenues that we could, I think, make great inroads on if we end up funding and enough time, frankly, to do it all. It's interesting, and again, coming back to just this fascinating juncture in history that we're on social media in particular. I'm seeing TikTok and YouTube shorts of middle-aged women, older women who bought into the feminist narrative, and it's all about career, climbing that ladder, etc. And now that they're graying and they look back on a life of yeah, kicking butt in the corporate world, but that's all they have to show for it, and that has not fulfilled them. And so they've taken to TikTok to express their grief at having bought into the lie. There again is that key issue is the fact that they were lied to and they believed in those lies, and so it's just served as a fascinating warning for younger people, younger women in particular, I think, to reconsider what they've been told, what they're being told, in the classroom, through Hollywood, through all the mainstream media, that their fulfillment lies not within, not with children, not with family, but with career, with climbing that ladder. It's yeah, I just think that shows a hunger and an opening for real change if we were able to really sort of capitalize on that. I don't know, the opportunities I think are fascinating.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely they are. There's so much that can be done. And I think however these ballot initiatives turn out, especially if they turn out the way that you are predicting, it should be a wake-up call to all of us. Figure out how we can start to strategize, how we can start to put God back in culture.
Yeah, absolutely. And too, these sorts of issues, it's not just a Catholic thing. It's not just an evangelical thing. This is something that we can, both Catholics, evangelical Protestants, Orthodox Jews, Muslims, even there are even a lot of atheists out there who are pro-life, because even when you take God out of the equation, they recognize abortion for what it is, and that if you assault human life at its most vulnerable point, that only leads to degradation, to the destruction of a culture. And there are, I don't know, I just think that if there's a great deal to organize around and to fight for when it comes to this issue. It's just I don't know, I would love to have a greater insight into just the pro-life movement in the U.S. as a whole, in the wake of the overturning of Roe v. Wade. It seems like for 50 years, we had our sights on overturn Roe, kill Roe, we've got to destroy Roe, and we did it. Awesome, that's amazing, but that wasn't the end of the fight. And I just wonder if too many people just presumed that all we needed to do was overturn Roe v. Wade, because that really, in many ways, is only the beginning of the fight. We had sort of a national a campaign, a national battle against that evil, wicked decision. Well, okay, upon its death, now we've got not one front, but 50 fronts, 50 state-level fronts that we've got to be operating at. And I don't know, pro-lifers have not risen to that challenge as we should have. And I don't have particularly deep insights into state-level pro-life organizations. I don't know where where we fell short. Was it a matter of funding, a matter of organization? But there just seems to have been this sort of malaise that has characterized the whole right to life movement. At least, I don't want to paint it with too broad a brush. There are all kinds of millions of pro-lifers out there fighting day in and day out, literally doing God's work, and making inroads at, especially these days, at the individual level, saving a baby here, saving a baby there, and so forth. But but in terms of sort of the mid-level between the individual level and the national, at the state level, we have fallen short. And I don't know, the past 2.5 years have really demonstrated that. So I don't know. I'm hoping that, obviously I will be very wrong, and that at least in the red and purple states that are voting on this issue tonight, that they will choose correctly. But again, I just go back to the fact that there have been 7 major state level referendums since the summer of 2022, and not a single one has gone our way.
Stephen, can I ask you a question about those referendums? Were they mostly complete bans, or were they kind of just limitations? What were the majority of those?
The first big sign of trouble was happened in Kansas, where I'm actually based right now. Well before the overturning of Roe v. Wade, during Trump's tenure, the Kansas Supreme Court basically, well, first of all, let me back up. Kansas was one of the first states to legalize abortion. It did it in several years actually before Roe v. Wade came out in 1973, and so there's been a long history of strange politics here in Kansas. In some ways, the state's been very conservative. In other ways, it's been very, quote unquote, progressive. Overall, a red state today, but it's had a strange history in the past, and that was reflected in the liberalized abortion laws here pre-Roe. And as a result of that, you are probably too young to remember, but a lot of our audience, I think, will remember in the early 1990s, there was a major U.S. pro-life group called Operation Rescue. They conducted huge protests, basically, sit-ins, almost prayerful sit-ins at the abortion facility of Dr. George Tiller, who was based in Wichita. Now, he was murdered by a quote unquote pro-life zealot. I wouldn't say the guy was pro-life at all based upon what he did, but he was ultimately murdered, Dr. Tiller, several years later. But prior to that, he had a thriving abortion business there in Wichita. In the middle of the cornfields, there's this facility where you could get third trimester abortions, and women came from across the country to do so. I mean, the regime here in Kansas was far more liberal, far more permissive than in most states across the country. So a couple of years ago, the state Supreme Court basically, they I think saw the writing on the wall that Trump was appointing a lot of pro-life judges to the bench, federal bench. They basically came out and invented a right to abortion. They discovered a right to abortion where none had been found before in the state constitution. And I forget the exact wording of the clause, but something to the effect, I mean, literally they interpreted something like the right to personal happiness, which is part of the state constitution. In that, they found, oh, well, this covers quote unquote reproductive health. So that decision came out, and of course, just incensed pro-lifers in the state of Kansas who had worked for decades to erect very strong, as strong as they could under the regime, pro-life measures. Well, their strategy basically then, once that ruling came down, they realized, okay, there's going to have to be an amendment to the state constitution to actively protect the unborn. And that's what the amendment that was voted on in August of 2022 was all about. The thinking went, okay, we'll introduce this to a public vote. We're flushed with success in the wake of the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Kansas is reliably Republican. Hopefully we should win the vote and then be able to move forward and set a precedent for the rest of the country. Well, Unfortunately, they did set a precedent, but in the exact opposite way. I'll never forget watching CNN and you know all these other leftist outlets just showing the sensible the fact that even conservative Kansas had come to its senses about abortion, and unfortunately that did inspire pro-aborts in other states, and of course as I recounted, there was the Big Bang that followed in just a couple, like 3 months later, during the election in November of 2022. And again, several of those states were obviously they were going to vote for abortion. California, Vermont, being the two most obvious examples. But
hey guys, it's Gary in Houston. If you can let me jump in here for a second, because we have a little bit of an update for you on the. It looks like the Florida has been called for Trump at about a 57-43. I don't think anybody's really surprised at that. We don't know if those numbers will hold, but that's what it was when they called it. And he's doing pretty well and outperforming everything and everywhere he was. Looks like Miami may actually go red for the first time, I think, since the crucifixion. So it's quite shocking, actually. But the sad news to come up on what you guys are talking about is that with almost the exact same percentage, 57-43, the abortion referendum there in Florida has passed, which of course is the point that you guys have been saying. There's no way that you have a 57-43 Trump win and then a 57-43 abortion referendum win without some of those people who voted for Trump also voting for that abortion. So they were splitting tickets, I suppose, if you sort of phrase it that way. But
hey, Gary, this is Jim Ellis. That's actually not true. Under Florida law, a proposition only passes if it gets 60%.
Well, so it's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
Oh, well, that's good news. Well, maybe it won't. Maybe it'll fall short.
Percentage.
Sure, yeah, but I mean, as far as being the law, that's true. But it's not actually won yet. That's great. Hey, Arthur and Stephen, take a break here. That was quite a marathon of all that, Stephen. Awesome research, excellent, and great guiding through that, Arthur. It's good stuff. I want to switch over if I can here to Jim just to get a little update and give the audience an update as it stands right now with the called races. Trump's ahead in the Electoral College vote, 105-72. Nobody's surprised by any of the states. The outstanding states, the big ones that we're still waiting to hear something from, are Georgia, which looks like it might be leaning, and we're going to talk about that in a second here with Trey Traynor and Claver and figure out talk about a little something there. But Virginia still hasn't been called, and things are not going as swimmingly. I suppose we could leave it right there for now, as swimmingly for Harris in Virginia as she had thought. North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia, still waiting on those. But right now it's 105-72. There's a couple of big kahunas out there. But at the moment, I want to turn this over to Claver and Trey to talk about a little stat that actually ain't so little that's in Georgia and may be responsible for Harris actually losing Georgia and then have some sort of repercussions around the country in other big urban areas. And that is the young male black vote. In 2020, Trump got about 11% of that, according to all the exit polls, which now seem to be coming into line with the actual votes in Fulton County, specifically in Atlanta. He's now getting almost 24%. He's getting a quarter of the young black male vote. That's kind of that's big news, because you remember what the final margin was in Georgia. It was 11,000 votes. Well, that change in just the young black vote young male black vote is more than 11,000 votes. He's doing better in other areas. She's doing a little underperforming, and now we have this swing here. I think that's why everybody's a little nervous to call Georgia or talk about anything in a definitive sense. So Trey and Claver, let's take over. That's a fantastic piece of news, certainly.
It's wonderful. This is over a generation that we've been waiting for. And as Trey knows, knowing Trey for so long and Trey, I think a lot of you guys came to learn of me because I was doing so much work around the nation, around the state, trying to inform our grassroots supporters here in Texas, especially during the heyday, the zenith of the Tea Party, about the demographic changes that we were having in Texas, that they were moving very rapidly towards the demographics of California. And we were very afraid of the Democrats taking over. And even back then, I was saying, hey, look, a lot of Republicans had this mindset of we have to win every black vote. No. If I was saying it back in 2010, 2012, 2014, if we get to 20%, 22, 24, 25% of the black vote, Democrats can't win. They can't win anywhere.
Well, Claire, this is a surprising number. I mean, the double of the percentage of the African American male vote in Fulton County would be a significant seismic shift in the vote within the city of Atlanta. And given the fact that the Democrats are underperforming
in the urban areas would not bode well for
any type of win in Georgia.
And I think what's being reflected here, it's something that I've talked about frequently, given what I do on the Federal Election Commission, and that is to talk about the money in politics. And I think the Democratic Party really had an option in this election where they could go with their grassroots support that had been there for a long time, or they could make a fundamental shift and go in a completely different direction. And I think they chose, based upon money, I think they chose to go with the agenda of the LGBTQ social agenda. And it really goes against all of the teachings in the African American community. And I've talked about this on several in-depths, but the moral law is written on man's heart, and it's going to be difficult for a political movement to overcome what we all know to be true. We all know that boys shouldn't be in girls' bathrooms, that men shouldn't be involved in women's sports, that you can't change your gender. It's how God made you. And so at the end of the day, it's very difficult to go into the African American community and change those moral attributes that, again, are written on people's hearts. And so they really start to question what they believe politically when they have a party that has embraced so wholeheartedly this particular effort. And here, I think they did it primarily based upon money. I think they said, well, we get a majority of our contributions from the activists, even if a small percentage of the population, it's a very large percentage of the Democrat donor base comes from social activists, and they put a lot of money into this. And I think they felt like they needed that money in order to be able to combat this. They neutralized all of this election around abortion. We just had that great discussion over here about the abortion issue and how it's relevant to this election. And so I think what you've seen is the social issues for the Democratic voter have really gone to the forefront. And I think you're seeing some pushback in the African American community in particular against that push of the social agenda, especially the fact that the number one issue for everyone is the economy. I mean, it's very difficult to get people to focus on social issues, whether it be homosexuality or abortion or other things, when you can't put food on the table, when you can't find a job, when you can't take your family out, once a month for a meal and enjoy your time. You can't go on a vacation. All of these things are things that we've seen happen in the past few years under the Biden-Harris administration. And I think that is probably what's led to some of these repercussions. What we're seeing in these numbers in the Atlanta area is people are voting with their pocketbook, but I think they're, they're voting with their pocketbook, but they're actually voting in probably a more moral manner than they ever have, in rejecting the evil that is some of the things that are found in the Democratic Party platform.
This is quite a generational seminal moment for the Republican Party to be getting this amount of support from the African American community from coast to coast. It may be the only thing pre-election polling may be correct about. Of all the demographics in the nation, the Black community is the only one that links its racial identity to who they vote for, the Democrat Party. Those famous words from Joe Biden: "If you don't vote for me, you ain't Black," right? Okay. Well, that's the kind of thinking that allowed the Democrats to take advantage for so long, or take for granted for so long, since 1960, the African American vote. It's the only demographic that actually does that. Nobody else, whether it's women, whether it's men, they're not a monolithic vote. Whether it's Latinos, not a monolithic vote. Whether it's Asians, not a monolithic vote. But for how many election cycles and how many decades has it been African Americans single digits for Republicans? And my very own polling, when running my own PAC, going door to door in blue precincts, showed that over 80% of African Americans are conservative to ultra conservative. They don't like abortion. They don't like the welfare state. They don't like the illegal invasion. They don't like socialism. They like the Second Amendment. They like the First Amendment. So the question was, why were they voting for all these many decades for Democrats automatically? It's because of how the Democrat Party was able to psychologically make them think it's part of their racial identity. Yeah. So when you have the numbers coming in so far, the last time we've got this many Black votes for the Republican Party was 30% in 1960 for Richard Nixon. And a lot of people forget that in the 56 election, President Eisenhower got 60% of the Black vote. Wow. Yes. And so what flipped everything first in 1960 was when Kennedy called, when Martin Luther King Jr. was in jail, and Richard Nixon did not. And it upset prominent Black Republicans like, for instance, Jackie Robinson and others. And so you saw a 50% reduction from 56 to 60, and it went down to single digits all the way until Trump.
So, Jim, I'd like your thoughts on what you're seeing in Fulton County and with this number. I mean, going from 11% to 23% with African American males is significant. I mean, we've talked extensively about the fact that it doesn't have to get a majority of the African American vote in Georgia to win, but for him to be pulling these kind of numbers and really doubling percentages that he saw in 2020 in that one particular county has to be significant from a statistical standpoint.
Yes, that would be significant, and that's from exit polling. You're seeing that because most of the Fulton County hasn't reported at all. There's 0 in for that congressional seat there, but so is that exit polling data?
Yeah, that's exit polling data. Yes.
Yeah, well, this is the first time I've ever seen exit polling actually favoring Republicans in any way. Normally, they're typically very unreliable, but it's that would be interesting. I doubt it's 24%, but it's clearly more than it used to be, and that's all he needs.
Hey, Jim, I want to jump in here for a second. Also, now they've got everybody's been kind of sort of flying around the edges of Virginia, like what's going to happen there and the whole bit. And Loudoun County, 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County, and Harris has underperformed by 8 points from Biden, and Trump has overperformed by Trump over Trump by 3. I mean, she lost 5 from Biden's numbers, and Trump gained 3 from his. And you start to see the real numbers coming in now. It looks like a trend is happening that red is getting redder and blue is getting a little less blue. Would that be something an assessment you'd agree with?
Yeah, it's probably a little bit too early, but if on the Loudoun County situation is that I don't have that one in front of me, but so when Governor Youngkin won the state for the Republicans, he lost Loudoun County by 10 points. So what's the margin there now?
It's 8 points now.
It's how much?
It's 8 points. Harris is up by 8 points, which is obviously two less than, better for Trump.
Yeah, that's very good. If that, and you said 95% is in, is that right?
95% is in. Yeah, that's
Well,
it looks like it, and I agree. You can't like jump the gun and all this, and you've been doing this for decades, and so have I on election nights and everything else. But you start to see these little trends develop. I mean, the fact Miami's done. Dade County went red. I mean, that's like what?
Well, those two congressional seats down there were projected really early, and they could have been very, very close. And so, yeah, that's real good. So Florida is performing just as we'd hoped. Rick Scott was a 10-point winner, as we had talked about. The polls had him at 3. I told you before he would win between 7 to 10, and he has.
Trump is doing just to keep everybody up on how everything was doing with the Trump deal. How's he doing? I mean, the question, there's two questions. Is he beating Harris or is he not in a given place? And how's he doing in relation to his own performance in 2020? I haven't clicked into every single county, but every single thing I keep looking at, he's doing better than his own performance in 2020. And Florida's a prime example. He won Florida by a little over 3 in 20. He's won it by 10. And 7 points in a voting population state of 10 million people, that's quite a performance. So, and then when you start to see the kind of drop off a little bit here and a little bit there of Kamala in relation to, Biden in 20, this is, again, it's still a little bit early. Bunch of races still to be called. We don't know we don't have a call yet in Georgia, although I think Georgia is probably going to get called relatively soon. Virginia we're waiting on. And not, anyway, I think you'd rather be in Donald Trump's shoes right now than you would be in Harris's shoes as we sit here at this hour.
Trey, they just showed some Texas numbers with 48% in, and Trump was only at like 50.4, and Cruz was a little bit behind. So, on the early votes, do Republicans do better on election day in Texas or on the early votes?
I can answer for him because he's off on an interview, but yes, they do better on election day. Republicans.
Okay, then they're probably going to be okay.
Very good. Very good. Hey, if you, Jim, if you can stick around, all of them here, we've just gotten Patrick Colbeck from Michigan in. Michigan doesn't close their polls for another 30 minutes. Have I got that right? Or
no? We've been closed for 30.
Sorry. I'm looking.
Actually, Gary, I do have to sign off now to get ready for that other interview I've got to do. But I'll be back intermittently.
You got it. We appreciate it, Jim.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Patrick, welcome to the Souls and Liberty election night coverage. Appreciate you coming on. Patrick has been, for our audience who may not be familiar, has been probably the spearhead of examining the cheating and keeping an eye on stuff and, organizing and helping lawsuits and one thing after another about me, because Michigan is corrupt. That whole vote counting thing is awful. I spent 3 decades in Michigan and was always like covering news for a large chunk of it on election night. It was always like, what? How is this happening? Well, certainly when that all happened in 2020, Patrick's like, yeah, what? I need to get to the bottom of how this all happened. So good to have Patrick on again. Patrick, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm it's very interesting watching some of the returns come in. We've got some initial returns in Michigan that have Donald Trump down significantly here, but usually it's the other way around. Donald Trump's way ahead, and then at 3 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden it flips. But we'll see what happens.
Can you tell where that vote is coming in from in Michigan, where he's significantly behind?
Yeah, and I don't know where it's coming in right now from the area that I'm looking at right now, so we'll stay tuned on that. But of course, Trump is a little bit ahead of our U.S. Senate candidate, which is Mike Rogers. So we'll see how it all comes down. I mean, there's a lot of shenanigans happening in Michigan. When you want to dig into some of the anomalies that we're tracking right now, I've got some breaking news around some shenanigans going on in a couple of counties in Michigan that when you want to talk about anomalies, we can get into it.
Yeah, let's get into this a little bit here, because just, we had a discussion earlier in the show, in our broadcast here, about what was going on in Pennsylvania, and Jim Ellis was very happy to share with us that how it works in Pennsylvania is they're just not going to count the mail-in ballots until Friday. They're just not going to count them. You know what they're doing with them? The physical pieces of paper, they're putting them in safes, like a steel safe, like, you go rob it like your Yosemite Sam in a Western. And they lock them up in there, and then they open them up on Friday and they start counting them. And that's in every precinct. And what's a precinct? It's a schoolhouse, it's a gym, it's a church basement. Really, you've got an iron safe. How are you going to keep custody and all of that? That's how they're doing it in Pennsylvania. And sorry, I think that's just ripe for fraud. There was going to be 5 armed guards standing around the safe in the basement of St. Mark's Lutheran Church, for a week. That's ridiculous. What are some of the things that alarm you in Michigan as far as all of that kind of stuff? Like, where's the vote coming from, and what's happening to the people? Where's the chain of custody and all of that stuff? Just go ahead and run with it.
Well, I think the big news story in Michigan is the fact that they've been issuing these daily cast ballot reports in the state, and along with that comes with the list of the voters who cast those ballots. And what we're finding is that there were 125,000 illegal votes cast so far in the state of Michigan. And this is based on the Secretary of State's own numbers, and these illegal ballots are based on multiple votes. So the same voter ID is being revealed as having cast multiple votes. Now, the Michigan Secretary of State was quick to call it a glitch, saying it was a reporting error. And I immediately submitted a FOIA request to understand exactly what her database query was, so that we could see if we could replicate this quote unquote glitch, because all the data we're looking at right now shows that just is not holding water. And Michigan, one of the biggest fraud mechanisms that we've introduced in this election season for the first time is around early voting. Many states across the country have had this for a while, but the way Michigan has implemented early voting, there is pretty much zero audit trail associated with how ballots are cast. People walk into an early voting center. They are directed to go to someone who will print out a ballot for them specific to their precinct. There is no ballot stub on these ballots. There's no ballot number associated with these ballots. There's no tracking of what voters got which ballot number. And there's no poll books anymore at these early voting centers either. They're going directly into the state database to go fish for a name to assign to the ballot. And so poll challengers don't have access to any of those records. They don't have access to the printer log. They don't have access to the voter registration file transaction log. So this is just ripe for fraud. And just recently, literally about 20 minutes ago, I got notified that we now have an updated filing to a court case that was filed by 2 Michigan clerks that were warning of the ability of these machines to connect to the internet and get modified during an election. And sure enough, they had technical experts on standby watching and confirmed indeed that in these 2 townships, one's in Berry County, Michigan, and the other one is up in, I think it's in Charlevoix County. If I remember right. They observed that the machines went down, they crashed, and then when they went up, they noticed that there was a firmware update that was being accomplished. And the only way for that to happen, and we've got expert testimony to this effect, is if there was remote access into the machine. So, which is exactly what these clerks were warning about. And apparently they were treated to actually see that in real time with experts present. And so they've got an updated filing going into the courts on the basis of that. So we're not having.
If I can interrupt you there, Patrick, just from the viewer and listener's perspective. So, okay, we see all these things and like strongly worded letters and court filings and judges doing this and all of that and everything, but nothing ever seems to change. I mean, Michigan was pretty ballsy in 2020, and now it's, now there's not even a way to prove that fraud happened one way or the other.
Well, that's why we're counting on this federal election, because we're hoping that we get an executive in there that's going to have a Department of Justice that will actually listen to us when we're submitting evidence of crime. And so this is a big deal. We got to make sure that states like Pennsylvania and Texas go into the red column, or else, in 2020, I warned, when you get the criminals in charge, the criminals start making laws that are friendly to the criminals. And that's exactly what's happened in Michigan. And that's why there's an old legal expression that says fraud vitiates everything, because if you elect somebody via fraud and then they go off and start making laws that actually enable the fraud in the future, which is exactly what has been done in Michigan, you got to start peeling back everything that they've done until you get back to that root cause, which in our case was the 2020 election.
Do you think, well, let me just ask you personally, however the vote turns out in Michigan, and looks like it's going to turn out a certain way.
Yeah.
How much confidence, on a scale of 1 to 100, how much confidence, what percentage would you say you have in whatever the certified outcome is?
In Michigan, I'd say we may be in negative territory, actually. So it's not literally between our Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, who's been found guilty in 8 separate courts of issuing unlawful directives, to the point where she's threatening canvassers who refuse to certify a fraudulent election, to the point where they've conducted lawfare on our alternate slate of electors back in 2016 when our election was never lawfully certified. I mean, it's really banana republic, conditions right now going on in Michigan, I hate to say. And whenever I say that, I mean, the Republican Party says, shut up, Colbeck, you're going to discourage people from voting. Well, not if they're worth their salt, because that would just double down and get them out to vote even more, from my perspective. So I just, we'll see how it all turns out. But the one good thing about all this is that I know a heck of a lot more about how they steal elections than I did back in 2020 when I was a certified poll challenger out in Detroit at the TCF Center. And I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed back then, as a lot of my other fellow meddling kids when it comes to oversight of the elections. But now we know how they steal the elections. Now we know that they have a no-holds-bar attitude towards stealing elections. And now we've got a lot of folks in our camp that have a stiff upper lip and are willing to go off and be persistent in the prosecution of these violations of the law. And so that part of it, I'm hopeful on. But like I said, we got to get a Donald Trump across the victory line here, so that we can get a Department of Justice that actually starts respecting the rule of law again.
Okay, so let's say Harris wins, and obviously Garland or whoever, the same ruling philosophy remains. Whether whoever the face is on it might change, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. Elon Musk has made quite the point of going around and saying, if Trump doesn't win, that's it. You will not have another election. We won't have another election, at least a fair one. For a bunch of reasons. They wouldn't even have to cheat at that point. They could just, give amnesty to 20 million illegals, tell them to move to all these states, take our tax money to do it, and it's forever a blue country. That's pretty much his assessment. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, well, Michigan's a microcosm of that. It's not the national level, but it's an example of what happens when that happens at the state level. That's exactly what's happened.
How many, as far as you know, how many people are on the rolls who, first of all, I know there's like 500,000 that are dead, shouldn't be there, have moved out, whatever. I actually thought it was funny. I moved down here to Texas, to Houston this year, 2024, and I got a ballot from Michigan in the mail with a change of address. That I got to tell you, part of me was like, I'll just go ahead and fill it out. I didn't, yeah. But I just thought, well, look at that. I mean, they just send ballots out. I mean, I could have been dead for all they know. I mean, it was the post office. But I mean, post office isn't, that's not their job to monitor whether I'm still living in Michigan or not, to vote. But there's a number of different categories of things they've instituted. 500,000 people on the rolls that shouldn't be there. There's the illegal alien question, illegal immigrant question there. There's the people who just, are dead. all of those sorts of things. Which group of, or which category, I suppose you could say, of the cheating would most alarm you?
Well, it's all of the above, but ultimately it comes down to 4 key election records in every single election. One is the state voter registration file. The next is the poll books, which are essentially precinct-specific extracts of that state voter registration file. It's the ballots themselves, and then it's the vote tally. If you corrupt any one of those links, you've broken the chain of custody for the entire election. And what I've noticed in particular is that there's a significant emphasis upon that voter registration file right now, which means everything downstream is broken as well. In Michigan, you already mentioned there's over 500,000 ineligible voters on our voter rolls right now. Our Michigan Secretary of State actually intervened in a lawsuit filed by the Public Interest Legal Foundation to remove something around 34,000 dead people from our voter rolls. And she said, no, we can't do that. And she intervened in that case to prevent the removal of those dead voters. So that's what we're dealing with here. But even if we were to go off and clean up the voter rolls, and let's just say we got rid of all the ghost voters, all the people who've moved out, all the people who have died, and we only have real voters left in the voter rolls, then it comes down to the point where they go off and steal the identity of voters that are out there. And we've seen that happen. And I've got testimonies from folks in the city of Detroit in particular, because you know Detroit very well, Gary Michael. I know. I was talking to a gentleman by the name of Ramon Jackson, who I met a few weeks back, and he introduced me to the topic of voter trap houses. And what happens is what they do is take advantage of the fact that the actual voter turnout in Detroit is actually pretty low, like maybe 15, 20% tops. But the official reported voter turnout in cities like Detroit, and this isn't just specific to Detroit, it's happening all across the country, the actual turnout is probably around, that they report, is 60 to 70%. And so what that creates is effectively a slush fund of voter IDs that they can assign to ballots that they can ship in and drop off at the back of these AV counting boards at 3:30 in the morning, which is exactly what I witnessed back in 2020. And that's how the elections are stolen in states like Michigan. And I think the same thing is going on in Philadelphia, from what I'm understanding right now, in Atlanta and all these other places. It's a formula that's worked for them. And it all comes down to, we need transparency. And that's exactly what they fight back on.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's interesting, as you sit and go through, as the average person sort of goes through the campaign process and follows along, and we look at, here's the polls of this, and Michigan is, Trump's up 0.01, Harris is up 0.01, it just swung back to, Trump 0.2. All of that presumes that, what's being polled are actual voters and only voters. That's it. There's a correspondence of the polls to the voters. And, you're saying, well, no, that's not even close to reality, at least in Michigan.
Yeah, there's a lot of push polls that go on that try to shape the battlefield. You notice that polls usually start off with a wildly extreme number. They'll show Harris is up by 5 or 10%. And then the pollsters realize that they have to get contracts for the next polling season. So they got to tidy things up a bit before the actual election day and get pretty close to what the real numbers are when you get closer to election day. So prior to that, these are all fake polls that are more about marketing than they are about accuracy. And the closer and closer you get to election day, you find out that those polls get more reflective of what the truth is.
Right. Yeah. And right now, I think it's essentially a tie in Michigan. It was, I believe it was, let's take a look right here. Harris by 0.5 point. And that was as of their final RCP, Real Clear Politics average as of yesterday evening. So it is one of the sort of bells, one of the warning signs that something fishy went on when you look at the performance, the actual vote performance, and compare it to the polls. And if you see something wildly different in the actual numbers that are being reported versus the polls, is that a warning sign, or at least a clue that, these two things, most of the time, these are pretty close to aligning within like a point or two, maybe three, but to see something out by 5, I mean, really the whole average, all these different pollsters were wrong by about 5 points.
Right. It's typically used in a court of law to go off and make that case. But when you realize that most of these polls are just intended to be news items from the beginning, they're actually news generators, not news, not the actual news itself, if you know what I mean. They're actually using that to actually create stories around. So they want to create a certain narrative around the polls. And when you look at the crosstabs on these polls, a lot of times you'll find out that they're heavily slanted towards one direction or another, depending on who the pollster is and who's paying them. And so that's the game that gets played. So I've never been a big fan of polls per se. Because I know how badly they get manipulated. So I'm more of my background's in engineering, so I'm more of an X's and O's. I want to sit there and say, how many of these voters are real voters? How many of these people that they said cast a vote actually cast a vote? Or in the case of the multiple voter scam we have in Michigan, I want to know if these people actually cast multiple ballots, or whether or not somebody decided to go off and manipulate a database somewhere to tell everybody that they had voted when they hadn't voted, which is kind of analogous to what's going on the financial threat around campaigns with the Act Blue scandal and what they call Smurfs, which essentially you make multiple little donations against a little blue donor, if you will, and maybe $5, $10 or whatever, but you repeat that 1,000 times against that person's donor ID without them knowing about it, and it's used to launder money. It's what's happening with this multiple vote count issue and this ballot fraud issue in Michigan. It seems to be the same thing, where they're using the same voter ID and assigning multiple votes to that ID.
Let me go back and revisit something. So when you say you have negative, not even 0% confidence that the Michigan reported vote is going to be accurate, you're actually negative. So in your view, it's so bad in Michigan. I just want to make sure that this is correct, and tell me if I'm wrong. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's so bad in Michigan, according to Patrick Kolbeck and everything he's got in front of him, that the results that come out of Michigan can be 100% dismissed as cheating.
That's where I'm sitting right now, because we got court case after court case highlighting how our Michigan Secretary of State, who's the chief election official in the state, has issued unlawful guidance. As a matter of fact, most recently in the O'Halloran v. Benson case, while it was sitting before the Michigan Supreme Court, and Jocelyn Benson, our Secretary of State, was a defendant in that case, Benson issued an $82,500 donation to one of the Michigan Supreme Court justices, Justice Kyra H. Bolden, while that case was before Bolden. And then Bolden went on a couple months later to write the majority opinion in favor of Jocelyn Benson, and that majority opinion overturned what had previously been unanimous lower court rulings against Benson. So yeah, I'm a little jaded in that area. I mean, I'm typically always in Philippians 4:8 mode, focus on what's noble, true, excellent, praiseworthy. But I'm also looking at what is happening on the ground in Michigan, and from a legal perspective, as a former state senator, this is not good, and it needs to get fixed. And the only way to fix it is with transparency.
So, okay, so let's say all the court cases go in your favor and everything's good, and some judge says, I'm appalled, I can't believe this kind of activity is being conducted by the state, disenfranchising voters, and just reads them the Riot Act. What does that do? Does that mean Michigan's votes don't count? There's no point getting together and certifying them and sending in the electoral college slate? I mean, how does it stop?
Well, it stops with certification first and foremost.
This election, man. I don't mean like down the road and we change the culture and 25 years from now. I'm talking about in this election, if Harris wins, and part of her win are those 15 electoral college votes from Michigan, and a judge says, nope, this was all horrible and it was done improperly and blah, blah, blah. Is there some recourse to say those 15 electoral college votes are being thrown out because they're not trustworthy?
Yeah, number one, you can refuse to certify it locally. So it starts at the county level. And while Jocelyn Benson has threatened canvassers who refuse to certify with charges of willful neglect of duty, she's issuing a false threat because she's assuming that the effective date of legislation that would have made that a crime was in place for this election. It's not. It's not in place until next year. And so if a county canvasser in Michigan refuses to certify the election, and you need one canvasser from the Republican Party, one from the Democratic Party in order to certify each county. That did not happen in Wayne County back in 2020. But
Yeah, remember that.
yeah, so in this election, they can refuse to certify. If they refuse to certify, it goes to the State Board of Canvassers. They perform an investigation of what happened in that county, and then they can go off and adjust the election records appropriately. And ultimately, they can certify the state election based on the results of that investigation. If it does go to the point where they certify fraudulent election results and it goes out to the federal government, there's a new law that they pass in the wake of the events of January 6th, you may recall, and it essentially does not give the authority anymore for the vice president to send the election results back to the states for reconsideration. There's actually a process set up so that you file in district courts, federal district courts, and that, or circuit courts, I can't remember which. You file it in a federal court, and then ultimately it's the Supreme Court that will decide across all the 50 states or all the states that are in question with their election results. The Supreme Court will decide whether or not the election should be certified or not. So that's kind of the path we're headed down. That's a long path. And, you know, the folks at Babylon Beat put out a joke a while back saying that, it's taken a while for us to count the votes in this election. Democrats are claiming it may take as long as 4 years to go off and figure out who the winner is. We're almost on that type of track right now.
So, I guess part of it, is that, look, I think everybody would agree that the patriots and Christians kind of got caught with their pants down in 2020.
Yeah.
Sort of suspected, like, as it was going on, what the hell's going on here? This seems weird and everything. But now, to kind of, once bitten, twice shy, fool me once, that whole thing. I think the second time around, the distaste for this kind of backroom, wheeling and dealing, shenanigans, flipping things around, machines not working right, all that. It seems like a lot of people are just going to say, I'm not putting up with this again. But what is it other than just these lawsuit processes, which, they have a hard stop. I think it's not January 20th, actually January 6th, as a hard stop. Short of that, what can the average person do?
Well, a lot of the average people right now are just waking up and they're seeing this stuff and they realize they're being lied to. The big issue that we have right now is that these elected officials that got in via fraudulent means are the ones calling the shots. And so
Right.
a lot of the people are sitting there going, hey, I get it now. My vote's been stolen, but they've effectively lost their voice because people that were never put in by their voice are representing them right now and they're calling all the shots. So it's, this is a case where, frankly, we're at the point of either divine judgment or divine intervention on our behalf. And so it's, I've seen some very interesting, very good things happening from a bottoms up type of movement. And there are some good things that I'm seeing across the board. Heck, I'm even working with former Bernie supporters that are now voting for Trump, Bernie Sanders supporters, and the former staffers for Democrat congressmen that are now saying enough is enough. We're going to go off and try to fix this once and for all, even in cities like Detroit, which, we got a lot of work to do there. So people are waking up. I just hope it's not too little too late.
Yeah, that's the big question. That's the big question. Your final thoughts on this, Patrick? I know you got to get off and get some other interviews and things done, but where do you, as you're sort of looking at things, certainly in Michigan, but around the country right now, what are your thoughts for? I've never thought Michigan was in play because of the cheating. I lived in both Oakland and Oakland and Macomb counties. And, they were, when I moved to Michigan in 1990, Oakland County was blood red. And then it just kind of became the, financially conservative, socially liberal, and it just kept turning until it was blue. And now it's pretty deep blue. Warren and Macomb County were not. So I was like, well, this is kind of always going to be close. I mean, those are the population centers in Wayne, and then the rest of the state, minus a couple of larger cities out west, always kind of gave the impression that you could, get a little bit of red out of Michigan if you needed it. Indeed, Trump did that in 2016. But in 2020 and now, I've never thought Michigan was in play. I don't care what a poll says. Poll can say whatever it wants. It's working on a different set of assumptions than what the reality is, that Jocelyn Benson has rigged the system. Gretchen Whitmer has given her blessings, and Dana Nessel's threatening anybody who tries to expose it. So, I mean, that's the end of it. Michigan is a Harris state. Those 15 votes go to her. That's it. Around the country.
I wish I could disagree with you on that, but I can't. But there's a building frustration. So whenever you get a significant discrepancy between where the true voter sentiment is, where the true sentiment of the people are, and what they're being told their sentiment is, whenever there's a conflict there, the people will get frustrated. And what I'm worried about, frankly, in this state, is that a lot of the rhetoric that I've heard, particularly coming out of the Democratic Party, is around violence, and they're trying to stir up trouble across the state. And if you remember, Saul Alinsky, his book Rules for Radicals that he dedicated to Lucifer, one of his key adages of his philosophy was that the action is in the reaction. And what my concern is that a lot of the folks that on our side of the fence that would normally seek to be lawful and never harm a fly, the bad guys are poking them and prodding them and poking them and prodding them until they actually have that reaction. And my prayer is that everybody doesn't take the bait, and we focus on what's noble, true, excellent, and praiseworthy. We recognize who's truly in authority, and it's not these guys with titles before their name or anything like that. It's Jesus Christ. And so that's where I think where our focus needs to be at this point in time and at all times. And ultimately, that's where my trust is. It's not in any single individual anywhere. And as long as we all stay focused on that fact, I think we'll be fine.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, no matter what happens in this life, there is a next one, and that one goes on for eternity. So you want to make sure you got your vote right, your registration card filled out correctly. You want to make sure all of that's down, that you've checked every box you need to check. But yeah, it is certainly frustrating. I mean, it is a lack of justice, and that's ultimately, I think, what just rubs so many people the wrong way.
But vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, and so I'm okay with him being the instrument, and doesn't have to be me.
Amen. All right. Let's try our best, and then we'll let him step in and, do whatever his will is at the end. But, we do what we can do, as you have done mightily and nobly now for 4 years. So,
well, the horse is prepared for battle, but victory is ultimately up to the Lord. So that's the way we've been fighting this for the longest time, and that's the way we're going into this as well. We've left it all on the field, as my football coach says, gets to go off and do it. And we're now the results are up to him.
Excellent, Patrick. Thank you. If you got anything else, please just get in touch with us and let us know. I'll be right back on.
I appreciate it.
Twisting coming up, but it's a good update in advance of Michigan's before, real numbers, real numbers start coming in that have some sort of substance to them, we can know that we can completely disregard them because they're not true.
You got it. All right.
Well,
Have fun,
what a
everybody. Knock
statement.
them alive.
All right. Thanks very much, Patrick. God bless. All right, Stephen and Arthur, I'd like to have you guys chime in on this here because, I mean, that's a pretty sort of depressing turn of events. And Arthur, I know that you've got, you always, Arthur always comes to this sort of high civilization, philosophical, how did we get here? That really you have a state that, I mean, Mr. Colby said, he's got a lot of creds. He's got a lot of street creds. And he comes in and he just says, yeah, I just have no confidence at all in the numbers that come out of Michigan. And we all know that they're geared and rigged by, Jocelyn Benson and Gretchen Whitmer and, the whole lot of them. Arthur, how did we get to a point where three women like that, it doesn't matter that they're women, I'm just mentioning it, like I would say three guys, if there were three guys running it, how did we get to the point of that couldn't be the case, that they could get elected and then completely pervert the electoral system in the state with an eye to throwing poison into the entire national election? I mean, and not to get into the political part of it, but I would like to have a little philosophical discussion here. We've got some states that are about to be called here very shortly, and we can interrupt with those when we need to. But right now, I'd like to hear both you and Stephen talk about that. You guys are both good on everything. So, Texas, no shock here. We'll get numbers, harder numbers once they come in. But Texas called for Trump, as well as North Dakota. So, that's good. Again, these are none of the surprises. This is all going to come down to Pennsylvania. That's what everybody's saying. That's what everybody's been saying for months. That's what it is. But Arthur, I'll let you take it away. Be Mr. Philosophy for us on here. What does it speak to a people that actually does this sort of thing? Stephen, you chime in when you want to.
I think, okay, so I'm going to start with this. There's in the motivational speaking world, there's a sort of saying about people's lives, in that when you see someone whose life has just collapsed around them and you ask them what happened, the answer is usually things changed a little bit at a time and then all at once. And the reason I say that is because we're very close, if not already in the all at once part of this. These changes, the stuff that was meant to subvert the nation, meant to subvert exactly this, was put in over decades. We already know that. We've discussed it many, many times, but it's difficult now to go at the last minute and and kind of say like, oh man, oh no, how are we going to fix this now? It's really difficult because we're really close to the all at once part of this. For states like Michigan, I mean, this is the kind of stuff. Let's put it this way. 2020, everyone got caught. You guys were saying earlier, everyone got caught unawares. Like, we got caught kind of with our pants down. That's fair. COVID was kind of out of the blue. But this sort of slow degradation of the nation has been going on for a very long time. And I think it goes back to be really philosophical for a second, the fact that most Americans probably couldn't even express what it means to be a nation at this point. They might say something about a constitution or something about a government or something about but I think it'd be very difficult for a lot of people to really express what is a nation. And that's maybe going a little too far, but it really does matter when it comes to these sorts of things. Like who's coming into the country? Why are you allowing these people in the country? Illegal or legal doesn't really matter at this point. It's like, why is it such an untouchable concept? Or an untouchable institution to ask, why do we have mass immigration right now? Why is it such an untouchable question to ask? Why are things moving in the direction that they're moving? And I think if those questions had been able to be asked, or had been asked a little bit more strongly for the last 25 or 30 years, we probably could have cut this off at the crossroad before we got this far.
Yeah, I would have to agree, and I think people of goodwill in both parties have been asleep at the switch for far too long. My paternal grandparents were registered Democrats, and they voted. They died in the late, both of them in the late 1980s. But up to their dying day, they kept voting Democrat because that was the party of the people. Well, the Democrats had long since embraced abortion, the gay rights movement, things that my grandparents would never ever have countenanced if you just laid those issues on a plate, singularly before them. But because it was part of the party platform, they continued to vote, in a liberal manner, even though they themselves were very conservative. And I think we've seen that with so many Democrats. I think it's and Republicans, who have been remiss in rising to the challenge. I mean, it's literally taken the threat. The threat of an actual communist takeover in this country to finally rouse people from sleep. And I tell you, I never thought I'd be grateful for the government overreach that occurred, during COVID and in the immediate aftermath. But I think, thankfully, that was such an overreach that it forced many people from their slumber on both sides of the political aisle. And otherwise, I think if we hadn't had that, we could very well be, seeing a Democrat being a shoo-in tonight, basically. But it's I don't know. It's just fascinating to see the responsiveness or lack thereof that has characterized both Republicans and Democrats. Once you begin to soften, not even sever completely, but soften your position on moral issues, when that is no longer your North Star, your guiding light, then it becomes much easier to listen to arguments of, well, yeah, okay, abortion, I don't care for that, but I'm going to keep getting my good union wages if I vote for the left. It's something that has, I think, as Arthur said, steadily eroded the conscience of the country over the past several decades. And
Hey, Stephen,
yeah.
if I can interrupt you for one moment here, as we're
Please.
talking about how a culture goes, part of how a culture goes, I guess I'd use the word small c, the small c right now. But they call the whole betting odds thing kind of a collective wisdom. And when we started the night, the betting odds market's average was that Trump would win. 58% of the bets were going to that. As of 3 minutes ago, those bets just increased in his favor to 69%. So it doesn't mean he's going to win. It's just these betting markets are people looking, sitting, reading, watching, doing kind of what we're doing, except they're not broadcasting. And I mean, when you start to touch 70%, and again, it's the trend with all of this, but people are obviously seeing stuff unfold, and Virginia's looking a little shaky right now for Harris, and she's underperformed in two of the big counties that she needed to do better in. Florida was a smashing success for Trump. I don't know if you got the information or not, but the Florida abortion amendment failed. It did get a majority of the vote. It got 58%, but it needed to get 60 to clear the hurdle. So, many little baby Floridians will actually get to live. So thank God for that. Even though it was majority in favor, it wasn't a sufficient majority. That's how it works in that state. But that was just information that just came in. I just wanted to get it into your guys' discussion. But, it does mean something. These betting odds are rarely wrong. During our pre-show discussions and everything else, there has not been a time since the election of 1868. So 140 something years ago, there has not been a presidential election betting odds where they have not called the winner. Bettors, gamblers have not called the winner except for 2 elections. That's just shocking. So as we go, look, if he flips Virginia, that completely alters the math for her. And the various hurdles he needed to get over. He had to make sure that he held on to North Carolina. That hasn't been called, but it's still looking reasonably okay for him. He would have to flip Georgia back to his column. Right now, he's up by 8 with 2/3 of the vote in. And then he would have to get one of the blue wall states. Well, he doesn't need to get one of the blue wall states if he gets Virginia. As long as he gets Nevada and Arizona, those aren't even close to closing yet, those polls. But you sweep across that Sun Belt, and all he needed was one more state. And everybody was going, well, Pennsylvania, well, Michigan, well, Wisconsin. All he needs is like 2 or 3 more electoral college votes. Well, if he flips Virginia, it's game over for her. He would have to lose another one of his states, and that doesn't look very good. So I'll let you guys go back to the philosophical discussion on that. This is what we do here. Go back and forth. That's what we call it, souls and liberty. It's the matters of the soul in the immaterial world as they exist in the day-to-day of the material world. And right now, the material world is awash in this election. So sorry, excuse the interruption. Just wanted to get you the information. And when you guys are talking, I'm over here doing numbers.
Okay. All right. No, thank you.
So get back to it, guys.
Okay, yeah, very good. That's heartening, and let's hope and pray that that trend continues. Arthur, as Gary Michael was mentioning Virginia, I'm old enough now to remember a time when Virginia was reliably red. It was not this blue swamp that it is today. I guess the DC suburbs have not spilled over, encroached nearly as much as they have in recent years. And I just thought that got me thinking that kind of circling back to Boris's question, it's interesting too when you look at just the history, not only of the United States but other countries in the West over the past many decades, or even a century or more, how when a country starts to move left, when it starts to warm to the idea of socialism, how that process just seems to keep going and going until the country falls. It's I don't know what it is, but people who may have once been radically opposed to the idea of government largesse, they warm to that idea, and I think we've seen that in this country, in your own Canada as well. Pre-Obama, people in this country would have laughed you out of the room had you said we would be having essentially a socialist on the ballot who could would stand a real chance of winning the White House. It was just, I don't know, it would have been unthinkable. But it seems like so often when a country starts to go that way, it's only a radical political backlash, a very strong leader who can wrest control of the country out of the jaws of socialism. The United Kingdom, they thankfully they did it with Thatcher in 1979, and she spent the next several years of her administration doing basically forcing the country to take the very bitter, very difficult, very hard medicine that was needed to restore Britain to strength, to restore Britain to economic growth. And I think, you know, if Trump does win tonight or in the next few days, hopefully, please God, that will happen here. But that's what's needed, because there's just been a remarkable shift in this country, an easing, a warming to the idea of socialism over the past decade and a half or so. I know you're a student of history as well as economics. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on all that.
Yeah, it's a big question. In fact, it's a kind of an unanswerable question, to be completely honest with you, because if we had an answer for this, it wouldn't still be the trend in so many Western countries. Yeah, it's very strange. So, excuse me, Canada had its Obama moment in the 70s as well, under Pierre Trudeau, the first Trudeau. And I don't think it ever really recovered from that. What was kind of presented as the new normal for Canada was you're this nice, polite country that is the welcome mat for the world, and you don't have a culture. There's nothing to you. You are just an amalgamation of random people, and therefore it won't really matter if we just keep adding more people, and you know, anything goes, because if ever there is anything that is considered sacred or, you know, culturally significant or should not be changed, then that immediately becomes a point of contention. Therefore, we must only and ever accept everything, which is obviously the problem of liberalism at its core. But so for the last 30 years, even though there have been some conservatives that have come in and kind of tapered that down, there's never really been a recovery. Canada has gradually and continuously moved further and further to the left, to where now the left is just the kind of establishment norm, and that's kind of how it was before Trump broke the record in 2016. There, really, even in the United States, it was becoming increasingly normal for that to be the standard by which everything was judged, right? It was like, how progressive are you? Even as a conservative, how progressive are you really? I mean, in Canada, our Conservative Party was literally called the Progressive Conservatives for a long time, and some iterations of it still exist to this day that call themselves that, the Progressive Conservatives. So it is very strange. It is very odd. It's really difficult to determine what the causes of this sort of shift are. There's the obvious. It's like, okay, the government can give me money and I can, you know, that sounds great. There's that whole kind of what's the word for it? There is the natural effect of entropy in that, right? Laziness is something that everyone kind of is drawn towards to some degree, and it takes work to be productive. It takes work to stay on top of things. It takes work to have lights in your home and food on your table. So to kind of undercut that work and be like, hey, you know, I can give this to you and you don't have to do anything for it. Just vote for me. There's obviously an attraction there at the most basic level. But it's not just that, and that's what's so interesting about this, and so difficult. Why it's so difficult to put your finger on exactly what the problem is, because it's not just financial, it's not just economic. It's, I mean, a lot of people have said it's a whole religion in itself, and I guess it is, but it's something that is very difficult to kind of wrap your head around. But once you see it for what it is, you can see the kind of the tentacles wrapping around you, and you see what's going to happen if it's allowed to really cement itself in power. And I think that's what a lot of people are starting to notice, and hopefully enough people are starting to notice.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, you know, I don't know, I think hinted at it. Really, it probably does go deeper than mere politics. I mean, I don't know exactly how it breaks down, but really ultimately, perhaps it is rooted in this clash of worldviews that we see, erupting all around us, playing out, across the American landscape today. Right now, it's Christianity versus communism, essentially. It's interesting as you were talking. My thoughts went back to about 20 years ago. I had an opportunity to visit Moscow in Russia, and just a fascinating trip. I never thought I would be able to visit there, but incredible architecture, just the weight of history is everywhere there. When you think about what has transpired in that city over the past century or so. I remember though being amazed at one point there. I was in Red Square, and this demonstration of old aging communists flying. They were carrying the old Soviet banners, the hammer and sickle. They, kind of basically just at one point appeared at one end of Red Square and just kind of basically shuffled across the square, and they were all old, all just aged, infirm, clearly longing for the days of communism when they had guaranteed income and whatever other benefits I suppose that system provided them. I have to wonder if they had any relatives who disappeared in the gulags. Probably not. They wouldn't be thinking back warmly to such times. If they had, I would imagine. But I just remember being fascinated by that, just seeing how people who grew up very used to the state being this doting mother, how they missed that. And granted, Russia, especially in those days, was this sort of wild east of quote unquote capitalism, and there were some winners but lots of losers. So I get that, but it just fascinated me to be standing 20 paces away from Lenin's tomb, where Stalin had given all these proclamations over the square, and to see people agitating as best they could for a return of that system. It just, I don't know, it fascinated me. I think, okay, if Trump had not come along, would we, after a Harris administration, would we reach that point? And granted, I think there's a certain fire in the American spirit, but as the past few decades have shown, as you said, we've headed in that direction ourselves, and it's only been in the past couple of years that hopefully enough people have awakened to this threat that we're rousing against it tonight. It's just it's fascinating to me too how, especially over the past few months, how people who used to be Democrats, officially Democrats, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a prince of the Democratic Party, Tulsi Gabbard, former congresswoman from Hawaii, Trump himself, for heaven's sake, Elon Musk, he described himself as a moderate Democrat. They weren't full crazy left, but they certainly weren't, your conservative pro-life Republican. But they have awakened to the fact of how real the threat is, even as tonight tens of millions of Americans still haven't and are casting ballots for Harris. I just find that fascinating that there are, hopefully, again, enough voters, enough disaffected Democrats that are swinging our way so that we'll be able to preserve the republic as we know it, or as best we can, moving forward. And if that is indeed the case, there's a lot of work, ahead of us here. I think we have to. This isn't the end of the fight. It's really only the beginning. I think we can't make the same mistakes that I think a lot of the pro-life movement in this country did after the defeat of Roe v. Wade. Again, that should have been a new beginning, 50 new fronts rather than just a single national front. The same is true here. in the U.S. Across the political landscape. We've got millions of new GOP voters. Surging numbers, especially in minority communities, the black vote. We've got to do things. We've got to make sure that those folks are retained. That this any swing toward Trump is not a one-off, not a one-time thing, not just some 2024 flirtation, but the beginning really of a new path forward for them, for us, for the entire party, and for the country. But I think kind of recalling what we were talking about before with regarding a real cultural shift, a moral shift being needed. We've got to be busy on the political front, but even more so on the spiritual front. Catholics, evangelicals, we've got to be praying. We've got to be arguing, trying to persuade these new GOP voters, as well as others who may not be on board yet, but soon could be, to convince them of the truth of our position in all of these things. Because ultimately, this clash, this does go beyond mere politics. It springs really from the spiritual, light versus darkness. It's playing out, as we said, Christianity versus communism. At the end of the day, I think there's a lot of work to do ahead of us, but I would much rather be tasked with that great duty than knocked back on my heels under a oppressive leftist administration moving forward.
Hey, gentlemen, let me jump in again here. We just got word that North Carolina, ravaged in the western 25 counties by Helene, is being projected for Donald Trump. That increases his electoral college vote total now on the evening to 211. He's now another state or two, and he's actually getting in striking distance. And just to remind everybody here now, what happens is the strategy for Trump going in was to sweep the Sun Belt, which is the 6 in Nevada, the 11 in Arizona, the 16 in Georgia, and the 16 in North Carolina. Of course, Arizona and Nevada aren't, the polls are still open out there right now. And if he were to do it, so right now here's Virginia. 56% of the precincts reporting. 56% of the vote is in Virginia. Governor Glenn Youngkin is communicating with a number of reporters that it is tight, and hold on, because it just may flip. If he flips Virginia, what that does to the Harris math, it would completely devastate their plan. Their plan was to claim, to just hold on to everything. They were willing to give up the Sun Belt. They were willing to, let him win Georgia. They want him to, but they could, Harris could lose Georgia, could lose Arizona, could lose Nevada, and still have enough votes that as long as she held on to the blue wall states, she wins. Well, they had not calculated that 13 votes from Virginia would move into his column. So if you start to do the math here, there's states coming along that the red, the Wyomings, the Nebraskas, the South Dakota, North Dakota. I think North Dakota's already called Montana, Idaho. Those little bitty things. If he has Virginia, the math is that it's over, regardless of what happens in Pennsylvania. So this would become quite the, again, he has to win Georgia. He had to do three things here. He has to get Arizona, Nevada, and I think everybody's kind of conceded that those are going to happen. So on the Eastern Seaboard, he needed to flip Georgia. He needed to hold on to North Carolina, And the conventional wisdom was he needed to get one of the blue wall states. Well, if he gets Virginia, he doesn't need one of the blue wall states. So you got to believe they are starting to sweat bullets in, he now has more paths. He wins Georgia, and then all he needs is Virginia or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. This is why the betting odds look like they're going up, or don't look like they are going up for him. Remember, he began the night at 58% in his favor, the betting odds, now it's 69%. So I'll keep you updated on all of this, but stay with it. It's back to your discussion, but my goodness, this is quite the turn of events. Virginia flips. My goodness, that is astounding. So
Yes.
Anyway, back to the discussion, guys.
Okay, just to piggyback on that, as you were talking, I was checking some numbers as well. Not to get too excited over this, because of, we all heard what Patrick Colbeck said regarding Michigan. It's a difficult domain, we'll put it that way, but the New York Times has moved it from lean Harris to toss-up, which I just find fascinating, and that's just been in the last 10 minutes or so. Also, yeah, the New York Times have a presidential forecast, basically a meter. It had been in the toss-up category all evening. It is now beginning to edge into lean Trump. They're giving Trump a 69% chance of victory.
That's aligning with the betting odds. That's this is what happens, again, for listeners, used to being viewers, listeners who, just sort of dip in and out of this every 4 years. When you have polls and early voting and betting odds and actual returns start all coming in, they all start to converge and they all start to mirror each other. That pretty much tells you the way something is going. So, Virginia's been closed for 2 hours. Virginia, blue Virginia, or at least, scarlety purple Virginia, and we don't have a winner. Again, what have we seen all night as a trend here? Red is getting redder, blue is getting more light blue, and purple's turning a little more red. The whole trend of this is that, that doesn't mean every single state is going to produce that, but, and all of these individual state races, yes, they're governed by how they do their own ballots and their own blah, 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 and all that and everything. But everybody in those states is still a member of the same nation. And when those national trends, those national breezes start to blow, they get a little louder, stronger in some states, but very few states come around and buck the trend. So if you start to see a smattering of states all over the country starting to kind of do the same thing, maybe not exactly to the same percentages, but when you start to see that happening, that's why the betting odds are changing, because this is how these things start to turn. And, the New York Times, whoever the editor was that said, okay, change the meter, he probably said that with a bourbon in his hands.
Yeah, in agony.
In agony. All right, back to you guys.
Those are some great stats. One of the, I was just looking at CNN's outline as well, and they've got Virginia leaning Trump. They've got Georgia leaning Trump, and they've even got New Mexico leaning Trump. That's a little early. It's only 14% of that vote that's in so far, but Georgia's at 75% of the vote.
Wow.
At least on this map. So
yeah.
And Ohio's leaning towards Trump as well, according to CNN. So that's going to be significant.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so encouraging. It's really interesting to see all of this beginning to materialize. I hope and pray that it continues heading in this direction. I just, again, kind of returning to earlier thoughts about overreach, the left's overreach in the U.S. during the Biden-Harris administration. We were again trending toward the left, trending liberal. Trump did arrest that for a period in many ways, but then the left came back with a vengeance once Biden took power. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on just that concept. Just overreach by the left. What effect that has had on the mindset of the American electorate. The fact that so many seem to have been roused from slumber. We obviously saw similar overreach in Canada during the lockdowns. The incredibly impressive trucker protest in Ottawa was just awesome. I remember being so inspired about that. Speak to that the idea of overreach, if you would.
Yeah, it's I think one thing about the COVID response that I think blew most of our minds was to see just how powerful government actually was, just how powerful and how willing to wield that power they were. For so many years prior to that, we'd had so many requests from the public to the government responded to with the idea of like, no, we can't really do that. Oh, it would be too expensive. Oh, but think of the economy. Oh no, but that's not the government's place. All these sorts of responses. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue on one thing, boom, the entire weight of everything they have came down on this one issue. And I think it was really interesting for a lot of us who were watching to realize like, wow, they can and will wield tremendous power, the tremendous power that they have, that they've been given and given themselves over the years. And then when you align that with the shift towards the sort of totalitarian state that communists could only dream of, decades ago, I think that was a huge wake-up call. I mean, that along with the color revolutions you were seeing, right? The whole Black Lives Matter movement in the 2020s and what was being done there, Antifa, Black Lives Matter, all those far left groups who were, I mean, there have been so many articles linking their funding to, to exactly the kind of people who've been behind this all along, and to see the violence on the streets at the same time being condoned by the same powers that were telling you that you would be locked away if you tried to travel, or you'd be in so much trouble if you tried to do any of the normal things you would do. I think that just kind of made the whole totalitarian suspicion a reality. And I think that had played a huge role in waking a lot of people up. But the interesting thing too, for anyone who's studied specifically the history of Eastern Europe right after the end of the Second World War, is those tactics are exactly the same. The way that played out, the riots and violence on the streets, paired with big money going into certain small elections, paired with intimidation, paired with weak and cowardly officials backing down and taking the knee to these groups, paired with the totalitarian nature of this kind of new iron curtain that came down around every single country. You couldn't leave, or you risked. Let me put it this way: you risked a lot to leave. It was such a stark similarity to what so many went through in Eastern Europe when the Soviet Union took full control of that region after the war. What a lot of people, everyone knows what happened after World War II, but not a lot of people have looked into the details of how that went about. The Soviets, the Russians, they didn't just say, okay, you're all part of the Soviet Union now, our army's here, you don't have a choice. They actually made it seem like it was a popular revolt. They went to each of these nations, Romania, Hungary, Poland, Czechoslovakia, all of these places, And they ran this exact playbook where they would have students particularly and partisans running around intimidating, assassinating, attacking the regular people of that nation. And at the same time, they would have political parties, which would be putting political and judicial pressure on the government and the system of that nation in order to get them to finally just throw up their hands and say, like, okay, fine, I quit. And to legally get communism in and legally vote themselves into the Soviet Union. So technically, every one of those countries voted, with big air quotes, you can't see my air quotes in the air, but they're there, voted their way into the Soviet Union. But it certainly wasn't a straight vote, and kind of like what we're seeing today, right? It's like, if real Americans were voting, I doubt there'd be a blue state on the map. But the question is, how many of those votes are real, and what's going on in between? So yeah, I kind of digress there, but I think I made the point.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I love the fact that you brought up the approach of the communists in, one country after another in Central and Eastern Europe following the Second World War. You mentioned Black Lives Matter and all the revolution basically that happened here in the U.S. In 2020. I remember watching that, and it chilled me to the bone, because I recognized immediately that we were seeing something that we had never seen before in this country, and it smacked of Marxism. At the time I was reminded of the Cultural Revolution in China, which broke out in 1966, if I remember correctly. I mean, as you described, happened in Eastern Europe. Same thing in China. Just these throngs of rabidly just communistic youth who were just, they'd been brainwashed into believing Mao's narrative, tearing down statues, denouncing people publicly, essentially, cancel culture, but with a blade back then in China. It was really, really unsettling for me to see that. And we've 4 years on, we've seen that over the past year plus with lawfare. The left is no longer burning down cities. We'll see what happens tonight and then in the next few days. But they're waging warfare against the good guys through the courts, through unjust prosecutions, and that's intimidation at a whole other level. It's very, very unsettling. It just all of it just shows a government that is really kind of waging war against its people, that doesn't care, doesn't respect, doesn't care about individual liberty. It's unprincipled. It's hungry for power for its own sake. I think another manifestation of that, the idea of an uncaring government, a government waging war against its own people. We see that with the whole immigration issue. That is second only to the economy in most people's minds, most voters' minds. And the Biden-Harris open border policy has been devastating to the United States. The past 4 years under the current regime, stewarded, of course, by Kamala, Biden's border czar, we've had more than 10 million illegal immigrants just cross freely into the country. That's equivalent to the entire population of the state of Michigan. And in just 4 years. And, Trump warned us about this all the way back in 2015. He said many, immigrants arriving illegally, they represent criminal elements. And what have we seen? That very thing. you may recall back in July, ICE, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, who are no fan of Biden or Harris, they released a report showing that hundreds of thousands of people, let me look at the figures here, I've got these in my notes, a report showing that nearly 663,000 people under its supervision were either convicted of crimes or facing criminal charges. Now, of that total, roughly 15,000 were actually in custody, but the vast majority, nearly 650,000, were not. They're just roaming free, across the country. And among the 650,000 that were not in the custody of ICE, there were hordes of people that were guilty of very, very serious crimes. And the Trump campaign made a very big issue out of this in the closing weeks of the election, and rightly so. Among those who are roaming free, more than 13,000 murderers, nearly 16,000 sexual assailants, those guilty of rape and other forms of sexual assault. Nearly 13,000 people guilty of weapons offenses, as well as more than 2,600 car thieves. And meanwhile, the other crimes, those guilty of assault, they numbered more than 62,000. Those guilty of drug offenses, more than 56,000. And
hey guys, Stephen,
yes.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt? Can I interrupt you again?
Yeah.
There are, not quite sure how to read a lot of this stuff going on right now, but New York Times is now estimating that Trump is going to win Pennsylvania and Michigan.
Wow.
That would be beyond that he'd win two. And again, you got to think again, we were talking about those national trends. If one state or two states start to do things and all of that, that same thing starts to pop up in other states as well. Yes, there are 50 different states and 50 different elections, but it's still one people, still one nation. So that's quite I'm not even sure how to respond to that. That's the New York Times saying that. So, barely any of the vote is in and being reported in those two states. Also, last time we checked in on it, Sherrod Brown, who is the Ohio incumbent Democratic senator there, looks like he might go down to defeat to Marino, the Republican candidate, who trailed him for most of the race until about the last 3 weeks. He kind of caught up, then he got like a point ahead, and then it was tied, and Sherrod Brown went up a half a point, and then Marino bounced back, and it's the whole that momentum at the end. Here's why that race would really matter. If Trump wins, he needs to put in a cabinet. Probably the most important person in that cabinet initially, from a political standpoint, is going to be his attorney general. If the projections hold, which I don't see anybody who's saying anything different. Right now, there are 49 Republican senators. You get the Joe Manchin seat in West Virginia. That's already done, locked down. That's, Justice is going to get that. So it brings the count to 50 Republicans. Tester's going to go down to defeat out there to Fahey. So that's going to make it 51. So you got a majority. Okay, that lets you put chairmans on committees and things like that. But when it comes to approving the Trump cabinet, here's the fly in the ointment. Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, we will remember both those Catholic ladies, always come along and submarine the kind of MAGA first thing. Remember, everybody was shocked when Susan Collins voted in favor of Brett Kavanaugh and gave that speech on the floor of the Senate. Stephen, you and I were watching that when it was going on, and we're sort of dumbfounded, actually, that she did it. And then everybody thought she was going to lose a race because of it. And somehow, I don't know what it is about these old political women, but boy, they seem to have something always up their sleeve every race. But maybe that's Kamala's problem. She's just not old enough yet. But why is it important to pick up either Brown's seat and make it 52 or Casey's seat and make it 52? Because when it comes to the Senate approval, which is what's required for Trump's cabinet positions, they have to pass the majority vote of the Senate. And if the Senate is 52 to 48 and Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, because they're wildly liberal, vote against his appointments, that makes the vote 50-50. Well, guess who gets to, vote the tiebreaker? Vice President Vance. So, all eyes on all of this right now. I wouldn't say this is turning into a landslide by any stretch, not as we're sitting here right now, but that the New York Times has just estimated that Trump's going to win the state of Pennsylvania and Michigan. I mean, that everything we just did an interview with Patrick Colbeck, an hour ago. It was like, what? Is there some, what's going on? And that Virginia, here we are, even if Virginia, I mean, I think it's a fair point, even if Virginia doesn't go to Trump, the fact that we're here 2.5 hours after the Virginia polls closed, and we're just still sort of sitting here going, oh my, this might flip, even if it doesn't. Again, what's that an example of? It's an example of what is largely a blue state trending heavily red. It just wasn't quite red enough. But it was again, it's indicative. You're not going to, and how would you look at this throughout the country? Well, you look at New York. Trump's not going to win the state of New York, but how much did he lose it by last time versus how much is he going to lose it by this time? Again, it's, where's that window moving? And since we're talking about very small margins here, all it takes is that window to move a little bit and Trump wins. So, Utah Senator Mike Lee just posted, this is done, Trump's going to win. So a lot of the people kind of in the know of all of this seem to be, I'd rather be Trump than Harris right now. And it's, even in Wisconsin, numbers just coming in here, 1/3 of the vote. Harris is only up by 1% in Wisconsin. So, these are all exciting. We just don't want to jump the gun and get too overly excited and a crashing disappointment. But, there's a discussion now on whether Trump is actually going to win, whether he's actually going to win the popular vote on top of this. Why is that important? Because if Jamie Raskin and all the rest of them are saying, we're not going to certify, and, we need to blow up the, electoral college, well, guys, he would have won, presuming he wins the popular vote as well. And if he wins the majority of the popular vote, not just more votes than Harris, but over 50%, that pretty much shuts down every single argument and tactic they've got. So, I've been tweeting out all day. For those who follow me on Twitter and maybe watching on my Twitter page right now, I've been tweeting out all day, run up the score, blow the commies off the field, destroy them, bomb them, touchdown after touchdown after touchdown, win 68-0. Because you don't leave your opponents hanging around in sports or politics. So anyway, those updates, those are the updates we've got. I'll turn it right back over to you guys. Trump's up 6 points in the popular vote right now. Of course, California's votes aren't calculated in that, which is, good, I think it's 9% of the total populace. But, there's still other states to roll in. Arizona's got 2 million plus people in Maricopa County. And a big majority of those, it looks like, in early voting and election day voting are all going for him. This is not going the way the Harris campaign would have liked it to go. It doesn't mean she's lost, but it does mean that, every sort of iteration of the totals and the votes and the complexion comes into focus. It seems to get a little bit harder and harder for her. It ain't over. It's never over till it's over. But, you can start. Maybe it's a little too early to say you can hear the fat lady starting to warm up, but I think she's standing up. So nobody accuses me of fascism or whatever the latest ism is. That's the reference to the opera lady who's, very big and warming up her vocal cords. That's not some slam against ladies. So anyway, there we go, guys.
Very good.
Not that I particularly care about political correctness, but so back to your guys' discussion. Keep it going.
All right, very good. Yes, and just another update. As you were talking just there for a couple of minutes, the New York Times boosted the Trump's chance of winning from 69%. It's now at 71%. So every percentage point that it leans closer and closer to Trump victory is now it just changed again. 73% chance of victory for Trump, according to the New York Times. That's again, yeah, as you say, we don't want to lift expectations too high. The stakes are too high to be bitterly disappointed as we were in 2020. But yes, I would much rather be part of Team Trump than Team Harris at this particular moment. All right, Arthur. Yeah, circling back to our conversation. We were starting to talk about immigration, the America's open borders policy under Biden-Harris, as just another example of the state, really kind of not caring about its citizens, even waging war on them in a sense. A couple of weeks ago, you and I did a in-depth episode where we looked at really the poster child of the criminal element, and that was Tren de Aragua, this Venezuelan crime syndicate that has been, for the past couple of months, taking over entire swaths of American cities. They're the ones that were responsible for the apartment block invasion in Aurora, Colorado. They're the ones that are guilty of many of the assaults on our law enforcement officers, as well as the murder of citizens like Lake and Riley. And as we discussed, this is a shadowy network, and it's really unlike anything the United States has ever seen. Unlike the linear top-down structure of traditional criminal groups like the mafia, it operates under more of a franchise system of sorts, and as such, it's proving much more difficult to fight. And these guys are brutal. They've made a name for themselves with their torture methods. They bury their foes alive, for example, and they oftentimes will record their sadism on cell phones and post those clips to online in darker corners of the internet. I just think that it is probably the most blatant example of the callous regard for American citizens that you see coming out of Washington today. I mean, there's nothing good coming out of the mass immigration, the open borders policy, all of that. It's 100% negative in every way. And again, thankfully, another example of overreach there. I think that's forced a lot of Americans, especially disaffected Democrats, to wake up. They're recognizing that Washington has weaponized immigration, using it using it to wage war, against the American people through the open borders policy. And as a result, we're seeing the results of that. 8 states tonight are introducing ballot measures that would ban non-citizens from voting. It amazes me that we even have to have such measures go before the people. And meanwhile, Biden-Harris recently sued Virginia to keep known illegal voters on the rolls in Virginia. Thankfully, the Supreme Court nixed that. But I don't know. It's just fascinating to me how stupid this policy has been, how dumb Democrats could be. I mean, what did they think was going to happen? Perhaps they thought the American population is so asleep that we wouldn't, that this crap wouldn't rouse us to action, but thankfully it has. I think especially the decision by Texas Governor Greg Abbott and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to begin shipping illegal immigrants to sanctuary cities up north by the thousands and thousands. That was genius, and it's had the desired effect. Suddenly, the residents of New York and Chicago and so forth, they're not so sanctimonious about mass immigration. It's become a different story when their cities are being flooded by thousands of illegal migrants, and migrants being ushered into hotel rooms, given free cell phones and so forth. Even as impoverished inner city residents, they continue to languish under other Democratic policies that have basically kept them stuck in ignorance, in poverty for generations now. I know that you've written a number of pieces for Souls and Liberty on the immigration issue, and you, as a Canadian citizen, have experienced that in your own country as well. Why don't you talk about that a little bit more for our audience?
Yeah, I mean it's a huge discussion to be had, and I don't think, again, this is one of those things that the general discussion around this is not. It kind of dances around the edges. It never really gets to the core of the issue, and for the most part, the core of the issue is that, I mean, let's go back to what we were talking about earlier for a second with the Eastern European nations and the Soviet Union. One of the big tools that the Soviet Union used to make sure that those nations stayed within its grasp was, after they'd done these color revolutions and basically utilized the systems of the nation against itself to turn it into something that favored them, they then went about importing millions and millions of foreign people in for the sole reason that a part of human nature is that we all have this kind of seed that we are grown around, which is culture, it's home, it's the area. I mean, even in the United States, you'll have from one state to the next, and I think most people will be able to resonate with this. You'll have from one state to the next this kind of distinguishing feature between you. It's like someone from Ohio and someone from West Virginia. They're both very proud of being where they're from. They both have certain unique aspects to their culture and their personality, even though generally they're all American. And I mean, it's Canada the same. And in the UK, it's really interesting because in such a tiny little country like that, you can have such widely ranging groups of people. But that's the point, is that there are these various levels of identity that come with being from a place. And that's not easy for people to change. And it's not common, and really en masse, it never does change. Like when Europeans came over to the Americas, they didn't become more like the natives. They came and they brought what they had, and they replaced what the natives had there with what they had, for the most part. There might have been some interchange, yeah, absolutely. But for the most part, you hang on to the things that are deep parts of your core identity. And so one of the things that I think is so under-discussed but so important to understand is that an individual can change. An individual can be all sorts of things, but en masse, large, huge groups of people, huge diasporas, have been proven time and time again to not change and to actually go in. And the larger the diaspora, the more the surrounding region into which they move has to adapt to them. And I think that's part of the playbook of the left, the socialists, the globalists, whatever you want to call them, whoever it is that's kind of causing this, because they know. There's a great book from Cornell University called Weapons of Mass Migration. It's a well documented. How would I say this? Phenomenon is not the right word, but anyways, it's well documented that's kind of that is a very useful tool if you want to subvert the sovereignty of an area. So it's not something that's like, oh, these people are horrible and bad because they're not from where we are. That's the straw man that's used to make you not talk about it. The reality is just there are differences, and there are differences for a reason, and people appreciate their differences. And if you can bring all these differences together and then put them in one place and then start pitting them against each other, it's a wonderful tool for social control. And I think that's really the reasoning behind it, or a huge part of the reasoning behind it.
Yeah, exactly. When Obama was elected, so many Americans at the time thought, oh, this is proof that we have finally, overcome the sins of our past. He's going to lead us. He'll be another Martin Luther King Jr. He'll lead us more and more together. And the exact opposite has happened. Before 2008, we were at a point where an overwhelming majority of Americans, I would say, really didn't see color very much, and more than in any point in our history. And nowadays, after a decade and a half of almost an uninterrupted democratic rule, that's all that people seem to talk about. It's one camp being pitted against another, racially, religiously, gender, to take your pick. It's I've never seen American society so fragmented. And of course, the establishment media will say, "Oh, it's all Trump's fault. He's the one who did all this." I'm sorry. That splintering was well underway well before Trump. So it's interesting what you say about that. It just seems like the battlefields change, but these leftist tactics really, they're tailored to, I guess, their individual countries that are being targeted, but they really do, by and large, stay the same. Ultimately, it's about fomenting dissent, agitating, fracturing unity of a nation. It's interesting how this playbook is used again and again and again throughout recent history.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's not a case where it's like, oh, it's because those people over there are so evil and we're just good over here, or whatever it is. It's not one of those cases. Again, that's just a straw man that's used. It's a reality that people have things that they like and they prefer. And if you, for example, if you take a county in Ohio that has 10,000 people and half of those people have lived there for 300 years, there's a certain identity there. There's a certain, and it's also very difficult to come in and screw around with them, if that makes sense, because you have people there who look out for each other. They've got hundreds of years together. They've kind of grown into a people, as opposed to being just some random individuals. And then, of course, if you take someone, 3, 4, 5,000 people from some other country, Haiti, Somalia, doesn't really matter, pick it and put them in there. This is, already it's good. Even if you did that properly and you really had to do it, you had no other choice, and you did it properly and you really tried to work on integration, you made sure, for example, they were Christians and there was something you can unify around and all this good stuff, it would still be decades, if not centuries, before there was proper integration. And so even if you were doing small amounts, doing it well, it still would take time to properly integrate. There need to be a certain understanding that this is not going to be an immediate thing, and there should definitely be a reason why you're doing it. But that's obviously not the case, right? You got towns of 800 people, and the other thing that makes this even more pernicious is that it's not just the United States. Like you said earlier, it's Canada, it's Europe, it's places like Sweden, it's places like Switzerland. Where they have the exact same pressures. Poland, Hungary, these people, Ireland's had its own nation for like just a blink of an eye in the historical timeline, and they're being told that they need to, take in the world. And if you look at the comparative map of some of these places where people are coming from to where they're going, you're like, how are you trying to fit populations of a continent that's larger than Europe and almost Asia put together into Ireland? How exactly you're planning on that working out? But anyways, the point is, it's a great way to cause problems, because if you look back in history, the reason why kingdoms and peoples and all this sort of stuff were kind of moved into their own zones and created their own civilizations was for this reason, because there was conflict, because it's just part of human nature, unfortunately. So this is not to say that one group is good or one group is bad or anything like that. It's just you have to recognize nature for what it is, and you have to understand how human dynamics work. And when you do, then you need to start working around that and trying to figure out how you create the optimal society. And this is obviously not the optimal society, and I don't think it was ever intended to be.
Right. Yeah, agreed. And, I think the task is made insurmountably more difficult by the fact that, well, by the deliberate dumbing down of American education. I'm old enough to remember when I was going through junior high and high school, we actually used to be taught this thing called civics that taught you, we learned how to be good citizens. That is long gone from practically every American classroom. And so, if you're not teaching things like that, if all you're doing is focusing on your individual, ethnic identity, your racial identity, your sexual proclivities, whatever, I mean, that is a recipe for disaster. It's social engineering. I mean, it's just insane, absolute insanity, and there is no way that a country can be strengthened in that way. It has just the opposite effect. It's just as this stuff has, this ideology, as it's permeated more and more throughout all American institutions, especially education. It just seems to be accelerating, snowballing, and it's like the sinking of a ship. In the early stages, it'll develop a slight list, but then as more and more water comes in, the ship starts sinking very quickly. And it seems to me that we, not just in the United States, but really in practically every nation across the West, we are taking on water very, very quickly, and barring a change like the election of Trump in the U.S., hopefully tonight or in the days ahead, there really is no saving the ship. As we've been talking, just an update, the New York Times now projects Trump's chance of winning at 78%. That is very, very cool to see. Again, I'm not gonna hold my breath until, well, frankly, until he's sworn in January. But because anything could happen, as we've seen over the past few months. But yeah, again, I would much rather be a Republican tonight than a Democrat thus far.
And speaking of that, let me jump in, Stephen and Arthur, if I can. There are that New York Times forecast we've been following all evening now says Trump will win with 293 electoral college votes, and Harris with 245, and shows that not only that, but I mean, probably the worst nightmare of the entire thing is that they're also projecting him to win the popular vote by a full half point.
Wow.
Now, I don't know what they're coming up with as far as the states that add up to 293. I'm going to back away from what we're doing here, jump on that, but that might include, Trump is up in New Mexico right now by 5 points.
Wow.
And there's like 35% of the vote in, so about a third of the vote in. I don't know where that's from. I'm just looking at the raw number of it. But he's up, winning New Mexico. And our own Jim Ellis, brilliant guru, as I say all the time. I don't call him guru for nothing. Had him on a show probably about a month and a half, 2 months ago. We were looking at stuff, and he said, yeah, you know what? It might look really close in New Mexico, because if he were to win those 5 votes, it upsets her math. This whole race is so remarkably close that just 5-6 electoral college votes and, swings one way, and that swings to the winner. So I mean, if you subtract 5 from Trump's the New York Times forecast for Trump to have 293, so subtract 5 from it, that puts him at 287. 287 was the projection of Real Clear Politics, but they did not include New Mexico in their count. So that might be where those 5 votes are coming from, because frankly, there is no other state that's available that has 5 electoral college votes. I'm going to presume that New York Times is saying that he's going to win New Mexico as well. This is quite the deal. To win the popular vote. Now the only question will be, will he win the popular vote at 50% or more? So if he wins the electoral college vote and he wins the popular vote, and he wins the popular vote sufficiently to breach the 50% wall, I think you do not, as I said earlier in the week, you do not want to be standing in your Democratic National headquarters because you're going to get a body dropping on you. These people will be throwing themselves out the window and off the rooftop if that scenario were to play out. It is an absolute worst nightmare possible for them. And I think you got to take a moment here, and we're going to say a little prayer of thanksgiving, but also gratitude. Also petition. When you consider Donald Trump's been on this scene now for almost 10 years, and that man has undergone a political persecution. I mean, they have tried to destroy his family, his reputation, his businesses, tried to kill him twice. I mean, there's not much else you could do to this man. And there he stood, and he sort of took the entire body politic on top of his shoulders and has completely rearranged, single-handedly, completely rearranged the American political landscape. I mean, this man, win, lose, or draw, has created a situation in American politics that, put simply, is historic. And we're all witnesses to it. And we watch this. I mean, think of the political comeback here. Do you really think Kamala Harris is going to get 81 million votes tonight? I don't think so. It's remarkable. I mean, I know that you guys both, you kind of got those philosophical minds like I do, but you also have this kind of down to the numbers thing. It's always nice to sort of pull out for a moment here and just stop and think for a moment and look at the big picture. This is historic. And while, we got to scramble and run and get our stories in and all that sort of stuff, we are witnesses here, and in our own small way, participants in history. So it's pretty big. It's pretty big. So I'm going to offer a little prayer here for you both gentlemen want to join in, and everybody else who's listening, please. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. All right, I'll be back with you guys as soon as we got something else going on. But boy, it is ramping up. Talk to you soon, guys. Back to your chat. You're smart.
Thank you very much. That's just it's so interesting. Again, if what we're hoping and praying does indeed happen, that just opens up a whole new set of questions about, okay, what comes next? I mean, will American cities be burning in the morning, or in the near term? Hopefully not. Hopefully we will win the not only the Electoral College but the popular vote, because as Gary Michael was saying, that would completely delegitimize any sort of the more rabid responses by the left. Doesn't mean that it would stop them, but hopefully it would temper enough people so that things don't get too crazy. But I don't know. We'll see. Trump derangement syndrome is a powerful malady indeed, I think. If he does pull this off, even if he doesn't, even if Kamala somehow manages to win, I think something that's we need to think about is just the overall philosophy of the Republican Party, the direction of the GOP, as a whole. There have been. Trump has radically revolutionized the party, obviously, and so, for example, is classic conservatism as we've known it, is that now dead? Are we really fully leaning now more into populism? In other words, is Reaganism, for example, with its affinity for small, limited government, is that being supplanted by Trumpism, by a less rigid approach to the size of government? Now, I would argue that this is the case. Of course, Trump certainly wants to limit government so that it will not infringe upon upon individual liberty, but he and J.D. Vance as well have shown themselves to be amenable to the idea of bigger government at the service of the people. But just looking back at his impact over the past few years, as it did with Reaganism 2 generations ago, today the GOP really seems to be institutionalizing Trumpism, really remaking the party in his image. On one hand, I think this is a really exciting prospect, as if successfully achieved, that this would reinvigorate both the Republican Party and the United States. So there are some pitfalls to consider, and I'll get to that in a little bit. But I'm just interested to hear your perspective, Arthur, as an observer from the North about the remaking of the GOP.
Yeah, look, there's several interesting questions there. I'm really actually quite fascinated with what you come up with on this, because I'd love to hear more. Look, the Reagan GOP, for whether rightfully or wrongfully, how do I say this without sounding like a complete ass? It definitely does not. It hasn't really resonated with people recently. Let's put it about the 2012 timeline and onward. It got so caught up in kind of establishment republicanism, and Canada's conservatives were the same here, and actually the UK's conservatives are the same right now, where it gets stuck in this kind of thing where it's like, hey, as long as we take care of the budget, or at least look like we're taking care of the budget, we're good, and we're the conservatives, and we'll just take the conservative vote. But a lot of Americans, and in the same way a lot of Canadians and Brits are actually very conservative at heart. And I think one of the big issues that's happened over the last few decades is that conservatism as a concept has shifted and changed. It's been kind of wrapped up around Reaganomics, Reagan style of conservatism, and then it got wrapped around kind of Bush 1 and 2 and the kind of neoconservative movement, which really is just kind of another side of the kind of neoliberal movement. They're really the same thing, not very conservative at all. So the idea of what conservatism really is quite, if you asked 1,000 conservative voters what it was, I would be surprised if you got a very good answer from any of them, because it can range from anything from again, the economy, the budget, all this sort of stuff. But really what it is its core is this love of home. Its core is a recognition, as Roger Scruton pointed out, a recognition that anything great, any great civilization, anything that we have that we hold dear, takes a lot to build and can be destroyed easily. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the conservatism that Trump voters are rallying around. Now, I know it's called populism a lot, and I have mixed feelings on that term, because on the one hand, you're kind of like, well, what's wrong with populism, right? In a democracy, shouldn't it always be populism? And then you have the kind of more conservative perspective of, well, a crowd can go crazy just as much as a tyrant can go crazy, sometimes even worse. So how that goes and what Trump does with this is going to be interesting to see. Where the GOP goes with it is going to be interesting to see. But if I think what people have noted is that core, that ember of conservatism, and I'm really hoping that's what gets built on.
Yeah, agreed, 100%. I'm glad you mentioned, conservative parties, conservative movements in Canada and the UK. It made me think about, there's one really essential point for us as Catholics, as Christians, to consider. For example, the size of government, or issues like that. That's one thing, but far more important, I think, at the end of the day, is the moral dimension of the move toward whatever populism, the new conservatism, whatever. Over the past few months, we've seen many disaffected Democrats come aboard the GOP. RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, Trump himself. So many years ago, for example. And this is great. I love it. I respect every single one of those people. I think they have a great deal to add to the GOP philosophy. But at the end of the day, I think Christian conservatives, the traditional core of the right wing of the Republican Party, at the end of the day, we can't forget that they really do not share our fundamental worldview on certain moral issues, like abortion, LGBT issues, etc. That I think presents us both with a significant challenge, but also an incredible opportunity. A Trump victory in the coming days would only be the beginning for Christians in the GOP. Whatever happens, we can't, whether he wins, he loses, we can't let our voice be drowned out in favor of a GOP that's bigger tent but vague on values. We also often hear these days that Christians lost the culture war, and in many ways that's true. But we've got to return to the battlefield, I think, and convince new Republican voters of our message. Again, this is an awesome opportunity, not just to capitalize on new political territory, but it's an amazing opportunity for evangelization if we choose to take it. One thing in this same vein, one of the things that concerned me over the summer came in July, and that was the revision of the Republican Party platform when it came to pro-life issues. The platform was edited in such a way as to render it almost pro-life light, so that it would be more palatable to undecideds, to moderates, and so forth. Before the Republican Party platform was stridently pro-life. Well, I mean, really, in July after that revision, it was watered down pretty significantly. For example, gone is the call for a human life amendment to the Constitution. Likewise, the appeal for a federal abortion ban, that has been withdrawn. Instead, the platform characterizes abortion policy as largely a state level matter, and unfortunately we have seen how many of those, the majority of those votes have gone. It does, the current platform, it does reiterate Republican opposition to late term abortion, which is great, but it backslides by championing access to birth control and in vitro fertilization, both of which can result in the destruction of early stage embryos, basically the deaths of fellow human beings. And so when this new platform was adopted, the conservative core, many among the conservative core of the Republican Party, they sounded the alarm over this. Now they were I think kind of ignored ultimately by a lot of observers who were tempted to think that strategically this revision represented a net gain, that perhaps Republicans will gain more votes from moderates on the margins than they would lose from Christian faithful at the party's core. After all, I mean, where can religious conservatives go? There's no politically viable pro-life alternative that currently exists in the U.S. And so in terms of short-term gain, sure, that may be true, but viewing things from I guess a higher perspective, through a spiritual lens, I guess. The purging of the GOP platform, I would argue, it was an ominous indicator of where we may go if we. how we could slip as a party if we allow it to. Basically, back in July, I was really surprised at the ease with which politics were elevated over principles. To me, that was a sign that the Christian core of the Democratic Party is diminishing. And of course, the Democrats went this way long ago. They gave themselves over to darkness in a bid for power, and as a result, today they're all communists, basically. But in contrast, up until this summer, the Republican Party had been a holdout in many ways. Now, of course, obviously, many GOP members are just as compromised as their Democratic counterparts, but owing to the Christian remnant that persists at its core, until a few months ago, the GOP really hadn't surrendered its principles in a significant way, at least in terms of abortion. So I don't know. I did an article after the revision on this, and I argued that the purge of the platform really indicated a break with the party's past and a rejection of the ideals that have guided it for the past several decades, and I still feel that way. I'm concerned that in some ways it kind of signals a severing from Christ. As Scripture tells us, apart from Christ, we can do nothing. Jesus, warned that he said, I am the vine, you are the branches. Those who abide in me and I in them bear much fruit, because apart from me, you can do nothing. Whoever does not abide in me is thrown away like a branch and withers. Such branches are gathered, thrown into the fire, and burned. Had that in my notes here from John 15, so I think that to me is an ominous warning. I think Republicans would do well to remember that Trump is indeed the party's captain and caretaker, but Christ alone is its king, and I just want to make sure that as we move forward, again, whether Trump wins or loses tonight, that Christians make sure, we Christian Republicans, that we ensure that our voice remains heard, and that we take this as an opportunity not to rest on our laurels and celebrate the victory and then pack up and go home, but that we use this as a springboard into new action, not just political, but catechetical, evangelistic. Wow. An opportunity to evangelize. It's getting late, I guess. An opportunity to evangelize, these new GOP voters. Do you have similar concerns? Well, what are your thoughts about? Yeah, we're appealing to more people, and that's great. We're welcoming new members, but what about that diluting our core Christian identity?
Yeah. Before I get into that, I'm just reading now, Donald Trump made a post about a lot of cheating going on in Philadelphia. Law enforcement is apparently on the way. And some of the big conservative accounts are saying this isn't 2020 anymore. We are aggressively preventing the steal. So that's good news. It's always good to hear. And Pennsylvania is looking very good for Trump right now. To your point, Stephen, yeah, it's a big concern for me. Actually, one of the biggest ones over the last 6 to 8 months, but definitely the last 6 months, has been there was this wonderful movement of people who came out and said, look, the left left me, and now I'm a Trump supporter, I'm a this, I'm a that. But what we found is over time, like I said earlier, the identity, the values that they hold, they aren't necessarily the same. It's not that they're bad people, but they're not necessarily the same. And so obviously, as you expand that tent, you're going to get a lot of pressures, and it definitely matters who is in kind of the narrative setting positions, right? So, for example, for the right now, you have the Daily Wire, you have the Blaze and Glenn Beck, you have a handful of these people. But as more and more people move into that and kind of were promoted over the last 8 years because of this big, well, I left the left because the left's just gone crazy, and the right, the Christians, as you say, who quote lost the culture war, and I'll get to that in a second. But a lot of us were like, oh, yay. Hey, there's, this guy who was converted. And, you like in any church, you kind of, you want to talk about the guy why did you convert? Hey, we were born into this, but you came over. So, you must have seen something wonderful about it, which kind of reiterates that this is the right place to be. And I think we're finding that there's a sort of danger there, or not even a sort of danger. There is a danger there. You have a large number of those people now starting to gatekeep what is allowed to be in the new conservative movement, and I think that's a danger. And I think you're seeing part of the effect of that on the changing of the platform there. Although that one, I don't know. I'm still a little bit up in the air on what the reasoning was there. It might have just been more of a strategic shift because that was the messaging that Kamala was pushing so hard. But then on the flip side, there's also the danger of, okay, it was a strategic shift that then stays, and now it's part of our future platform, right? So there definitely is that concern. And I think that this kind of circles us back to one of our earlier points, which was culture. In the end, all these polls, what like the politicians basically are people pleasers, and they want people to vote for them. So they're going to try to find what's going to get them the most votes. And if culture is shifted to a degree where, Christian values and conservative values and the kinds of things we would like to see are the things that people are asking for, well, the politicians will deliver. Government in general is a neutral tool. It's like a gun in many ways, but it's a tool, and it really matters who's in there. Not just who gets elected, but who's in the bureaucracy, who's running it, what are their values, because no one acts completely neutrally apart from their values. You can try, but very few people are going to do that. So I think these are very important points, and they're not to be, they're things we really don't want to forget as we move forward. Whether we win or lose tonight, the focus on culture and changing that culture and shifting that culture has to be a priority.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. And I would, to piggyback on that, I would argue that Catholics have an especially vital role to play in preserving the GOP's Christian worldview. Many, even fellow conservatives, they fail to grasp, for example, especially among the younger generations, the inherent evil of abortion and the LGBT agenda. Let alone issues like contraception, in vitro fertilization, and so forth. And the church teaches the truth about all of those, and therefore I think Catholics, we must redouble our efforts to communicate these truths and to convince fellow Republicans of them, not just fellow Republicans, but Americans as a whole, as many as we can. And so we've got to again make sure that we use the fullness of our voice moving forward to proclaim truth. Again, kind of returning to the bishop issue, I think this will be an uphill battle, of course, but our climb is made even steeper by the weakness of so many of our bishops. Venerable Archbishop Fulton Sheen famously said, he said this quote, "Who is going to save our church? Do not look to the priests, do not look to the bishops. It's up to you, the laity, to remind our priests to be priests and our bishops to be bishops." Well, if that's true for the church, I think that's certainly true for the nation as a whole. I think we're seeing that play out more and more each year, it seems. Now, thankfully, in recent years, we've seen Catholic laymen and women like Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, even almost Catholics like Jordan Peterson, proclaiming many of the natural virtues, even if it's not all of them. They're on the right track. They're 85% the way there, and they're doing so. They're stepping into the gap simply because that gap exists. And I think, in many cases, I think that gap is one of the bishop's own making. These our shepherds must speak out. They must lead. They must do what God created them to do. I thank God that the Catholic laymen and women are doing what they're doing. They're demonstrating courage and goodwill, even if it falls short in some areas or in some cases. When you contrast that with the cowardice that seems to prevail among many in the hierarchy, in some cases the outright duplicity of certain U.S. bishops, like the cardinal in Chicago, for example, Supich. To me, it's clear who emerges the more moral of the two groups. These laymen, these laywomen are doing their job, even if it falls short. And again, I mentioned this earlier when I was talking about abortion. Just imagine the impact on the United States if our bishops actually did their job. They have, by the very nature of their office, they have such impact. They have the potential for such impact. And if they were to truly shepherd the sheep, many of them being lost, many sheep among us being lost, I just think that it would be transformative for this country. And you know what? It's not too late to do that. The overwhelming majority have been too quiet. But again, tonight, this particular juncture in history, this represents an opportunity to change course, to start speaking out, boldly proclaiming the truth, boldly fighting to reclaim America, to make America not only great again but moral again. And just think about what they and we could accomplish if they enlisted to a greater degree the help of our evangelical brethren. It's just, and if we were to undergird all of that with prayer, there would, I don't know, there would be real hope for this country, I think.
I think that's absolutely right. There's also an element here. You mentioned earlier with the quote of the Christians lost the culture war. I think that there's actually, let me backtrack from that for a second. I think that there's a real necessity for some official form of Christian unity in a world that is increasingly multipolar, that is increasingly antagonistic. It's most of us don't deal with this, even though we see, problems in our nations. They're nothing like the problems that so many Christians face around the world. Just this year, we had someone speak to us about the issues going on in Armenia, which is one of the oldest Christian nation on earth. The persecution going on there, and across Africa and India and China, and there's so many places where this is a huge issue. So not only are we not helping our brothers and sisters around the world, we're not even holding our own here in places where we have the majority. Actually, the United States is still a majority Christian country. Most of the West is still majority Christian. So I think that this really should be a wake-up call for all of us to understand that, look, as much as there are definite, I don't want to sound like the typical globalist talking point here, but as much as there are definite differences in theology and in doctrine and all this sort of stuff, there is obviously much more that we have in common, or at least wish to have in common, as far as our belief in Christ and our wish to have his will fulfilled here on earth. So I think that it's something that more of us need to take very seriously and hope to move towards. And that's just on the one hand. There's so much that can be done if Christians were to unite around even just 5 policy points, 5 big Christian cultural shifts for the United States, for Canada, for England, for Europe. I think that you would see a tremendous shift politically, because really we have the numbers. And there are these, I wrote on this recently, but there are these tiny minority religions that are making huge strides politically. With, they have a population of 1 million across the country. Just because they're organized, they know what they want and they're going after it. And meanwhile, Christians are floundering and going back and forth and fighting each other over, who's the worst, who's the least Christian, which policy is. And really what we could be doing is uniting and really making waves. So definitely something to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. In recent weeks, we've Souls and Liberties launched a show called the Unity in Christ, and Michael basically co-hosts that with an evangelical political maven, very solid Christian guy based in Spokane, Washington, I believe. And I love that show because it doesn't paper over theological differences that Catholics and evangelicals have, but it focuses so much on what we do have in common, and at this this late hour, the darkness is so dark that the only thing that we can do to guarantee our mutual survival is to link arms as brothers, as I think God would have us do at every opportunity. And I've loved listening to their exchanges because it's helped me realize, I knew this intellectually, but it really helped my heart latch onto this, that I have far more in common with that guy. He's far more my brother than some renegade Catholic nun, marching for LGBT rights, in the streets of Washington. I'm much closer in worldview, in belief, in the practice of the faith to him and to evangelicals, men and women like him, than I am the 70% of Catholics who think that so-called same-sex marriage is okay, who are in support of abortion, at least to some measure, and so that's really, I don't know, it's cool, it's gratifying, and it just, I think, reinforces your point that there's an extraordinary amount that we can accomplish if we move forward, together like this. It's I don't know, again, crazy, insane juncture in history, and it's just fascinating to see all of this unfolding all around us.
Yeah, and it also kind of brings us back to a point on immigration that we were discussing earlier. Look, if you want to let's start here. Diversity in the sense that it's used is not a strength, right? Like, you wouldn't have a company and be like, I'm going to take some of the people from my rival company who hate me. I'm going to take some people off the street who don't care. I'm going to hire some people who just, you're not going to do that. It's obviously a bad idea, even though that's technically diverse. Unity is what brings strength. Yeah. But to have unity, you need things that you can unite around. You need these kind of unifying threads around which everyone can rally. And this is one of the strongest ones that there is in human nature. I mean, in anything. And this is something that newcomers and traditional Americans alike can rally around and use as a way to kind of bring the country back together. So there's so much that can go into this, and it really is up to Christians. And it's tough because we're all individuals as much as we are part of a larger body of believers. And to be fair, I don't think very many of our leaders are doing a very good job at any of this, but there are still a lot of us, and this is still something we can rally around. So, it's definitely worth the effort.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, I don't know, seeing, just watching the numbers come in, it's just, again, more and more heartening. New York Times is now projecting there's an 87% chance of a Trump victory. So please God, wow, let that continue. As the night progresses, something I think it would be interesting to talk about is the gender gap in this year's vote, and why that may exist. it appears that this year, this is going to be the largest gender gap election ever. The percentage of men who support Trump is swamping the percentage of women who support Harris. Recently, Pew Research, they came out with a survey, and they projected that heading into today, Harris's lead among women, or with women, was equal to Joe Biden's numbers with women in 2020. And that same year, it noted that men voted in roughly equal numbers for Biden and for Trump, roughly a 50-50 split there. But a recent New York Times survey has, it unveiled a wild shift that's underway this year. It found Harris with an 11-point advantage over Trump among female voters. At the same time, it found Trump holding a 17-point advantage over Harris among male voters. Obviously, that's a major swing, and it's one that's been reflected in a lot of the early voting numbers that we saw that have been flowing in as of late. And this shift has been especially pronounced among Black voters. Claver and Gary Michael spoke to this a bit earlier. Whereas Biden carried roughly 92% of all African American voters in 2020, the NAACP recently found that just 58% of Black men are backing Harris. That's opposed to 67% of Black women voting Harris. Now, even the figure for African American women, that's a startling departure from the Democratic support in 2020. But with Black men, they are, rejecting Harris at a much higher rate than Black women. And, of course, we saw Obama recently chastising African American men for supporting Trump and just lecturing them in just a disgusting way that I think any Americans in their right mind would find just offensive. But I don't know. All of this adds up. It's fascinating because there has been such a shift this year over 2020. So I'd like to discuss a little bit about what's driving this. I'll lay out some of my thoughts, and then you can respond. And we can just keep going back and forth here.
Absolutely.
I would say, to me, first and foremost, is the toxic masculinity narrative. For years, men have been increasingly maligned by an effeminizing and feminist culture that just plain hates them. It just outright hates them. We here in the U.S., sitcoms as far back as the late 1980s, movies that Hollywood was churning out, shows like Married with Children and The Simpsons, they told us that dad is dumb, dad is lazy, mom is and should be in charge, as a result. And this is only this messaging has only skyrocketed in recent years, especially under Biden-Harris. We've seen the advent of the toxic masculinity narrative, which tells men that they, by their very nature, are bad. And I mean, this is, I don't know if you recall this or not, but some of our audience may, this mindset even spilled over a couple of years ago into advertising for men's products. There was, during the Super Bowl in, I don't know if it was 2019 or 2020, but Gillette, there was a Gillette ad played during the Super Bowl that ran, that actually denounced quote unquote toxic masculinity. And it and ads like it, they just reflected an absurd new trend in which marketers promoted, a softer, gentler, more visibly feminine way to be a man. It's like I'm sorry, what? And with this narrative, no context, no deeper analysis is ever provided, of course, because that would require, critical thinking, basically. Sure, there are adult males out there who abuse their wives, who step on other people to make themselves feel, powerful and mighty and whatnot. But really, at the end of the day, those aren't men. Those are just adult males acting in a renegade fashion. True masculinity is noble, it's loving, it's protective, it's self-sacrificial, it's anything but toxic, and it's frankly, it's exactly what this declining culture needs. But none of that is ever included in the messaging that's been hammered into men's heads at every opportunity for the past many years, especially in the past several. So I don't know, I'm just interested to hear your perspective on that, just generally.
Yeah, I mean, again, another huge topic. As far as I remember the Gillette ad. I do remember that. This is the one where, yeah, basically it was men can do better. We can be better men. Yeah, this is such a huge topic. It's hard to even know where to begin.
I know. I've got a number of bullet points that written down here that I want to address, simply because it's an enormous topic. So just take your time, say what comes into your head, and we'll just keep going.
Perfect. All right. Well, okay. So one of the big ones, I think, is that because our modern perspective on masculinity, femininity, male, female, the basic dynamics of that are so rejected, it's really difficult to get anything right for the kind of normie society. For most people who still have their head on their shoulders, this should be a no-brainer. But there are a lot of people who are very confused. And again, it's like you have the natural instinct, you understand sort of at your core what things are supposed to be and how they're supposed to work. It kind of makes sense, right? Like, okay, women have this responsibility. It's the responsibility of the human race. And so men, what can you do? Well, you can do all the surrounding stuff, right? You can do everything you can to support them, to protect them, to make sure that, these systems and societies are built around them and maintained so that they can do the most important job. And of course, like usual, the Marxist, not even just Marxist, it's like this goes even deeper. I mean, it's just basically demonic, but
yeah,
it's an undermining, it's a subversion of, like, you saw this in the Garden of Eden, right? Things were set up a certain way. God had them a way they wanted them, and then the subversion came in and just tried to mess everything up, and that's obviously continued ever since. So it's very obvious, and the sad thing is, so many young women, and I know this because I have a daughter who's now in college, and from about grade 5, and this is years ago, it's probably worse now. From about grade 5, the messaging was there in her school.
Mm-hmm.
The messaging of, if ever they taught history, it was always men were these horrible, abusive, evil things. Women were just victims all the time. I mean, there was a time where, I think it was Hillary Clinton, actually, in 2016, who said that the greatest victims of war are women, because, their men go and die and, their homes get destroyed. And yeah, that's true. They are huge. Like, that's horrible. But I think we're missing something from this picture. Yeah. So it's culture, it's narrative. The narrative has been shaped a certain way, and it's really difficult for young children and young people growing up in a society to understand or to break through that narrative that's built around them. Because there's I was studying something on I want to say propaganda, but it was on on narrative creation in psychology, and it was basically if you as a human, as an individual, have a thought on something and you get it confirmed from 2 or 3 seemingly independent sources, that's pretty much confirmed in your mind. Like, obviously, if 3 people come together and tell you it's not the same thing, but if I go and I watch a movie and it says something, and if my teacher says something, and maybe, I hear it from a friend, that's usually enough to cement that concept for you. So this whole narrative has been built in that way that it really does seem like it's confirming itself, when in reality, like you said, as soon as you scratch the surface, there's just nothing there to hold it up.
Yeah, right. Agreed. Yeah, it's it really does come down to narrative, and again, the dominant narrative these days is that men are bad. I also think I think American men have finally gotten sick of the wider leftist America is bad garbage. Men have fought and died for this country. You alluded to that throughout its history, and we're sick of it being trashed by like blue-haired betas, by the childless cat ladies that were called out earlier this year, by these punk communist college kids, with more piercings in their nose than cells in their brain. All we hear from them is America's a lie. America's inherently evil. America's built on systemic racism. I think a majority of men are sick of that corrupt, revisionist, false narrative. Obviously, America is flawed, but flawed though it is and has been throughout its history, it's still our home. It's our land. It has been and remains a beacon of hope to people everywhere. And at least up until the Obama administration, I think with each passing year, we were living up more and more to our declared principles that all men are created equal and endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. And I think men want to get back to that. And with Trump, we have an opportunity to do so, a unique opportunity in our history, to unite around the flag, to unite around our principles, and to make America great again. A couple days ago, Megyn Kelly she gave a short address at a Trump rally in Pittsburgh, and I loved what she said. I just thought she's speaking to guys. It was awesome. She did note that she said that she was voting for Trump because he will protect women. That's been a huge concern for her. The basically subverting women's rights beneath trans rights, essentially. So she said that's why she was voting for Trump. But then she added this. She said, and I'm quoting here, drawing from my notes. She said, and you know what else? One more thing. He will look out for our boys, to our forgotten boys and our forgotten men. Guys like you, guys like these guys, who's got the calluses on their hands, who work for a living with the beards and the tats, who maybe have a beer after work and don't want to be judged by people like Oprah and Beyonce, who will never have to face the consequence of Kamala's disastrous economic policies. And I just thought, man, that was awesome. That was such a home run, because it's true. You can be lectured by from on high by the Hollywood elite, but they're never, what do they care if prices go up, if inflation is through the roof? They most of them don't have children. If they do, they can afford to accommodate economic bad times, basically. One of the things that's interesting in just kind of preparing for tonight, I looked at a few issues. One of them that really stood out, that I think really speaks to the woeful state of men in this country, is oddly enough sagging military recruitment. Military recruitment, for those who don't know, among men is way down. There have been a number of reviews of internal service data of the U.S. Armed Forces. These have revealed that the past decade's declining recruitment numbers for the Army, it's almost entirely attributable to cratering rates of male enlistment. Female enlistments have remained relatively flat since 2013, but male enlistment has plunged by 35%, more than a third. And last year, the Army missed its recruiting goal by 10,000. The year before, by 15,000, and that's a woeful trend, considering what's going on in the world these days. Again, much of it thanks to Biden-Harris. Now, critics have argued that the problem is tied to changes in military policy, and chief among these, the fact that the military has gone completely woke. It's just gone off the deep end, and I would have to agree with that. It's absurd what they're focused on. Do we really think men want to sign up to an organization that's focused more on LGBT social engineering than on national defense? Well, of course not. But again, thanks to Biden and Harris, their catastrophic weakness, we've entered into the most dangerous period this country has seen in decades, and you know, a lot of people, Trump included, are warning that the world is perilously close to World War III. Meanwhile, we're forcing our troops to focus on pronouns rather than military readiness. But there are counter arguments by those who actually support the wokeification of the armed forces, but these arguments are equally dismal. They say no, it's not a problem of the military going woke. The problem of declining male enlistment reflects broader issues of men becoming less engaged in American society, less likely to enroll and graduate from college, more likely to die by suicide or drug overdose, and men just slowly disappearing from the general workforce. So when I read that,
hey, Stephen, I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but we want to bring in a guest here real quick. And you guys, I'm sure, want a break.
Well,
take a breather. You've done the yeoman's work here getting through with all this stuff, but I've got Patrick Colbeck is standing by, and after our rather depressing conversation about 2 hours ago, I'm not even sure how to explain this. Patrick, coming to us from Michigan right now. Patrick, what's happening in Michigan? The New York Times just said their prediction is Trump 2.3 and the win in Michigan. If that's the case, it's over. I mean, what happened?
Good question. I mean, well, I do know one thing's for sure. We had an early voting advantage for Trump in, of all places, Detroit. I think it was something like 60-40 Trump Harris in the city of Detroit.
I'm sorry, say that again. Say that again. Trump won the early voting in the city of Detroit, 60-40?
Detroit, yes. I'm pinching myself thinking about that. I don't understand it, but listen, there's a lot of good patriots out there right now. They're getting the word out. Ramon Jackson. I mean, Trump made a lot of visits to Detroit, and he was present here. And the folks in Detroit appreciate loyalty and appreciate respect, and that's what Trump has given them.
I mean, this is I'm speechless.
Yeah,
I mean, they lose.
I got to lose Detroit. I got it. Doesn't make sense to me right now. But that was early voting. So,
what has happened? Do you know what's happened day of? Are there any numbers breakdown in Michigan that Secretary of State's reporting right now for the day of vote in Michigan?
No, I can take a look at the dashboard she put out there.
Sure. I mean, is that a typo? He won 60-40.
It's somebody I trust quite a bit. It's been giving me good information for quite some time. So I do not, it's certainly, here we go, voter participation dashboard. Here we go. All right, it's loading right now. It's supposed to be a real-time turnout. All right, let's see here. Municipality view. Now, I'm not so sure early voting, there's a large number associated with that. So the percentages might be good, but I have a feeling that most are in person or absentee.
Well, one of the things we're seeing in, for example, Fulton County, specifically Atlanta, Philadelphia, the urban vote is not turning out for her. It's just Sherrod Brown just lost his Senate seat in Ohio, just lost it. That's done. That now, I mean, there's no way Tester keeps his seat. And what's important about that, we were talking earlier, and I'm going to ask you about the Senate race there in Michigan as well. I mean, Tammy Baldwin is only ahead by 4,000 votes the last time I saw. I mean, Trump's coattails all of a sudden might become actual coattails, and the New York Times is projecting he's going to win the popular vote as well. I don't know how much more of an obliteration the Democrats could have at this point.
Yeah, I'm not seeing too many paths for victory for them right now, which is a real darn shame. And
couldn't happen to a nicer group of people.
Yeah. Let's see here, 115,000. They're not providing the early voting tallies on this right now, so I can't compare that with the other turnout. So sorry, I can't give you any additional insight.
What's the city voting, election day voting number look like? The two numbers.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to nail down here. And it's the first
Oh,
time
I'm
I've
sorry.
really.
I'm sorry. I thought you saw it. Sorry.
No, oh, all I saw was the early voting breakdown. That was
Ah.
it. That was 60-40. And obviously there's a big push to get people out to vote early from the Republican Party here in Michigan. And so that shouldn't be, well, actually it should be a surprise in Detroit, and no matter how you cut it. But if you're going to win any of them, the amount of energy that they put into the early voting as opposed to all the others was quite significant. So,
Is this a case that Trump and do you have any numbers up on Slotkin and Rogers, the Senate race there?
I saw Rogers was actually up on Slotkin, which would be a net pickup for the Senate, which is critical. I mean, can you imagine not only Trump winning, but Trump having the Senate and the House and the wind at his back? I mean, that's what we really need.
I mean, so, you know, for our listeners' sake, you know, we went into this with 49 Republican senators. Joe Manchin getting out of the way, Justice winning, that made it 50-50. Tester's going to go down. I don't think that's been called yet, but I mean, that's just been a given for the last 2 months. He's going down. That makes it 51-49 Republicans. Sherrod Brown going down now makes it 52-48. And if Slotkin and or Tammy Baldwin go down, you know, that's 53 and 54 votes. And the last number I just saw on Lake and Gallego, however you say his name, out in Arizona, she was actually up on him, and she was trailing 7 points in polls last week. So, I mean, this has got to be Trump coattails. That I mean, I've never,
also,
ever
Democrats had more
anybody
seats
have
up.
predicted this.
Yeah, the Democrats had more seats up for than the Republicans this time, so that was in our favor already.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, the margin I'm seeing is pretty significant. We're talking over 50,000 votes right now for Rogers over Slotkin, with about 30% of the vote in. So that's that was not on my bingo card for this election.
I think we all got sort of just half the bingo card.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have on my bingo card the fact that Dominion Voting Systems was calling the Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson a liar. So that was not on my my bingo card either.
Yeah, it's all of this is rather stunning. Patrick, you know, what is that? Yeah, 50,000. He's got a 50,000 vote lead. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the headlines are going to be tomorrow, but on the papers, you know, they're just going to have pictures of people throwing themselves off the roof of the Democratic National headquarters. I mean, this is unbelievable. You know, you got to ask yourself, is Joe Biden sitting back in the White House right now, snickering to himself?
Well, he's probably mumbling to himself, maybe not snickering to himself.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. So, we will want to talk to you later this week, Patrick, on In Depth.
Yep.
Once you've got a chance to sort of look through, and after they've sort of rummaged through the carnage of whatever the case is there, and then just sort of get your take on this, because you're right. I mean, this is a political earthquake across the country, and there's just no words for it right now. You got to let the dust settle and see, like, if any particular theme emerges. But
prayer works. That's the theme that I'm seeing right now. Prayer works.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's tremendous. So, well, it looks like our Lord preserved Donald Trump's life and wanted this outcome.
Yeah, well, we got to remember that this isn't just about the election. It's about what happens after the election. We cannot let our guard down. We need to keep the pedal to the metal. That's what the bad guys do all the time. And we kind of like go, okay, cool. Somebody can go off and take care of that government thing now for a while, and I can go back to my regularly scheduled programming. No, No,
No,
we
no,
gotta
no. This is
all stay
this is
hyper
the
vigilant.
this is the Normandy landings, and good. We actually got ashore.
Yep.
We've established a beachhead. In the next, week or so, now we got to establish the plan, break out of the beachhead, and go destroy this enemy. It's going to take a long time, but we've got to be on the advance. And look, blessed be God. You want to join us in a Thanksgiving prayer just for this?
Well, I don't want to be too premature on that, but I'm definitely thankful for how we're feeling right now, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah,
absolutely. Say thank you along the way, and obviously invite our listeners to join in on it. Let's offer our Father, a Hail Mary, and a Glory Be, our favorite prayers. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Patrick, keep your nose to your whatever. Keep your sources coming in, and give us a ring when you got something.
All right, sounds good. Knock 'em alive, everybody.
All right. God bless, Patrick.
God bless.
All right. All right, guys. I'm going to turn the microphone system over here now to Trey Trainer from he's just getting done, and Claver. They're going to sit here and enlighten us on what's going on, what their insights are. Claver, of course, has been involved in politics forever. Trey Trainer, he's okay. He knows a thing or two. So here's those guys. All right. What do we know, guys?
Thank you very much.
All kinds of interesting numbers coming in from all over the place right now. Obviously, the information y'all had with regard to Trump winning the early vote in Detroit was amazing to see that happen. The first thing I think I want to talk about is how close this race has gotten in Virginia, and how the the Harris campaign really missed projections there. I mean, it's taking Alexandria and Arlington to save the Virginia races for Kamala Harris, and it's really interesting to see that happen because forever that's been a Democrat stronghold, and they really seem to have gotten blindsided. So it probably speaks very highly to what the governor did there in putting together a great ground game to get so close there. And I think when it's all said and done, that no matter what, I think there'll be a reevaluation of the Democratic Party's efforts in a stronghold like Virginia. And, look at it, and you're really starting to see that all up and down the East Coast. If you look at what's going on in New Jersey, even though it's already been called for Kamala Harris, Donald Trump's only down by 5 percentage points in the race in New Jersey. And again, that should have been a Democrat stronghold. And it's one of those areas where they're going to have to reevaluate what the turnout models look like. Now, part of what I think happened in New Jersey is some of what we saw happen in the city of New York as well. And that is, I think that the Jewish vote probably swung heavily in favor of Donald Trump, given his position on Israel and support of what's going on in Israel, and Kamala Harris really not taking a stand one way or the other. And I think really this is backlash for her not meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu when he came to the country on his most recent visit. So, again, these are all just the kind of missteps that happen. And when you can't solidify your base, it makes it hard to win the election when you have to reach out to the middle. And in a close election that's on the margins, you have to be able to pull in those people in the middle, and they're just not doing that. And what we're seeing here is that they're not even being able to fully pull in their base. We talked earlier about how they're losing with minority voters in the urban areas, particularly in Atlanta and the suburbs around Atlanta. where Donald Trump appears to have, gained significantly with the African American male vote. Again, it's indicative of inability to galvanize the base, and that's just a poorly run campaign is what you have there. So I think there'll be a lot of finger pointing, regardless of what the overall outcome is. There's going to be a lot of finger pointing.
Arizona is going to be we've got Carmen in Arizona for us on the ground, letting us know what's happening, especially in Maricopa County, and they've already surpassed over 50% of the vote count in Arizona, and it's tight. It's neck and neck. The last time, I still have my eyeballs on the screen, the last time I saw Trump was up by 0.2, with over 50% of the vote in Arizona. And we've been talking about all night long how the Republicans nationwide have been leading on early voting, mail-in voting, potentially why Pennsylvania is so tight right now, with Trump up 3 in Pennsylvania. 90% of the vote in Georgia, and Trump's holding on to a 4-point lead. Put some eyeballs on Minnesota. Now, only 14% have reported so far, but in Minnesota, Trump's up 20.
What's interesting about Minnesota is, the vote there, I think, is that's probably a lot of the rural vote that's in. And so, again, these urban areas worry me quite a bit. And we're just getting word here that the Wall Street Journal has called North Carolina for Trump. Now, some of the other media outlets that are a lot of time already called it earlier tonight. I think these media outlets are being cautious just because they don't really. I think some of these are so surprising with the margins that we're seeing. I mean, every indication is right now that Donald Trump is leading in the popular vote. I mean, that's something that hasn't happened in well over 20 years. And so, they're being very cautious about making these calls. And so you're not seeing Fox News or CNN make these calls because they're really wanting to double check the math. And I guess one of the great things about having social media available to us right now is there's a lot of great math gurus out there who are out on social media and able to do the calculus that goes along with this and say, it's statistically impossible for somebody else to win, and they go ahead and make the call. And it takes the math gurus at some of these news outlets a little longer to get to that point. But getting back to these, the thing that's worried me about this election from day one is the apparatuses for stealing this election have always been there, and they still are there. And so we have to be very cautious about talking about these urban areas where, it's very easy, I think, to get in and manipulate those votes. One, because they're high concentration of voters in those areas. So there's already a lot of ballots that are in the boxes, and it's one of those things where, the slightest mistake forces you into a recount situation. What we've seen earlier today, the RNC was talking about this a lot today, but, in the city of Milwaukee, they started counting the votes. They realized that they weren't doing it in a secure place and in a secure manner. And so they were forced to have to restart the vote. And so we're going to see votes from Milwaukee be some of the last votes to come in. And, that's the type of thing that makes it very difficult for people to trust the outcome of the election, because if there's a significant swing in the election because of the late votes coming in with a restart in the counting process, it makes everybody question what's going on. So again, continue to be cautiously optimistic with everything's going on. Even the New York Times is starting to move their projections towards a Trump victory here. They're actually projecting, close to a 1% win in the popular vote, which would be a remarkable feat for the Republicans to pull that off, and it would really speak highly to this talking point that President Trump had during his campaign rallies of making this really too big to rig overall. So at the end of the day, I think we just keep watching these numbers, but we have to, watch very closely. And it's encouraging to have the number of eyes on this election that we've had this cycle with poll watchers in all of these different places.
on your coattails, the conversation that Patrick and Gary were having about Detroit. That's an amazing story. I mean, we talked earlier about a seminal change in the voting alignment here in the United States nationwide, with a monolithic vote of African Americans finally being chipped away. Arizona, 51. I'm still looking for Arizona. The latest report on Arizona, the last time I looked at Arizona, it was 51% of the vote in, and Trump was up by 0.2. And we need to see if he's going to widen that gap. Right now, Georgia, 90% of the vote in, Trump plus 4. Wisconsin, 65% of the vote in Wisconsin, Trump plus 3. And one of Gary's favorite metrics, the bookies, now have Trump up plus 92% to win this thing.
Wow, that's amazing.
Kamala Harris's campaign, as I said earlier, CNN and Fox are both reporting that they can't get any comment out of the Kamala Harris campaign. For me, it reminds me a lot of the 2000 election when Al Gore and George Bush were running, and it became such a close election. Both campaigns actually kind of went into their shell to start doing an analysis. And there's that very famous scene where then Governor Bush, soon to be President Bush, was sitting with his wife in a hotel room, and they brought in the cameras to talk. And he said, "Listen, it's going to be a long night. We may not have a decision tonight. This election is just really too close to call, and but we're going to continue to crunch the numbers." And that was kind of the last we heard from the George Bush campaign that night. The Al Gore campaign, on the other hand, I mean, they shut it all down, didn't comment at all, and knew that the information that they were getting, that they had lost in Florida, and were really starting to work on methods for how do they engage in a recount and how do they set that process in motion. And I think we see some of that happening with the Harris campaign right now, with the inability to talk to the press, because there's no positive news to put out from the numbers that they're seeing. She's only winning by the bare minimum margins in places that she should have won big. And when you see losses in the popular vote, like what we're seeing in the numbers right now, it's a big indication that this election is quickly coming to a close and in favor of former President Trump.
We'll find out tonight what you think. It's not going to be a 3-week poll,
No, I don't think so. In fact, I think we'll find that out tonight. The numbers that were reported earlier with regard to what's going on in the U.S. Senate seem to indicate that the Republicans will take over in the Senate. So I really think the only question when we finally shut down here tonight is what happens in the U.S. House, and whether or not you have a clean sweep of Republicans in all three elements of the policymaking branches of the government. And at the end of the day, we're definitely not going to know those numbers because of all of the mail-in voting that happens on the West Coast, and how close those elections are in California, and having mail-in votes that are being counted 5 and 6 days later. It's going to take some time to do that. So,
Gary, hold on. Gary's walking by y'all, and he was just whispering in my ear something amazing. We all know that it's always a battle between the rural precincts and the urban precincts, suburbs, urban areas, things like that. Gary, what did you just whisper in my ear?
Whisper in your ear. This is not a sweet nothing. This is a big deal. In New York, Philadelphia, Miami, Houston, and Chicago, Trump improved his positions from 2020 by at least 20 points in each one of those cities, including the one we're in right here.
Wow.
That is where do you go with all this stuff? I mean,
You go to heaven with prayer and say, "Thank you, Jesus."
well, and overall,
I'll leave it with you.
Overall, that's a seismic shift in policymaking, is what that is. That shows a level of understanding by the electorate that they want to see policies shift in a different direction. That's the type of thing that is going to send shockwaves through Washington, D.C. and create a mandate for change. You know, one of the big things that the next Congress is going to have to deal with is whether or not to continue the tax cuts that were put in place in the first Trump administration. I mean, those are going to have to continue. And with a mandate like that, where you have major shifts in urban areas where Republicans can count on at least some modicum of support from urban areas. I mean, obviously they're not Republican strongholds. They may not even be Republican areas, but those Democrats that hold those seats that have that large of a shift in favor of President Trump over the Biden-Harris policy decisions puts those Democrats who hold those seats in the position of saying, well, I need to cut a deal here. And you get into an area where you can actually have those tax cuts continue. So, it has the makings of the ability for President Trump early on in the administration to move very quickly and reauthorize those tax cuts. And as he said throughout the campaign, to make those permanent. And really ought to strike while the iron's hot, while it's still fresh in everyone's mind that you had urban parts of the country that traditionally have voted Democrat that have given some support to him, and where we've seen those shifts, because he can play on the fact that I've already picked up this much of the vote. If you don't continue to go in the direction that I want to go, I can go back into those districts and focus very heavily on just these economic issues. And I think that's what's driving most of the vote in the urban areas is the economy. Again, as I said earlier,
And crime.
and crime,
And immigration.
absolutely.
And if the numbers hold the way Gary has just reported to the supporters of Souls and Liberty, what kind of impact is that going to have on local municipal government
Oh, absolutely,
when it comes to law enforcement?
absolutely.
Maybe we can get a majority here in Harris County back on the commissioner's court once again, and have some more conservatives in City Hall. That's what we need. We need more conservative governance. We have it more in some of the orbiting counties, the collar counties, Montgomery and Fort Bend counties.
Yes.
We have a much more conservative municipal and county governments. We're talking a lot about the national scene tonight, for obvious reasons, the presidency. But those numbers that Gary is sharing with us, how is that going to impact a city like Houston, which is the most racially diverse city in the world, on the planet? Before you jump in, Gary, I want to remind Trey, remember our battle against Anise Parker in the Hero Award?
Yes, yes.
What was our total there? 61-39?
Yes,
That was an ecumenical beatdown.
yes. I like that.
Since 1828, the official mascot of the Democrat Party is the jackass. It's not the donkey, it's not the mule, it's the jackass. And since that was going on, there's a lot of jackass kicking is going on right now. And I'm very excited about Harris County. If these urban centers start making these type of seismic shifts, Gary,
anymore. They've done it.
This is beautiful.
Trump is going to finish up New York in the 40s. He's going to finish up New York in the 40s. I mean,
It's early. He may not win these states, but it's going to push him over on the popular vote. He's going to get votes.
And I think that speaks to what Clever was just talking about. That's a complete repudiation of these blue run cities where you have high crime, where the progressives who are leading in those cities have not paid attention to the local politics and the local needs of the citizenry. They need
they don't care about.
Well, that's right. They need police protection. They need to do something about crime. They need to focus on those issues.
Better civil service.
Absolutely.
We need better civil service.
Be able to go to the grocery store, get eggs for cheap, fill up their gas, and not worry about somebody mugging them.
Garbage on time, and get rid of these moon craters in our streets.
Yeah. I do have to say also, this you want to talk about shades of 2016. One of the the noteworthy, the Harris camp has been completely radio silent for the last hour and a half.
Well, 2016.
So-
remember
But hold on. This is the thing. They just sent out a memo saying, okay, why don't we all just wrap it up for the night? Everybody go home, take a night, go, you know, let's just everybody go home, get a nice night's sleep and we'll get up in the morning and see what this looks like. I do have to say that at least Hillary didn't wait until, you know, like 2 a.m. to do that. I mean, it's barely midnight.
She had to wait the next day. She didn't come out and do a concession speech.
No, not her. I'm talking about that when she sent John Podesta out.
Yeah,
the Jacob Javits semi. That was like 2 a.m. Everybody go home.
Yeah,
well, no, she didn't. But they just sent out the note and said, "Well, we think we're just going to probably wrap it up for the night."
Too much.
She was well. We'll skip that part of what was going on inside that room.
So I'm just
so far.
I'm looking at an alert here with 79% reporting Vice President Harris has underperformed in the Chicago metro area, Cook County, by 12% compared to Biden's lead in 2020. So that gets to what you were talking about, Claver. It's just focusing. I mean, really, this is a backlash against poor civic leadership at the municipal level.
See, they don't see. I think it's breaking through, Trey. I think it's a second. 2 Corinthians chapter 4. The blindfold is falling off the eyes of the electorate. Holy Spirit is doing something.
Absolutely.
It's a Jesus thing. And we're finally seeing it. Who would have ever thought it would take one man back in 2016 to say, what the hell do you have to lose?
Right.
Just to see this type of seminal moment in American politics. That's what we're looking at. If the trend keeps going in this direction, and we're looking very confident right now, I mean, just think of what we're seeing in our lifetime, something that has only been done one other time by Grover Cleveland. This is amazing.
It's absolutely amazing. In fact, the New York Times the New York Times election forecast just is projecting now that Trump wins the popular vote by 1% and wins with 301 electoral votes. So
Nice.
that's not solidified yet with them having called any races, but that's the trend that's been moving all night in that direction. I think that gets to what you were talking about with the odds makers earlier.
Pennsylvania is widening out. Now.
Yeah, I was just looking here. And so Buck County, Pennsylvania, with 52% of the vote in, has Donald Trump ahead by 700 votes. So again, an area where Vice President Harris should be winning, should be picking up votes, and yet you have Trump ahead in a place like that. And again, it really just gets to what you were just saying. It's this awakening of people recognizing that the progressive decisions that have been made in all of these cities. I think the backlash has happened. They don't have municipal elections right now when you have these federal elections, a presidential election going on. But I think this is momentum that can be carried on.
We have to.
You have to carry
Next year. You have to in the next year.
You have to carry it on into those races. And, you're going to have a lot of state legislatures that start to meet come January. After these elections, you're going to have new legislators. I mean, we're not covering all of that tonight, but in all of these states, you have those elections going on. New Congress people coming in. And again, all of these things are going to be a focus where I think the voice of the people needs to be, we need to pay attention to the voice of the people saying, we want some significant change to take place right now. We want a change in the policy to take place right now.
The popular vote right now is 58 million Trump, 53 million Harris right now.
Think about that. That's a 5 million vote difference in an election that for the entirety of this election cycle has been too close to call. And if you would have asked anyone, they would have said that Vice President Harris was going to win the popular vote, but there was a slight chance that former President Trump would win the Electoral College. And yet these numbers that you're reporting show that he has the ability to actually win the popular vote. And with numbers like that, you have to think that there are going to be significant coattails. And we don't have the ability to do all of the analysis of all of the House races here, but I just based upon those type of numbers, I would say that you're probably going to see a significant Republican win in the House of Representatives. And again, it's very tight in the House of Representatives anyways, but a pickup of 1 or 2 seats is a major shift in policy over on the House side.
And they have won so far. I think it's 4-1
Republicans have flipped to
Democrat flip, I think a plus 3 as of right now.
Wow.
They still got some New York races to call.
Well, you know, it's interesting. In the boroughs in New York, I mean, so Donald Trump still lost in those areas, but there was some significant gains in those areas. And again, it gets to this point that I think we're hitting on pretty hard here, where, you know, in 3 of the boroughs within New York, Donald Trump had double-digit gains on what his numbers from 2020 were. And all of that, again, speaks to poor mismanagement by the city leadership that is being reacted to, because the only outlet they have right now is to go and vote for president. You know, they don't have enough votes to make a significant impact right now in some of these, you know, the way the districts are drawn in New York for congressional seats and things like that. They don't have the ability to have that impact, but they do have the ability to have their voice heard in this vote for Donald Trump. And they know that he wants to fight for them. He said he wants to fight for them. And they're saying, we want to fight with you. And we want to send that message to City Hall to make these changes, to see some significant movement in how our cities are managed. We want more police on the street. We want better services. We want illegal immigration to be controlled, because we don't want our tax dollars, you know, New York City, they don't want their tax dollars being used to put illegal immigrants up in 5-star hotels and cutting into the tax revenue that the city gets from tourists who are coming there, because the tourists don't have any place to stay, because the 5-star hotels are packed with illegal immigrants taking up spaces where paying customers would usually be.
Now, check this out. Right here in our own backyard, you got a Soros-backed district attorney who endorsed Ted Cruz. So what you're talking about, the change in attitude among the local public servants, office holders, it's changing significantly. When you have a Soros-funded DA endorsing Ted Cruz, and how about that Ted Cruz win? And everybody was talking about, how close it was. Always talking about, you know, and Ted Cruz, poor me. Yeah, they're pouring millions and millions of dollars. He wins by 10 or 11.
you know, the other thing I want to focus
On just talking a little bit about what's happened in those boroughs in New York. You know, we still have to remember, overarching this entire election is still this gross criminalization of political participation going on. And you're looking at, you know, Donald Trump at the end of the night tonight, if this is called in his favor, is going to be the president-elect. Is Judge Marchand really going to have a hearing for some sort of sentencing for Donald Trump in New York City, when you've had this major outpouring of support in New York City for Donald Trump? Can Alvin Bragg really withstand the political heat of trying to continue to persecute the former president of the former president of the United States, soon to be the next president of the United States? Can he really continue to move forward with that type of prosecution? Of course, I've testified before Congress that I think that whole thing is a miscarriage of justice. I think it's jurisdiction that belongs to my agency at the Federal Election Commission, something that the Justice Department should have jumped in and stopped. And so, you know, hopefully this is, again, a backlash of the electorate in the state of New York, within the boroughs of the city of New York, to speak out against what has gone on there. So, and finally getting news here that Fox News has finally called North Carolina for Trump. So probably the last ones to get it to do it.
And let's be nice about it. Notoriously cautious. Okay. Notoriously cautious.
and Pennsylvania is to
Well, I mean, I think that's great. You know, the city of Philadelphia, I mean, just to focus on that for a little bit, again, as I've focused on New York, you see the same things there. You have a poorly run city. They have lots of problems, major crime issues going on in that city. The numbers that we've seen come out of there, again, large African-American support. You know, the other area of support that we haven't
they just called New Mexico for Harris. I always thought that was fool's gold, Trey. I always thought it was fool's gold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Well, she it probably, you know, I don't know what the numbers are there, but I mean, I think if we look at it, you'd probably see that she probably underperformed what the projection.
It was close.
So again, it speaks to a campaign that's poorly run, that doesn't have its base solidified. Now, look, that comes from the fact that she really wasn't the chosen candidate of the Democrat Party. So you can't blame the voters themselves. I mean, they had very little time to get to know her. And look,
This is awful.
right. And
No, I disagree with you, Trey. They had plenty of time to see who she was, and they said, "You stink."
yeah, well, you may be right. What I think it really is it speaks to a fundamental problem that the Democrat Party has. I mean, look, the machine of the Democrat Party got her as far as they got her. I mean, this is kind of the high watermark for what you're seeing tonight is what the machine can put together for anybody. They can just pick somebody randomly off the street, and this is the maximum number of votes that they can get without there being any favorability of the candidate whatsoever. So this is kind of a high watermark for what the machine can put together. And look, that's a pretty good machine when you can get to 45-50% of the electorate in doing that. But it also speaks to the greatness of the American people to be able to read through that and to focus on the important issues, to know that it's the economy, that it's illegal immigration, that it's war, that it's the war in Israel, it's what's going on in the Ukraine, all of those things as issues that are important to the American people. And again, we've talked about it a lot tonight. The only thing that the Democratic Party had to focus on was the issue of abortion. And they tried to nationalize this election around the issue of abortion, and they really just weren't able to put that together as a play.
I thought as a counterbalance to all the abortion rhetoric, them putting all their chips into the abortion issue, the Republicans, I believe, were very smart in the critical campaigns nationwide to target the neo-morality movement, the LGBTQ issues, men and boys and women and girls. And who would have thought that would have an impact? It obviously did, because they rode that pony from start to finish.
They did.
Yeah, and what we saw was just like what we saw here in Houston with the hero ordinance. And so that issue hit home, and it hit home with Colin Allred big time. Right. Ted Cruz just kept hammering it. And then when you see a national election where President Trump is hitting those same issues, and you know the people are not with that movement, I think that was the counterbalance to the abortion.
I agree with you. I mean, it was
and education.
It was a very important counterbalance to that. It was a focus on. It is one thing, I think, for the Democratic Party to talk about the fact that they care about women's rights and then turn around and in that same sentence say, but it's okay for men to go into the women's restrooms. It's okay for men to compete in women's sports.
I'll jump in, Trey, and say it's okay for illegal immigrant men to rape and murder women.
Absolutely.
Everything's okay as long as you have an abortion. Everything else is fine.
Right. No, and they continue. They continue to do that, and when you have somebody like, I mean, look, we all remember that Megyn Kelly and Donald Trump had their falling out after that debate, and the comments that he made, and for her a couple of days ago to stand up and say that she was endorsing Donald Trump on the issue of protecting women was significant. It was a significant repudiation of this effort by the Democrats to say that they are the party of women, to say that they're the ones standing up for women's rights. And look, if Donald Trump does finish out the night with winning the popular vote in all of this, I mean, these numbers are showing that has to include a significant number of women who showed up and supported him. There's no way that he gets the popular vote. And more importantly, it probably speaks to a large number of college-educated suburban women that are supporting Donald Trump. And so, all of the narratives that we've been fed over the past few weeks are starting to fall apart.
Yeah, I think the narrative is ever actually true. They had to build up something. But I think something to add in here, there are now reports coming out of the media that people, I'll tell you what they said, extraordinarily close to Harris, not the camp, not the team, Harris, have said that her path to victory now is so narrow that it's almost impossible. And here are the two reasons why. One, Trump is outperforming what they anticipated he would outperform, or that he would do poorly in. He's outperforming, so he's winning in the areas, or he's doing better in the areas they thought he was going to get hammered in. That would mean translate to the urban areas. And number two, he was able to turn out the vote everywhere else and overperform what he'd done. That has narrowed her paths in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And as you look at the map now, New Mexico has gone to her, Virginia has gone to her. So it's come down to exactly what we said it was going to be, and everybody's always anticipated it's going to be the battle for the blue wall. And as we sit here right now and you look at these numbers coming in, I mean, Trump's over 50% in all three of them. Obviously there's a bunch of votes left to come in and everything, but the point is the votes coming in from where they should be coming in from to give her life, give her a ray of hope, those numbers aren't there. So the word is also that she is going to go out and talk in Howard County. I'm sorry, at Howard University. But probably in the next hour. So, we may very well be looking at a concession speech. The numbers are just not there. And, for her to do what she needs to do. So I'm going to leave some Senate news here for Trey and Claver, but that's the news from inside the Harris campaign. They are extraordinarily down in the dumps. They do not think they have a path to victory anywhere. And based on everything we're seeing, that's probably true.
Well, so as Gary just said, reporting here, Deb Fischer has won the Senate seat in Nebraska, and that was to be expected. There's been some speculation all night long. There's been an independent candidate there that's been going back and forth very closely in that race, but it appears that the rural areas of Nebraska have reelected Deb Fischer, and that gives the Republicans at least 51 seats. There's still a few races out there to be called, but at least 51 seats, which means you have Republican control of the U.S. Senate. So if the projections continue on tonight, you'll have the President-elect Donald Trump with the Republican control of the Senate. And as I said earlier, it's going to be a while for us to know what the outcome of the House races are. Again, because there's so many close races in California and marginal seats there. There's close races in New York with marginal seats there. There's still mail-in ballots that, California has a significant number of mail-in ballots. So all of those races will continue for the night to be too close to call. And we'll have to wait probably at least a week, if not longer, for those numbers to come in. And at the end of the day, it's, it's going to be, it obviously would be significant if they take over the House and the Senate. So, the other thing that's interesting about tonight is just the sheer amount of money that has been spent by the Democratic Party to get Kamala Harris to the point that she's at. I mean, she's had a significant money advantage over former President Trump throughout this whole thing. Trump has had less than $1 billion available to him. And a lot of that money is individual small donors coming in. And by small donors, I mean those that are, $200 or less as far as contributions are concerned.
And the campaign knows how to spend it. Right. That's the right way. And then when you have a good candidate who works hard 60 straight days without a break, sit down for a 3-hour interview with Joe Rogan and sit down with anybody else, do press conferences between courtroom sessions.
Right. Well, I mean, look, Kamala Harris had what, 1.5 billion or more available to spend on this, and you're right. It's the intangibles of the election that I think made up for the difference in the money. The earned media, that's what that's called. When you have the ability to sit down and talk with a reporter for a significant period of time, somebody like Joe Rogan, do a 3-hour interview speaking to 17 million Americans who subscribe to that show. That's a significant amount of time, an intimate amount of time with the voter in talking about that. And there's really no amount of money that can purchase that kind of time. And it also shows that some of that money was just completely squandered by the Harris campaign on ads and tricks, if you will, that just did not work. When you do Saturday Night Live skits for the Al Smith dinner and all of those type of things, I mean, it's just money not well spent. And at the end of the day, it doesn't. If you can have all the money in the world, but if you don't spend it wisely, you're not gonna accomplish much with it. And Donald Trump has had the ability. Has always had the ability, really, since 2016, to be a master of being able to manipulate the media into covering him. They can't help but cover what he's doing and how he's doing it because so many people talk. Again, talk about earned media. I mean, you talk about going to McDonald's and doing the McDonald's deal. That was an earned media opportunity. Doing the garbage truck effort, that was earned media.
Doing those French fries in Bucks County.
Look, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I told you earlier. I mean, Bucks County, he was ahead by 700 votes in an area. So clearly, he targeted that area. You go to McDonald's in Bucks County, and next thing you know, you're winning by more votes than anybody projected that you were going to win. I mean, so it's just great campaign management, and the ability to talk to the voters and focus on the important issues. And again, that issue got to the economy. It was one of, he understands what it means to have a job and to put food on the table and be able to provide for your family. So again, it gets to that kind of that number one issue of talking about the economy, talking about the effect that illegal immigration has on the economy. The other talking point that he's hit significantly is, he kept us out of any type of, in his 4 years, we didn't have any new wars. People weren't being sent overseas to fight. I know Stephen was talking about earlier, the recruiting numbers being down for the military. And I think part of the reason that some of those recruiting numbers are down is because people don't want to go fight endless wars. You don't want to enlist in the military and know that you're leaving the next day and you're not sure when you're coming back because you're not sure what the end game is with regard to what the foreign policy for the United States is.
And do you want to put your blood on the line, your life on the line for the current commander in chief?
That's very true.
Okay, and we can talk about the recruiting efforts using drag queens and all of that.
Right.
And Admiral Levine and all of that. But he did an amazing job as commander in chief. And that's the other thing, Trey. Our memories are fresh. It was just 4 years ago, and people remember how life was back then. They didn't hear anything about ISIS anymore because Trump unleashed the military to let them do their jobs. And the first thing that you see is Afghanistan and that absolute debacle and scandal. That's going to turn people. Who would want their son or daughter sign up for the military under those circumstances, under those conditions, and what they witnessed in Afghanistan?
Well, the Afghanistan withdrawal was complete and total debacle, poorly managed by the Harris Biden administration. She proudly claimed that she was the last one in the room when that decision was being made, and it was seen by a majority of Americans, I think from all political perspectives, to be seen as a complete and total disaster. And so when you come out and take credit for something that everybody seems to be a disaster, I don't know how anybody could think that that was going to be helpful in this particular campaign. And again, it gets back to what I was talking about earlier with regard to the money. I mean, there's no amount of money that can make up for those type of poor decisions. You can't buy an ad that said, first of all, she refused to apologize for anything. She refused to apologize for the deaths of innocent individuals at the hands of illegal immigrants who were in the country, who shouldn't have been, based upon her mismanagement as the borders are. She refused to apologize for the poor decisions that were made in withdrawing from Afghanistan. She refuses to apologize for poor decisions that have tanked the economy, like the Green New Deal and pushing all of those type of things. So she doesn't even have the ability to be contrite about the decisions that were made. And then ultimately, when Americans disagree with those decisions and you don't have the ability to be contrite, they don't have any choice but to repudiate you and say, listen, there's no redeeming quality available there.
The Senate may not be over, Trey. We've locked in. We've locked in the majority at 51, but Montana is looking good. Pennsylvania is looking good. Michigan is looking good. Minnesota is looking good. Arizona is looking good. Still haven't seen anything from Nevada. That's going to be a very important race there too, as well.
Well, but focusing on the Pennsylvania Senate race, I think it probably speaks to what's going on and how close the election is in Pennsylvania and why we haven't seen it called. But the incumbent Democrat senator in Pennsylvania, in the last couple of weeks of the election, started running ads about how he was very supportive of Donald Trump's positions, particularly with regard to fracking, things like that. Yet his entire time, during his entire tenure in Washington, D.C., has never once been supportive of a Republican position on anything. And so at the end of the day, I think it speaks very strongly to how well President Trump was polling in Pennsylvania. And and I think the numbers are bearing it out. I think you see him picking up votes in Philadelphia. You see him picking up votes in Pittsburgh. So, all of these places are areas where he wasn't supposed to be picking up votes, and yet he is. And so I think that's probably why you see that Senate race in Pennsylvania becoming more and more close. And I think we're getting very close.
Yeah, we only have what, just a few states that haven't been called yet.
Yeah,
and
we make it. It'd be great if we got a decision tonight.
I think
as I said earlier, I mean, in 1860 they were able to figure out the election, and Abraham Lincoln went to bed knowing that he was the president of the United States. Divided though it was, at least
he didn't win the popular vote.
He did not win the popular vote. And here, very contentious election, and we may have the situation of winning the Electoral College and the popular vote all at the same time. And frankly, I mean, that makes for a mandate.
Absolutely.
To Washington, D.C. and get things done. And talking about things like no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, all of these type of things, making the tax cuts permanent. I mean, all three of those, all of those things speak to the economic issues that I think are important. All of the talk of putting in place tariffs to protect the American economy,
which is in the Constitution and was the original way we founded our nation.
Absolutely.
Woodrow Wilson decided to do the 16th Amendment.
Absolutely. And so, at the end of the day, all of these things, again, for me, it just speaks to the wisdom of the American people. To be able to discern the truth and understand what's best for them. And I think it speaks to the wisdom of the founders to put this in the hands of the American people through the Electoral College, to be able to pick someone to be the chief executive for the country, to guide the country in the right direction. And as you've mentioned earlier tonight, I think very much so that the hand of God is present in this and really protecting this country and the people from all of the evils that could have been showered upon it by this embracing of a culture of death through abortion, embracing an immoral culture with all of the debauchery of the LGBTQ agenda that's out there.
Geopolitics.
Exactly.
I was going to talk about I was assigned to talk about geopolitics tonight. I'm just going to do a little short thing. If we get time to talk about it more, we will. But geopolitics is the border.
Right? Absolutely, without question, it is.
Geopolitics is in our hemisphere.
Absolutely,
that's geopolitics. Okay, that's immigration is also a State Department ambassadorial situation.
Yeah.
Okay, a diplomatic situation.
Yeah.
But
it's interesting. You saw, I think it was President Putin from Russia come out just a couple of days ago when he was asked about the presidential election here he was asked about the war in Ukraine, and Donald Trump has a plan to end the war in Ukraine. He said, listen, I'm very interested in hearing what he has to say. I'm very interested in talking about that because I want to see if there is a way to conclude that war. So again, Donald Trump has been a leader on the world stage. The other nations have been responsive to him. People may not have liked how he said it, but he went in, he was very honest with them. He said, look, we're not going to give you any more money if you don't meet your obligations in NATO. And sure enough, people start meeting their obligations in NATO. He went to these other countries. He went to China and said, listen, we're going to put tariffs on you unless you give us free trade coming into China. Next thing you know, you have American companies that are able to sell their goods in China, and you start to reach parity. You get to energy independence, which allows him to negotiate things better in the Middle East because that we're no longer reliant upon Middle Eastern oil. He is a strong supporter of the state of Israel, and it puts the fear of God in the people in Iran who back all of those regimes who are surrounding Israel and bombarding them every day. All of these things. I mean, you get into those geopolitical elements and talking about how effective he can be. It really is it's just a kind of a common sense understanding that he has of how the world works. And human nature is the same regardless of where you're at, what color your skin is, doesn't matter who you are. You understand that, the basic things. These guys are stronger than we are, and they want us to do something, and we need to make a deal. And he has been a master at being able to cut deals and get people to understand what their position is in the deal-making process.
And I also believe those adversaries in this new axis remember what it was like 4 years ago. I think the Iranians, I think Hezbollah, Hamas, they're shaking in their seats right about now.
Yeah.
Remember how it was 4 years ago. They dispatched ISIS.
Yeah, they do. It's interesting to me, the one area of geopolitics that doesn't get talked about a lot and that former President Trump doesn't get a lot of credit for, but you haven't heard much from them since he went and met with them, and that's North Korea. The North Koreans have been incredibly silent. They've tried to make themselves a little more relevant of late by sending a few troops to Ukraine. To be real honest with you, having worked in the Pentagon, I see that's frankly a training exercise. Right, that's exactly. I mean, that's a training exercise for those individuals with regard to what's going on. It's not a significant number of troops by any stretch of the imagination to be able to do that. And frankly, I think it's an effort by them to seem relevant. I think they're looking at the potential outcome of the election in the United States, and they know that they're going to move even further down the list in importance. And so they want to be relevant on the world stage. And so they're trying to do that. But again, remarkably silent since he went and met with them and had a sit-down conversation with them. And now you see, again, President Putin being responsive to the fact that he has some sort of plan that he wants to talk about. And I respect the fact that he didn't want to put out any of the tenets of what that would look like, because that definitely could have a negative effect on our NATO allies that are there. I think he needs to have discussions, and until he has the ability to engage in the type of top level security clearance type discussions with our NATO allies, I don't think it's appropriate for him to do that. But he'll also be incredibly supportive of our allies in Israel. I mean, we've seen Benjamin Netanyahu has been a remarkable leader for what's going on there. I know there was news out of there today that he fired his defense minister. Not sure exactly what the purpose of that was. I know he was popular in that role, but again, probably some sort of misunderstanding. But again, I think you'll see Trump move immediately. If he becomes president-elect, I think you'll start to see his hand at play in starting to shape some of these things. He has not engaged in any of the top level briefings throughout this entire process. He's been nothing but focused on winning this election, didn't want to concern himself with all of the other things. I mean, he has a firm enough understanding of what's going on the world stage to not need those top level briefings. But at the end of the day, I think he's fully prepared to do that. And I think what you'll see is world leaders start to look to him as the president-elect to want to understand what his plans are going forward.
I just want to ask both these guys for the sake of the viewers now, one of the things that happens, Trump wins, he names his cabinet, blah, blah, blah. The cabinet needs Senate approval, something Trey knows about personally, as a member of the Federal Election Commission. Talk to me a little about you've got 52 seats at least right now, and as we stand here right now, guys, Tammy Baldwin is going down. She's trailing. Slotkin is trailing. Tester's going to be gone. He's going to have over 52, and that's an important number, as I talked about earlier with Stephen and Arthur, because that gets rid of any kind of ideological blockage from Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins. If he has the fifth, and if there's a tie, well, JD Vance, of course, breaks the tie. So what this does, what this sort of Senate wipeout does, is clears the path for Trump to essentially take full control of everything that he needs to. Talk about that for the listeners.
And also for the Supreme Court as well, Gary, because what if Clarence Thomas decides he can retire now? Okay. And Trump, we had the confidence that he is going to nominate an absolute constitutionalist.
Absolutely. Look, the control of the Senate is significantly important with regard to putting in place a new administration. Traditionally, a president has been given kind of leeway within that first 100 days, particularly with regard to the kind of the top level cabinet positions, Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Energy, Commerce, Treasury, all of those type of top level individuals. The Senate, even when it's been in control of the other party, will give the administration leeway to put in those top level individuals. It's the second tier and the third tier. And frankly, that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where the work is done by that second tier and third tier of individuals who are doing that. And that's where the Senate has traditionally hung up a lot of nominees. I mean, look, I was nominated by the president early on in his administration, and sat in limbo with the Senate for over 2.5 years, being held up, because of just ideological difference. Didn't really have anything to do. I mean, some of
That the Trump campaign and everybody below him down ballot on these issues.
Listen, I mean, one of the ads that I remember most vividly from this election cycle was the one where, you know, he puts up the picture and says that Kamala Harris is for they, them, Donald
That's
Trump
right.
is for you.
That's right.
You know, and the pictures associated with that, and you know, I have 6 kids well, I have 5 kids at home now, but you know, them watching that and they're looking at it and they say, you know, it says they, them, and it's pictures of all of these men dressed up as women and all sorts of garb going on. And you know, the kids always chuckle at that. I mean, it's funny to them because it's inherent in all of our nature that we know that that's wrong. And so they look at that and they laugh. And really for me, that's probably why I remember that ad so well, is because the kids would always kind of smirk and laugh at it. You know, so at the end of the day, you're right. I think it is a repudiation of all of the DEI initiatives. And I think that's happened. I think it's happened both organically within DEI itself. It's fallen apart because of its own weight and its the inability to even manage it. I think it started to fall apart with the protests that happened on campuses where you had all of these pro-Palestinian elements that showed up on campuses, and you had all of these DEI administrators that would not take any action against these pro-Palestinian efforts.
No contradiction whatsoever.
And then everybody just revolted against it and said, that's wrong. Again, people inherently knowing right from wrong and saying it's wrong for people to be treated that way because of their religion, because of their race. It's wrong for that to happen. And as Americans, we recognize that. And these DEI administrators should have done something, and they didn't. They get hauled in front of Congress, and then they basically get balled out for what they've done, and then they have to resign in disgrace. So,
well, they were DEI hires.
Right.
There was no way in the world that the former president of Harvard should be in that position.
Right. It's exactly right.
He was not qualified. Right. She's a DEI hire.
Right.
All right. Affirmative action. Those days of needing affirmative action have been long gone.
Right.
Okay. Best qualified candidate, regardless of gender, regardless of education attainment, regardless of what type of upbringing you came up in. Big deal. You come up in a middle-class neighborhood. Right. All right. Okay. What can you accomplish? What kind of intellectual horsepower do you work with? All right. That should be the determining factor of whether you get the job or not, whether you get the vote or not, and nothing else.
You're exactly right. And so, again, it's a repudiation of all things DEI. It's Donald Trump being for us versus they, them. I mean, all of these things are significant in this election. Again, I go back to the fact that the American people have been able to see through all of the veneer that's been put on all of these policies. Everything from, you know, the Green New Deal to, you know, in the Green New Deal, they wanted these electric cars. Donald Trump has run on. I think you see these reflected in the numbers that we saw in him winning the early vote in Detroit. You know, that is a focus on, listen, Detroit understands that their economy is made on building automobiles. American-made automobiles that run on gas. You've got that make noise. You've got Pennsylvania says we've got gas in the ground. We want to get it out. We want to frack. I mean, it's what our economy is built on, and nobody has sold Americans on a better way to do business. And Donald Trump has latched onto that and said, listen, there's nothing wrong with how we've done things. We recognize that there are environmental concerns and things that we need to change, and we're going to focus on that. And that's a slow, gradual process. I mean, we didn't go from horse and buggy to car overnight. It took us a while to get there. And ultimately, we may get to a world where people can run electric cars. But at the end of the day, it's not going to happen right now. And we don't need to shut down our entire economy to do that. I want to jump in and play something. Remind the audience of this, because ultimately this has been a spiritual war playing out in politics. Just give everybody a little reminder of this and get you guys a reaction.
They bear witness to how socialism, radical mobs, and violent communists ruin a nation. Now the Democrat Party is unleashing socialism right within our own beautiful country. Today, we proclaim that America will never be a socialist or communist country. And I'm going to add that word. Well done.
He got it. 2016, he wasn't talking about socialism. He wasn't talking about communism. He understood it. He finally got it. Here we are defeating communism
in the most probably spectacular way that you could possibly imagine.
Well, again, we're still waiting for these numbers to come in and looking at all of this, but you're right. I mean, as we were just talking about the Green New Deal, trying to control, I mean, that's nothing more than trying to control the economy through government regulation, saying, we have to have these certain types of automobiles by a certain time period, as opposed to letting the free market dictate that. And again, Donald Trump understood that. And I think that clip that was just played shows that he understands the fact that you have to let these free markets work.
The early exit polling, I was surprised that one of the priorities was healthcare cost, insurance cost, part of the inflation problem that we have in the nation. I thought Obamacare was supposed to take care of lowering insurance or healthcare costs, insurance costs. And all it did was make the curve go parabolic even more. And so, Harris wants to come in and she wants to give us more government health care. Every time you have intervention of government into what should be a free market, health insurance and medical treatment, you're not going to get a true market. You're not going to get good prices. It has to be subsidized. There's nothing free. You're going to get caught somewhere else. The gas is going to go up. The food's going to go up. Insurance is going to go up. Housing affordability, it's going to go down. Whenever you have these anti-free market, anti-capitalism type of policies put in place, too much government because it's a zero-sum game. The more power government has, the less liberty we have as individuals. The more money government has, the less money that we have in our pockets. What's the key to affordability? Well, I mean, cut taxes, put more money in people's pockets so they can afford groceries and they can afford their electric bills and they can put gas in their cars. Let them keep their own money. It's their money. Once it's out of their possession into the government's possession, it's not their money anymore, right?
Right. The dichotomy between these two candidates for president could not have been more stark. It was said by lots of commentators that Kamala Harris was the most progressive radical that's ever run for the presidency. And that's really true. I mean, she put forward policies she outright said it. I want government price control over groceries. I want government price control over housing costs. She wanted to put in place, universal health care, where everybody's on everybody's on a Medicaid program, doing away with all sorts of private insurance. I mean, that was her vision for America. She wanted a bigger, better Green New Deal with more controls on the economy, more controls on how we do this. She wants to stop fracking. She wants to stop the petrochemicals industry. But and she embraced that and put it forward, and it wasn't until late that she realized that was a losing policy. But at the end of the day, she embraced that and went forward with it. Whereas on the other side, as we were just talking about, Donald Trump understood the free market. He understood how capitalism works, and at the end of the day, focused on the fact that we need to drill. He focused on the fact that we need to build cars in the United States. He focused on the fact that we need to put tariffs in place to lower costs. We need to curb illegal immigration to build back the job markets in the country. We need to we need to handle the subsidization of all of these various parts of the economy that lead to all of the different price controls that are out there. And I think ultimately, at the end of the day, if he ends up winning the presidency, you're going to see just that. You're going to see the price of groceries is going to come down. The price of gas is going to come down. Wages are going to go up. You're going to start to see a housing market that comes back into play. Yeah. I mean, you're going to see all of these different types of things. Look, part of the housing market problem is that we have a lot of people in the country who aren't supposed to be here, who are looking for a place to live, and they move in and they buy up the low-cost housing that's out there. So you have families who are not able to afford that first home, because there aren't any first homes available. And so they're having to go look at a $500,000 house as their first house, as opposed to a $250,000, $300,000 house is their first home, with mortgage rates, with interest rates on a mortgage that are through the roof. Because the Federal Reserve is having to control for all of the rest of the economy and not allowing for there to be any ability for people to manipulate, to move into the market and get ready access to capital to be able to purchase them. Yeah, I mean, you can't.
You can't. It's very hard to get business loans right now.
Right, and
Interest rates on trying to buy a car.
exactly. It's funny.
It's credit card rates.
Yeah, listen, I heard that today. I said, so I won't have the numbers exactly correct, but I heard that the average cost of a payment on a new car these days is anywhere between $650 and $700 a month, because the average price of a car now is in the $45,000 to $50,000 range. I mean, that is crazy talk. I mean, you're talking about an entry-level car costing $50,000, and nobody can afford that. Now, it's been a great boon for the used car market. I mean, so people are flocking to the used car market, and used cars are flying off. But again, they don't have access to money to be able to go make those purchases either. So the interest rates are
They still exactly a nice one.
right.
The interest rates are gonna be prohibitive for you.
Yeah.
And these poor people that are having to use their credit cards just to get by.
Yeah.
At those interest rates.
Yes.
I mean, my goodness, So I see some other the guys are on the line. Arthur and Stephen. Anyone you guys want to jump in here and have some observations as we've gone along here, as we continue to progress towards the finish line and what looks like could be Donald Trump being president-elect.
Yeah, I was just going to look and see if we got any updates on numbers here to see, just
Kind of some trolling clips here coming out. So happy to share that I've received no reports of any water main breaks tonight. back in 22 in Fulton County, we had the big water main break to cut it off. So, very interesting there. Here's 15 minutes ago. Trump leads Harris by 70,549 votes in Michigan with an estimated 51% reporting. So again, some of these trend lines holding. 20 minutes ago, the New York Times now projects Donald J. Trump wins the popular vote by 1.1%. So when they first started changing those projections, it was at 0.4, went up to 0.8, went up to 1%, now at 1.1%.
He's winning Pennsylvania. He's winning Georgia. He's won North Carolina. He's winning Michigan, and he's winning Wisconsin.
Yeah, so 22 minutes ago, reporting Donald Trump leads Vice President here in Pennsylvania by 218,293 votes with an estimated 84% reporting. So, big numbers moving in President Trump's direction.
90% counted so far in Georgia, and he's up by 2.
Yes. Let's see here. With an estimated 15%. 15% of precincts reporting Harris is underperforming Biden's 2020 margin in Wayne County, which is Detroit, by 12.4%. Minneapolis is within 90,000 votes.
It's writhing.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's writhing 90,000 votes.
And Hennepin County.
Hennepin County is in.
Oh, it's fully counted. Okay.
They may flip Minnesota.
Wow.
I've been watching it all night.
Looking at it, little Tim Walz.
I mean, Danny Baldwin is in trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, these Senate.
And make up for the Dukakis vote.
These Senate races are that's tea leaves, man.
You go by the Senate race. They say, hey, what this thing said earlier, news station, which is Bill Steigerwald, who is a moron, was like, oh, hold on, in the next half hour, all the wheels are going to come off, all your Republicans are going to be crying tears,
Everything else. I'm like, first of all, that's Steigerwald saying that, who's a loser. And the second thing is that you don't have people voting against Trump, but then voting for the Republican non-incumbent candidate. They have wiped out the Senate. They're going to they're going to take a 55 or 56 seats in the Senate. That doesn't happen, and then Trump loses. That's retarded to think
We
that.
don't know what's going on in Nevada yet. We don't know what's going on in Nevada yet. So
Yeah, I mean, we're going to continue to see the West Coast. The problem with the West Coast is the administration of elections out there. When you have California with all of the mail-in ballots that they have, I mean, it really starts in some place like Colorado mails a ballot to everybody, and it really is just a scatter shot. I mean, they mail it out to everybody and hope and pray that they vote. They don't have any idea how many ballots are coming in. They don't have any idea when ballots are coming in. California does something similar. You see the same thing in Oregon. You see the same thing in Washington. I commented a couple of weeks ago in Oregon and Washington where they had, they do have ballot drop boxes in those places, so you don't necessarily have to mail it in, but you have arsonists who tried to set those boxes on fire. You have ballots that are being burned. They've had to contact voters. I mean, it really is. It's just complete and total chaos as far as how to manage an election. I mean, there really aren't any controls on the system. It's just rife for all sorts of fraud and abuse. There's got to be something done in the future to fix the voting systems that we have on the West Coast, really from Colorado to California, Washington, Oregon, all of those places. They really need reform.
Carmen, if you're out there, if you're listening, send me a report again on Arizona. Why does it take them so long to count the votes?
I have no idea. I mean, it really is.
What's wrong with Arizona? I mean, I love that state.
Yeah. No, it is. And my good friend Harmeet Dillon has been legal counsel there now for the past month or so, working on trying to get through some of the poor administration issues that they have in the elections in Arizona, and it really is a problem that they can't manage it. I mean, we're not talking. We have other states with much larger populations that are able to do it much quicker. Texas, for example. I mean, here in Texas, I mean, they're done. They're able to call these races. Yes, there's always stuff that happens on the back end of the election. There's a few votes that come in, all of these type of things.
All right, guys, we're going to give you guys a little break. We've got Art and Stephen here also. Thanks very much. You're running little marathon sessions here, aren't you? Yeah, this is what happens. They drain their brains. They go back and they find information. But this is what we do here. There's a lot of love to go around tonight.
I love politics this much.
We got great comments. By the way, I want to thank everybody in the stream for your comments. It's fantastic. We'll keep doing it. The word is that Kamala is supposed to appear at Howard University sometime in the next 45 minutes. Hopefully she concedes, but you're looking at all these other numbers and we're starting to draw into the mid 80s, high 80s, low 90s in these states. Has already been called by a few states for Trump already.
He is cooking in Michigan.
Yeah, which is you got to be kidding me. So Arthur and Steve are going to jump in here. I can see that they're both on and in queue. But just before we do that, a very interesting number. Finally, I've been looking for it all night. I was just able to find it. Trump in 2020, Trump won white Catholics by 12% of the vote. Tonight, he's winning by 25.5% of the Catholic vote. He doubled his number among white Catholics. He actually increased his number across the board with Catholics, but Latino Catholics, etc. But I mean, to double your margin with white Catholics, that's just this entire election is massive overperformance on the part of Trump across the board and massive underperformance by her across the board. So, Stephen, Arthur, you jump on in here. Go ahead, Stephen. I mean, let's start with that first. I know you guys got a bunch of the more high-minded things to talk about. We'll keep doing updates and things as we go along. But, I mean, 25% margin with white Catholics. I mean, again, you're just kind of flabbergasted. I mean, I saw the number and I went back and checked and went to another source. I'm like, yeah, that's right. I mean, you keep seeing these numbers and going, is this correct?
Yeah, that's incredible. That represents just an enormous swing, and thank God for it. I think sounds like the eyes of many Catholics have finally opened, and
and that's because they were watching Souls and Liberty for the past 6 months. That's why.
That is right. That is right. Yes, yes, we have definitely contributed there. Yeah, that is awesome. And let's.
It holds the case, doesn't it? It holds the case that and this is sort of the great mystery: is the Catholic vote in America just correlated to the winning party, winning candidate, or is it causal? And again, you go across those battleground states where Catholics are in greater proportion than they are in the rest of the country, and punch above their weight class in terms of the larger percentage of them who vote, us who vote. And you got to imagine much of that rural early vote that came in, the farmers that Trump summoned with his pitchforks to come save the republic. We were joking about that, 3-4 days ago on one of our prep calls here for the show tonight, and said, hey, that might be a headline. Trump brings patriot farmers with their pitchforks, in the blue wall states to save the republic. And an enormous percentage of those farmers with pitchforks turned out to be Catholics. I mean, this is shocking, really. I mean, it's fantastic, but again, I don't, you don't even know where to sort of go with this. There's so many storylines here, and they're all positive. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, agreed. I am eager to see. I love hearing that stat that you laid out. I'm eager to see tomorrow or whenever they're available the figures about the Catholic vote, the breakdown of the Catholic vote in the battleground states in particular. Wisconsin, for example. A huge percentage of Catholics there, and it appears to be breaking Trump's way. It'd just be interesting to see how it goes down state by state. Another quick update here. New York Times now projects Trump with a 93% chance of victory. So that is continuing to trend in the good direction, the positive direction. Some negative news here to report, though. A number of the abortion referendums counting is still underway there. The one bright spot, the push to codify abortion in the Florida state constitution, as we reported earlier, that has failed. However, abortion-related amendments in Maryland, New York, and unfortunately, Missouri, my home state, the first state to ban abortion literally minutes after Roe v. Wade was overturned. Abortion is now law of the land in all 3 of those states. Counting is still underway in the referendums in Nebraska, South Dakota, Colorado, Montana, Arizona, and Nevada. Of those states, it appears that currently the only place where the pro-life measure is coming out on top is South Dakota, and there's still quite a lot of votes out there as well. So,
just to jump in for a moment, Stephen, if I can just jump in for a moment, the various media outlets have now called Georgia for Trump. That puts him at 248. So he's 22 away, which means Arizona or Nevada and any of those blue wall states. So we are. This may very well happen before anybody goes to bed. So anyway, you guys take it. I just want to give everybody the absolute latest update.
All right, that's great. That's great. Thank you for that. And the returns on the various abortion referendums, that just underscores the fact that regardless of what happens tonight or tomorrow, we have a lot of work ahead of us. The members of the GOP, conservatives, Christians, we have a great deal of work ahead of us. But this is a great foundation. A Trump win would be a great foundation upon which to begin building here. So we've got to look at the bright spot there. So Arthur, picking back up with our earlier conversation as the other gents continue to gather numbers and updates, we were talking about the reason, the causes for the massive increase in the percentage of men who are backing Trump in 2024 versus the percentage of women who are backing Harris. As we said earlier, looking at past data in 2020, the percentage of women who went for Joe Biden, that is roughly the same as the percentage of women who are going for Harris this year. In 2020, however, men were pretty much evenly divided between Biden and Trump. This year, though, their support has soared basically into double digits. And so we were exploring different reasons why that may be, and we talked about really I think a key reason is the toxic masculinity narrative. And just so continuing that conversation, I had reviewed with you just a very interesting couple of studies that looked at the massive decline in recruitment figures for men regarding the American Armed Forces. Those have been plunging over the past decade, especially in the last few years. Last year, the Army fell short by 10,000. The previous year by 15,000. And while female recruitment rates have basically stayed the same, men, it's just in the toilet. And various reasons have been given for that. One that I think is a very likely cause, a key cause, is just the overall wokeification of the armed forces. Basically focusing more on pronouns versus military readiness. I mean, what red-blooded American guy is going to be, in favor of that? Now, some argue that position. Others who are in favor of the military going woke, they have offered other explanations, but these are just as dismal. They say, for example, the problem of plummeting male recruitment reflects the broader issues of men becoming less engaged in American society, less likely to enroll and graduate from college, more likely to die by suicide or drug overdose, and just generally slowly disappearing from the general workforce. And so that is just that is a horrible, dismal, but I think very accurate assessment of the state of the American male today. Would you agree?
I think the numbers speak for themselves to a large degree, don't they? It's a lot of things at play. I think one of the big ones, like you said, is the toxic masculinity narrative, but that's just one of many narratives that are out there that are just messing things up. Like we were discussing before, you have this push for women to take on masculine traits. You have this push for men to be more feminine. You have things increasingly set up in such a way that they cater to one over the other rather than catering to their purpose. For example, the education system, which is set up in a way that there's so many things wrong with it. I don't even know. We need to go down that road right now. But it's a big issue for sure. And I think there's more to it than even just that, though. So when you look at the military stats, the police are having the same problem. Almost any sort of actually skilled trades are having the same problem, right? Any sort of major important, crucial, critical infrastructure that is difficult, that is tiring, that is, honestly, let's just be real, underpaying, is not desirable to the kind of feminist wing of the, boss babes. It's not part of their goal. But at the same time, it's all of them have, for example, they all have quotas for the most part that require a certain amount of women, that require a certain amount of diversity hires, that will there was a story told a while ago about West Point where they put white men, for example, into one list, and then they put all the diversity in their terms into another list, and they wouldn't just take the best qualified of both lists. They would take a certain amount for a certain amount, and they really kind of screwed around with it. And so you'd have people that are perfectly qualified being essentially kept out of these roles to try to boost their arbitrary numbers of diversity that they believe they need to have. That's one issue. There's the other issue of as the society itself tells these men they don't like them, they're not wanted, they're evil, they're bad. But not even more than that, tells them that their history, their civilization, the fact that they are alive is a problem. I mean, I've seen Twitter threads where women have talked about how if someone has a white male child, they should definitely get an abortion just on principle. And this is not like some fringe person with one friend, talking about this. This is thousands of people on these kinds of conversations. So if you take that as a in the macro picture, this is a serious problem. And it's not just white men. I mean, the same thing gets extended to other men as well. Don't get me wrong.
Exactly.
It's just it's one of these things where everyone's feeling that same I don't know how to say it. It's like when you're the guy in the room that no one wants you to be there. And so like any normal person, they go, okay, fine, I won't be there then. See ya. And then everyone goes, oh my God, the world's falling apart. Where are all the men? Come on. We need these skilled tradespeople. We need military people. Come on. So it's a mess of certain ideologies making. I mean, when you have bad inputs into a mathematical model, you're going to get bad outputs, and it's the same thing with a societal program. You have bad inputs, you're going to get bad outputs. And whether it was done intentionally to destroy the society, which some definitely believe it is, and the argument is very strong, or it was done because people were just foolish enough to believe these kind of ridiculous tropes, the result has been the same. But there's good news on the horizon. There is a shift coming in the younger generations, and even in the millennial and I've seen it in the millennial generation. I'm not 100% on the Gen X generation, but that's just because I don't have my finger on that pulse. But there is hope on that horizon.
That's very good. I'm glad to hear you think that, and I agree. A few points that you touched on that I'd like to supplement. The Gen X aspect. The Gen X perspective. Just an overarching issue being the loss of identity among men as a major issue. Of course, we see that in employment and education, et cetera, but it goes even deeper than that. I mean, clearly men today are suffering, but I don't know whether most Americans appreciate just how lost men, especially young men, truly are. Now, I'm a member of Gen X, and in my youth, for example, just to take a look at the sexual revolution and the full repercussions of all of that, the full fruits, the poisonous fruits of that, of the sexual revolution of the 1960s, were still relatively unclear well into the 1990s. And when I was growing up, when I became an adolescent, the main costs of this unbridled pursuit of pleasure seemed to be unplanned pregnancy. Now, that was typically quote unquote solved through abortion, but that went typically that went unseen by everyone but the mother, perhaps the father, the abortionist, and God. But that was one issue, unplanned pregnancy. Another was sexually transmitted disease, in particular AIDS. That was still a very big thing back in the 1990s. But even that often went unseen. But now, 3 decades later, here in 2024, the full, or at least fuller, consequences of the sexual revolution are far more discernible, because they keep emerging. They're emerging ever more, everywhere, every day, really. And among the growing mountain of ramifications, I think the one, in my mind anyway, from what I've just observed on social media, the one affliction that eclipses all others is just that it's the loss of fundamental identity for members of the Gen Z cohort. Those in their mid-20s under. The perils of unplanned pregnancy, sexually transmitted disease, and all of that. That's still there, obviously, but it's been overshadowed by this crisis of identity. We've got today an entire generation of men that has been emasculated and effeminized. At the same time, we've got an entire generation of young women who have been hypersexualized and for lack of a better term, self-aggrandized. They think they're all that, to put it in the contemporary vernacular. All in all, I think manhood and womanhood have been stripped of all meaning, and so young men and young women are just wandering, lost, lonely, desperate for the complementarity of the other, but in so many cases just oblivious how to find it, and in many cases incapable of fulfilling their divinely designed roles, even if they do find it. And so, of course, all of this is having a devastating impact, especially on men. For example, data shows us that on the whole, Gen Z men are engaging in sexual relations to a significantly lower degree than men of the baby boomer and Gen X cohorts. Now, I can say, having lived through the 1990s and up to now, America is far more godless today than it was when I was coming of age. And so, I would have thought that on the whole, Gen Z men would be engaging in, fornication, other sexual promiscuity more than previous generations because America is simply more godless. But according to the data, a lot of the data, that's just not the case. And of course, it's not that Gen Z men are necessarily sinning less, but it's that mass confusion regarding masculinity, the now totally dysfunctional male-female dynamic, things like that. They're leading huge numbers of men, young men especially, to just give up on relationships, to retreat into pornography and other vices to fill that void. And this, not masculinity, but this is what is toxic to our culture. And it's totally destabilizing. I mean, remember in the Garden of Eden before the fall, what was the one and only thing God said was not good? He said, it is not good for the man to be alone. Well, men, especially young men, are more alone today than at any time previously. And so, we've got this huge challenge of the crisis of identity. And as a result of that, almost as a natural and perhaps supernatural outgrowth, young men are searching for meaning, and therein lies a remarkable opportunity for us. So you've got this floundering morass of hopeless, in many cases embittered, just lost men, especially young men. They're searching for meaning like never before. And thankfully, for many of them, they're finding it in politics, as we're seeing tonight, trending in the right direction. But they're also finding it in faith, and involvement in both of these areas, I think, really are precursors to reclaiming the broader culture that we've talked about so much tonight. Fascinating study released last year. It showed that for the first time in U.S. history, young men are actually more religious than young women. That's literally a first in all of American history. Young women have been more religious than young men. That is now changing because of what young men are experiencing in contemporary American society. This study was a 2023 study by the Survey Center on American Life at the American Enterprise Institute, and it found that 34%, so slightly more than 1/3, 34% of Gen Z men are religiously unaffiliated. it found that 40% of Gen Z women are religiously unaffiliated. So men are more religious, young men are more religious than young women by 6%. And so the men are staying in, and in many cases, flocking to church, while the women are leaving in droves. And this is really causing a shift in the political, the theological, and cultural life of the country. It means that young men and women are on diverging pathways in almost every imaginable facet of their lives. For example, according to Pew Research, overall, young men place a higher value on traditional family life, with currently childless young men likelier than childless young women to say they want to become parents someday by a margin of 12%. Men outrank women, young men outrank women by 12% in that area. The New York Times, as part of a report recently covering this phenomenon, they interviewed a pastor based in Texas, and he was acknowledging this trend. He said young men are looking for leadership, they're looking for clarity, they're looking for meaning. And then a member of his congregation, he affirmed that. He said young men are attracted to harder truths, and he added that they want to hear messages with a little quote unquote wrath of God in them. And another pastor was interviewed. He backed this up. He said religion is coded right, dual meaning there, and coded more traditionalist. And he added that Christianity is perceived as one institution that isn't initially and formally skeptical of young men as a class. We're telling them you are meant to live a meaningful life. So we can see after decades of men are bad conditioning, this message is incredibly powerful. Of course, it's going to be attracting, aimless, lost young souls, especially masculine souls. And again, I think it points to an immense opportunity before us, both religiously and politically. If we can help young men find their roots, ground themselves in faith, and the rebuilding of a nation, they can pour their energies, their profound energies, into all of that, and not only make America great again, but make America moral again. So there's as you said, there are signs of hope there. You see it online, you see it on social media. Yes, there's a lot of bad news, dark news, but at the same time, there are signs of hope that I have never seen before, and I've just started noticing this in the past couple of years. As the bad news gets worse, the good news at the same time seems to be proliferating as well. And so, as the darkness gets ever darker, I think God is sending the Holy Spirit to stir up, souls of goodwill, to call them, closer to Him. So again, it's just, as we've been saying, all throughout this evening, it is just a fascinating moment in the history of a nation, the history of a culture, and in the history of our faith.
Absolutely. That's extremely well put. It's extremely well put. It's this idea of the crisis of identities, I think, super important to discuss, because there was this break between, for hundreds of years in America, but thousands of years around the world, you had this kind of generation to generation passing of knowledge, passing of information, passing of wisdom. And for the longest time, you also had a sort of apprenticeship thing where the father or the patriarch of the family would teach the sons everything they knew to then pass on to the next generation. And like so many things, we had a break from that in the 50s and 60s. And then within that break, it was kind of like there was this rejection of everything that came before. And I'm sure there were probably things worth rejecting. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure it wasn't just completely, pointless. But that rejection came with the loss of so much. And then that generation afterwards, I mean, if you want to talk about a mess of a generation, the marriage rates plummeted, the drug use. I mean, if you look at almost every one of those metrics of declining civilization, that generation began it, unfortunately. But that comes with the rejection of the wisdom of the ancients, and then I think what happened in so many cases is that with the broken homes and the absent fathers, whether it was because they were busy with work and didn't have time for their families, or they weren't allowed near their families because of the divorce rate, or whatever the reason might be, many tragic circumstances, the following generations just had increasingly poorer upbringings, increasingly less wisdom. And then as, of course, the society around them comes down and that is degraded. If you watched movies, I recently watched the Batman movies, which came out in the early 2000s, I think between like 2006 and 2015, maybe. And the quality of those movies is just immense when compared to the stuff that's come out since about 2015. And it seems like a side note, but there's a reason I'm bringing it up. That the quality is just so poor today. The writers are terrible. The scripts, like everything, is just garbage. And you look back, and I remember when I watched those movies for the first time, I wasn't that impressed with them. But now going back, I'm like, wow, that was amazing. Simply because of the contrast. And I think that's kind of an example of what happened just around in every single area that was supposed to build and train and raise the next generation of adults. The quality declined tremendously. And so you have generations growing up with almost no understanding of the important things of philosophy or history, or, I mean, all they know about Christianity is some little quip that they heard on a news show once, if even that, or that someone in passing said to them because they don't believe, or what they heard on the news when they heard that there was priests abusing someone somewhere, and that shaped their entire worldview because they had no depth. And it's like in the parable of the sowers, right? It's if the seed falls on stony ground or isn't on fertile soil or isn't in good ground, it just can't grow. It's just not going to happen. And what ended up happening is this field was created in which it was very difficult for that seed to actually seep into the ground. So thankfully, with the advent of social media now, there's been this tremendous surge in revisiting that. I mean, there was a huge surge in again, I think about the mid 2000s, maybe mid 2010s, with CEOs and kind of I don't know how to say this, entrepreneurs maybe, digging into the Stoics. That became a big deal. Then you had the rise of Jordan Peterson digging into Jung and digging into the Bible and digging into some of these the older stories of that underpin civilization. And I think that woke in a lot of men something they've been missing. It's like if you're a kid who's been living on 100 calories a day and someone brings you a proper meal, it's like, whoa, that's amazing. I want more of that. Where do I get that from? And it just started this revolution. And what's fascinating about that is, as much as the statistics right now are showing this widening gap between men and women, and it's true, the reality of it is not as clear as that, because where the genders go, they tend to follow each other. And if there's an extreme move in one direction by one, the other will kind of mosey its way on over there, because in the end, they are looking for that companionship. They're looking for that unity. And you'd be surprised how many women, younger women under 30, about 35 or younger, that I've come across who have just surprised me with how not woke, not left wing, not crazy they are. Most still have a fairly, I don't want to say strong, but maybe Yeah, strong, fine. A strong opinion on abortion. That's something that they take very seriously, and I think that's because of what we said earlier, with being raised on that being such an important factor. But they're very open in many other facets, and I think that we're going to see a movement even of women towards this sort of center right, further to the right, as the next few years go by.
That's very encouraging. I love hearing that. Please God, let it happen because it's so needed. I'm so glad to hear you, to hear your analysis of just the state of, for lack of a better term, popular culture. I have noticed for the past several years, just the fact that Hollywood, it just turns out nothing but crap anymore. These days it's it seems like everything that's not a superhero movie is a sequel to some formerly great movie. It's just the creativity is gone, and to me, it just reflects the fact that our culture is in steep decline. I don't know. It's so I'm very glad to hear that I'm not alone in my assessment there. Something interesting too. You made me think. My parents, being as I said, I'm Gen X. My parents were members of the so-called silent generation. They were born in the 1930s, and when I was growing up, they would they'd been through the tumult of the 60s and all the negative changes that resulted from that, and they would reminisce on telling me how wonderful the 1950s were. That was when they were in their early 20s, late teens, early 20s, and as a member of Gen X, again, we Gen X kind of bridges the older generation, the boomers, and the millennials. And so, I was buying into the narrative of the time, and so I would roll my eyes whenever I would hear, "Oh, the 50s were wonderful," etc. I was all about embracing the new, the modern, and all of that. Well, of course, now today, 30 years later, as have entered into my late 40s, I see how wrong I was. There were lots of problems in the 50s and early 60s, but in many ways,
I'm sorry, Stephen, if I could interrupt you. That seems like a good segue to how wrong you were. Let's talk about how wrong the national media is. The New York Times, boy, they must be opening their veins in Midtown tonight. They just put Trump's win at 95% probability, and that he will win a majority of the popular vote.
Wow.
Yeah, you just heard that right. I had to kind of say it to myself 3 times before I came and said it on the air. 95% probability of a win, and a majority, not just beat her in the popular vote, but a majority vote. That's incredible. And all of these states that are out right now, there's only 5 of them left. He's got over 51% in every one of them, and it's been sort of hovering around that the whole time. It's kind of funny. They pulled Kamala pulled a Hillary move. She sent one of her campaign people out and said, the crowd that was gathered at Howard University for the party that never materialized, and said, "Hey, let's all go home and have a good night of sleep, and there's still votes to count, and the vice president will be here tomorrow morning to give an address to you guys and to the nation." Wow. Read concession.
Wow.
And here's what's funny. None of these states have stopped counting. What happened in 2020 is not happening right now. So this is all good news. I think we can do a little, it ain't over. Sure, it's not over, but every sign that you look for to say, when is this, when you're driving along on a journey, just keep seeing the signs go 10 miles away, 6 miles away, 2 miles away. It doesn't all of a sudden become 38 miles away. So this is just a progression. I don't think any of the states want to go through this crap again of stop counting the vote in the dead of the night and moving in ballots and all that stuff. I mean, there's only 6 states left. Alaska's one of them. They haven't closed the polls in Alaska yet, but they're about to do a big Maricopa County dump in Arizona. He's been building the lead a little bit there. He's got the lead, and he's over 50% in Arizona and Nevada. And he's actually opened up the lead in Michigan. So if he wins Nevada and Arizona, all he needs is one of those others. And right now, it looks like every single state left uncalled is going to go to him. So this is going to be like potentially like a 320 electoral college crushing with a majority of the popular vote. The ramifications of that in Congress, the ramifications of that, because some of us here were talking earlier, and it's like, there's still these loser rhino Republicans hanging out, and on Capitol Hill, and it's kind of the never Trumper crowd, although I'm not quite sure what's going to be left of them. But this is another dynasty that Trump has buried. He buried the Cheney dynasty. He buried the Bush dynasty. He's just buried the Obama dynasty. I mean, he's the slayer of dynasties here. And I really think because they tried to kill him, and it changed his entire perspective. And I think at some point this is a mandate. He's practically swept the Senate. Hovda is going to beat Baldwin. Who's left? A tester. I don't know why they haven't called a tester race. That's been over for months. They should have done that as the very first thing when they went on the air tonight. Tammy Baldwin is going to. I just said that. I can't remember the other election, the other state race. Anyway, whatever. He's got a mandate. He's going to win a majority of the popular vote. He's going to have swept the Senate races, or maybe missed by one. We'll see what happens in the House. But, again, you've got that thing that, when you've got all this stuff going on in all these different states, do you really all of a sudden one state like bucks the trend? And in this case, a handful of congressional seats, which granted are in red districts. In blue districts. There's Republican congressmen sitting in blue districts in California, and we probably won't know, and that will probably spell the balance of power, but you're not gonna have that sort of just trend bucking thing in like one congressional district from the whole rest of the nation. So it may very well be the case that when California is done counting for the congressional seats, that we all wake up and the entire government is Trump. At that point, he pulls those guys in and he says, here's what we're doing, or I will crush you. And they all just get in line. They put through the tax cuts. They do everything that he stood out, because he gets to say, hey, look, over 50% of America wants this, and I'm going to do it. And Elon is now in charge of, cutting 80% of the government down. RFK is going to get our food healthy. And he's got the mandate to do it. This is more than a political earthquake beyond just, the results. Now, we talked about this a few times during In Depth. When you launched the great big, armada against, Hitler's Fortress Europa, you had to get on shore and you had to establish a beachhead, which is what we did in Normandy. And, it's an interesting thing. And it was 4 years. This is just occurring to me as I'm talking to you. When France capitulated to Hitler in June of 1940, Winston Churchill gave a speech. And in that speech, he said, sleep well, France. I can't remember exactly how he phrased it. It was sleep well. And he said, morning will come. And then 4 years later, note the number of years. And then 4 years later, the landings happened at D-Day. The Allies established a beachhead. Of course, the rest is history. And that day, the evening of that day of June 6, 1944, he gave a follow-up speech to France via the radio and said, morning has come. Mm-hmm. I think that, every now and then you run into these moments in history where just a simple phrase sums up everything. Like all the import is there. You can feel it in your bones. You can feel it in your blood, in your soul. It's there. We have been given a new lease on life as a republic, and we cannot squander it. So we should enjoy this, have fun. Not over yet, obviously. It's probably going to be over, I'm going to guess, in the next 2 hours. One of these blue wall states is going to collapse. The other two will follow soon after. 90% of the vote is in Pennsylvania, Erie, all the 4 major counties aside from Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, Allegheny, that Biden had won. All the other 4 major ones like Erie, Trump's flipped them all. She's starting to run out of votes, which is exactly what happened with Hillary in Pennsylvania at about this time in the morning, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I mean, this is like God took 2016 and just reformed it and stuck 24, got rid of the 1-6 and stuck in the 2-4. Yeah, we need to be very, very mindful of the fact that, you give somebody a new lease on life, now they have to do something with it. So our mission changes now. You guys have spent a lot of time talking about abortion and all the rest of the stuff and everything else. And yeah, we need to lay out some sort of cogent plan. Trump is going to put the country sort of on a right economics frame of mind sort of thing. And we need to be able to build on that and build on that fast. So not necessarily get everything accomplished fast, but look, commies have had 50 years of building up to full control and then 50 years of essentially full control. We've seen one of the institutions crumble. The media institution has crumbled. It no longer has the authority. And think of everything they have just done for the past 8 years against this man, and he is dancing and pissing on their grave. It's amazing. It's amazing what he has done. He came out there and they said fake news to him in 2015. And he said, I'm not fake news. You're fake news. And he wiped them out. It took 8 years, but he wiped them out. The lawfare, all of it, every last single bit of it. I mean, this isn't just a political victory. This has resounding effect as a cultural, like, smash mouth victory. We haven't gotten anywhere near everything we need to get done, but we have a new lease on life, and that is what we are going to accomplish. So, blessed be God. I think it's time for a little Thanksgiving prayer. I'll let you guys get back to your discussion, but let's do it again. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. And if you hear that weird noise in the background, guys, that's that great big old fat lady. She warming up her vocal cords. Take it away, guys.
Beautiful.
As you were speaking there, Gary, CNN updated, and the Senate is officially Republicans, 51 seats to the Senate, 2 flipped so far.
All right, that's excellent. Boy, yeah. What he's describing is, if it does indeed hold, and it sounds like it's going to, that is just epic. And that is the culmination of a year and a half of incredible strategizing by the Trump campaign, a year and a half of incredibly hard work done at all levels, especially the grassroots, and frankly, a year and a half of intense, unrelenting prayer. And I think we're seeing the fruits of that tonight. I mean, what Gary's describing is just, it's better than I could have imagined, by far. And he's right. in the morning, we get up, we say prayers of thanksgiving to God, and then I think we follow that with prayers for Trump's safety in the weeks ahead, because again, 2 assassination attempts in the past couple of months here. There's nothing guaranteeing that won't be tried again. The deep state has been knocked back on its heels, but it's still standing, and it's going to take a lot to take it down. So he needs a hedge of supernatural protection, I think. And I like the fact that he brought up World War II and the sea change that happened over the course of 4 years.
Hey, gents. Excuse me. Pennsylvania just got called for Trump.
Wow.
That means Michigan and Wisconsin will be quick on the heels. Alaska, this is going to be a 320 electoral college vote crush of the communist bastards. Amen. Blessed be God.
Yes.
Back to you.
Wow, that just amazes me. It's as these dominoes keep falling, that's just so heartening. But yeah, he mentioned World War II and the return to continental Europe. That's what it's going to be. It's going to demand that of us. Once our troops stepped foot on the shores of Normandy, it was still a long fight, ahead, city by city, town by town. Berlin was a long way away, and that's what we'll be facing tomorrow morning. Thankfully, our boots are on the shore, it sounds like, and but we have to be unrelenting in our push forward. Savor the victory, absolutely, but we can't rest on our laurels. We've got to keep charging, full speed ahead, more determined than ever.
Yeah, I agree. And like Gary said, there's an element of now, okay, he's got the mandate. The people came through for him on this, or are coming through right now, but definitely seem like they've come through. Okay, now what? Now let's see what happens. And now it's up to us also to make sure that this gets pushed forward, that the promises are delivered. I don't think that there's going to be a problem there, but either way, that the promises get delivered, and that this change that everyone turned out to create is created.
Yeah. What amazes me especially, all of this, but what amazes me especially is the fact that he's winning the popular vote. That just blows my mind, and I'm so grateful for that, because that really, it gives him a mandate. It justifies his agenda moving forward. It completely undermines, delegitimizes any leftist claim that he's retaken the White House illegitimately. And so, not that Antifa rioting in Seattle was ever justified or anything like that, but if any of them, any leftist who dares do something like that, they'll just be exposed as more and more as the insane radicals that they are. It's really it's going to take me a while to digest all of this. It's really incredible.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Especially I'm interested to hear. We'll be hearing from Dr. Jules Gomez, our Rome correspondent, in the days ahead here. I'm especially interested to hear the reaction from Europe, from our allies there. Now, obviously, of course, I think the deep state is more entrenched there than it is even here or in Canada. But there's a truly conservative remnant there. We saw that in the UK elections back in early July. Yes, the Socialist Labour Party, they won big, but number two, coming in second, was Reform UK, the party of Nigel Farage, who's the architect of Brexit. There are British folks out there who are very much aligned with us ideologically. In fact, there was oh gosh, I think this was back in July. I came across a post, and we included it in an episode of In Depth, that it just gave me chills. There was a protest by British conservatives, lower C, not Conservative Party. They've gone totally woke, but true British conservatives. Across the street from Parliament, you could see Big Ben towering over them. And I don't know who the speaker was, but he got, because this was filmed at a distance, but he got up on stage and he said, to the effect, I'm paraphrasing, "I have a message for the American people." He said, you know, that this election that's coming up, it's not just, you know, vital to you and your country, it is vital to the future of the world. They meaning, you know, the left and you know, all of their allies, their agents, you know, they're destroying our culture. They want to see the end of the West. You know, Donald Trump is the one man. He's the only man who can prevent this from moving forward. You know, we're behind you. You know, again, I'm paraphrasing, but it was incredibly stirring to hear, you know, some British guy, you know, basically beaming this message to Americans on social media. And I hope this energizes like-minded individuals in Canada, you know, across Europe, wherever people are still committed to the defense of individual liberty, to faith and whatnot. All of that. I really hope this is a shot in the arm for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really will be, though, because in reality, at this point in the West, where America goes, the rest of the world goes, or the rest of the Western world goes. And even just the emergence of Trump onto the scene in 2016 shook up Europe, it shook up Canada, it shook up Australia, New Zealand. Every one of these places has been affected by that change. So this is not something to take lightly, and this is going to have an effect as well. Undoubtedly, will have an effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Just checking the New York Times, now a greater than 95% chance of a Trump victory. I just got a text here saying that Trump is preparing to take the stage at his campaign headquarters. He's warming up for a speech. I imagine we can guess at some of the elements that speech will contain. I'm eager to hear that. I'm also eager for a formal concession from the Harris team. We'll see when that comes. But boy, yeah, it just really blows me away. Yeah, just checking other updates here. How do you think, Arthur, this will impact things in Canada? You know, I mean, as much as America has suffered under Biden-Harris, you know, from what I'm reading, Canada has suffered even more under Trudeau's insane regime. Do you think this could trigger some sort of similar response in Canada?
Yeah, Canada's been it's been a powder keg for a while, waiting to explode into a change of regime here. There's a big question on a lot of conservatives' minds here, if the Conservative Party in Canada is truly conservative, or if it's going to be the equivalent of the UK, you know, big C Conservative Party, and it's still uncertain. But regardless of that, it's almost guaranteed that Trudeau is going to be out next year. Our federal elections are next year. When you take the pulse of the people, just the average person in Canada, no matter who you talk to, no matter what their actual politics are, they all kind of rally around one thing, and that is that Trudeau is breaking the country. Yes. And so it really, like, basically, if you take everything that's been done to the United States, probably since the first Obama term, but definitely since 2020, take that, but then imagine you're doing that to a country with 1/10 of the population.
Yeah.
So it's 1/10 of the size. The effect is 10 times larger every single year. So we feel it much quicker than you do in the United States. So it's one of those things where, for example, right after COVID, like literally the year after COVID, Trudeau opened the floodgates. Canada had been receiving approximately about 250,000 immigrants. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to interrupt again here or something, but so just to get the audience up in a survey, he's got like 1 million TVs on everything, but he's 3 votes away. If they call Alaska, it's over. He's going to win Alaska, of course. So we're all just sitting around waiting at this point for just, the going through the perfunctory moves. Wisconsin, Michigan, doesn't matter. The next state he gets, it's over. The crowd's gathering, at the party headquarters for him in Florida. He will probably give his. Will probably happen is that based on when she sent out her campaign guy to say go home and she's going to address the nation. Interesting point, interesting way to say it. She will address the nation tomorrow. That means concede. But I suspect that some point here shortly, some state is going to win. He's going to come in, he's going to win. All the networks going around declare him the winner. A couple moments later, she'll call him, concede, and then he'll go out and give his, hey, I won, I'm going to kick ass and destroy the communism speech and everything now. America has spoken, blah, blah, blah. She can give her concession speech tomorrow. Who cares? And that's where it is. So when for our audience here, when this happens, we'll wrap up, and then when his speech comes on, we'll call our coverage here and say goodnight to everybody, because it is a historic speech. He's sometimes not the best wordsmith, and he's been on the road, and he's 78, and he's given 5,000 speeches in the past 16 days. But just to give a little audience note, you guys a note, everything else, as soon as Trump gets ready to speak, and they've put the plastic acrylic wall up around, so he is going to speak. So we're just waiting on that, really. So I'll let you guys just keep at it. That'll be the note. Next time we chime in, it'll be to say that President-elect Donald Trump is once again on his way to the presidency, to the White House, and let's listen to him. We'll sign off with our audience at that point. So back to it, guys.
Okay, real quick question. Sorry, Gary.
Sure.
Where are you seeing the fact that he's 3 votes away? I'm just curious, because all I've got before me right now are the New York Times and Associated Press. They still have him at 247.
They just haven't. Fox News and NBC, and I think it was AP. I think anyway, a number of them gave him Pennsylvania. It's over, so that puts him at 267. So. Great. Alaska is 3. He's going to get Alaska. It sort of doesn't really matter what happens with Michigan and Wisconsin, but he's going to win those also. It just might take a little longer to get to that. So yeah, crushing victory, and it's tremendous. So yeah, when on our next in depth, we'll all gather and sit and talk about. We'll go through the rubble of the Communist Party. It might look something like Gaza.
Yeah.
And at least Gaza buildings, and we'll see how and we'll see what do they do, but more importantly, what do we do? But anyway, in the meantime, you guys continue your conversation there, and we're just waiting at this moment for next few minutes or something, to call something, and I'm going to go listen to the fat lady doing her going through her tones.
Very good.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Gary. All righty.
Continuing Art. So, it fascinates me, because wherever these leftist policies are put into place, it just brings ruination, no matter what the country may be. I've followed Canada off and on to some degree, and over the past several years, and I noticed that that for a long time, Canada's population seemed to, the increase seemed to mirror our own, but at a tenth, basically, of the U.S. percentage. We had 300 million, Canada had 30, something like that. And at the same time, Canada's economic growth was traced a similar trajectory to that of the U.S. But in recent years, I've seen, a huge spike in population growth, and as you're saying, that has not come through natural increase. It's been through massive, mass immigration, and at the same time, the economy has slowed way down. Productivity in I think the most productive province is Ontario. It now ranks at Alabama's level, which just is astounding to me. It just shows how wherever these kinds of policies take root, they destroy.
Yeah. I mean, it's a complete disconnect from reality. That's what it is. That's what the problem is with these policies, right? It's basically saying something along the lines of, imagine if no one ever fought each other and everyone had all the food they could ever want. And you're like, yeah, that sounds wonderful. But is it realistic? No, of course not. Like, we need to do the best we can with what we have. And sure, we can definitely try to build towards the closest thing we can get to utopia. Absolutely fine. But you can't just jump to the end conclusion. It's like someone earlier was talking about electric vehicles. I can't remember who it was on our discussion here. It might have been Trey Trainer, where these things may come about in the future, but they're going to come about in a proper order when they're ready, when the infrastructure is ready, if it is the best option, all that sort of thing. It's not, you can't just jump to this desired end goal of utopia. It's like if I woke up tomorrow and said, I want to be a millionaire. All right, I'm a millionaire. No, you're not.
Right.
And I can ruin a lot of things along the way doing that. So that's the problem. And Canada's been on this path, like I said, for a long time. Even their conservatives have been very lackluster is probably the best word as far as any sort of conservative, pushing any sort of conservative agenda. As can be seen with I have a friend from Dallas, and he went to Alberta, and he was like, wow, this is supposed to be the Texas of Canada. It's supposed to be like the conservative stronghold. Man, this is not what I expected. Even in places like that, you have a lot of New York, let's just say.
Okay.
So it's one of those where the effects have now taken root in Canada. I'm not sure how you turn Canada around. You can probably tweak the economics a little bit, but it's in some serious danger as far as how you actually restore it into any sort of a functional nation. So we'll see. I mean, hopefully this inspires those conservatives who are still here to put up a good fight, and hopefully it inspires. I think under a Trump presidency, should the Conservative Party get back in power, they're going to be a lot more open to working with Trump in ways that will benefit both.
Yeah.
Whereas the other way around, obviously, it would not be the case. So it will be. Look, it's going to help. Trump's activities there, making America's economy better, is going to help Canada at some level as well. The increased economic activity is going to bring in some demand for raw materials from Canada, and that is something Canada does very well. Mm-hmm. So as long as we can make some good agreements with him, and I'm sure we will, it's great. Another side of this too, just we don't need to drag on about Canada too long on this joyous night for America, but another side of this as well is that for the United States national security, both Canada and Mexico have become very socialist and have become very, let's just say they're moving rapidly toward the position of staging ground for foreign powers. That's not a good thing to have. And so that's something that Trump's going to need to be very persistent in making sure to reverse.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's so many fronts that he's going to have to engage. You describe, your uncertainty about how to to turn Canada around. That's how I feel about certain sectors of the U.S., the West Coast, California in particular. I went to college out there, and when I went out there, California, I'm old enough to remember, it had a Republican governor, believe it or not. He was socially liberal, but he was a Republican governor. That, of course, is unimaginable in this day and age. And what boggles my mind is how wedded the majority out there still seems to be to this fanciful utopia that you describe. You know, that it's like, you know, soaring gas prices, sky high tax rates, exorbitant housing costs, eroding the middle class. It's like, what can get through to these people? It just, I don't know, it boggles my mind. This sort of utopian thinking. There's one of my favorite quotes from British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher from the 80s. She said, the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. And I love that, because it's so true. You know, it sounds great, wonderful. Yes, let's lavish coin on this problem and that issue and whatever. Well, when you actually have to start paying for it, you wake up pretty quickly. Same thing that's been happening in U.S. cities when New York, other sanctuary cities, when their residents have been forced to confront directly, face to face, the immigration crisis. They're singing a different tune now. You know, it makes all the difference when you're the one who's suffering, rather than people 1,500 miles away.
Exactly. No, it's very easy to have a wonderful theoretical utopian vision or philosophy when you never have to face it. That's a very good point. I was actually just talking about this with someone about the New England states. So many of those states, they are safe. They are pretty well off. They don't really have the struggles that face, let's say Texas or some of these other places. And so it's very easy for them to have wonderful utopian opinions of these issues, as opposed to the people who actually have to deal with them day in and day out. And I think that's one of the big things. That one thing that was really interesting over the last couple of years here was the way the president of El Salvador came in and took one of the worst countries in South America and just made it one of the best at this point. And that's I think one of the things that people are starting to shift and starting to realize. It's like, if this utopian vision always just delivers dystopia and just delivers garbage, maybe something's wrong. Maybe we need to make a shift because we're not getting the utopia we were promised. And I imagine even Californians are thinking that in large numbers.
Yes, I certainly hope so. It seems like up to, well, perhaps even up to tonight, until tonight, there's been this thinking by those on the left that, communism, socialism, but even communism, that's been tried, but it was applied incorrectly. That's why there were all these, negative outcomes, starvation, despotism, tyranny, all of this kind of thing. And it's like, no, folks, I'm sorry, that's a natural outflow of a corrupt system that's just rotten to its very core. And hopefully after tonight, people will start to realize that.
But here's an interesting aspect as well, though. We talked a little bit earlier about populism, right? Mm-hmm. And this is, I think, one of the big draws towards the socialist communist ideal. It's the idea that, look, there are certain groups or certain people in certain circumstances that need help. There are certain, widows and orphans. There are predatory mechanisms in any society that's allowed to kind of be free, where people take advantage of that. And I think part of this populist response is also responding to those things, right? It's like, hey, look, if this is maybe not a perfect example, but it's an example. If China is taking advantage of the decision by many U.S. companies to outsource all their manufacturing, and they can manufacture cheaper by stealing the IPs, and sell it back to the United States. We're losing jobs.
Yeah.
We're losing, we're losing on the economic front, and China's winning. Well, maybe the right course of action then is to start bringing those jobs back for Americans, or develop new technologies, or upskill, whatever it is. Some people on the right in the past have had this perspective of, no, let them eat cake, right?
Yes.
Like, go learn to code then, or something like that. And of course, so have the champagne socialists on the left. And I think that was part of the reason why you had, for example, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Ohio, and these kinds of places kind of, dancing back and forth between parties, being like, who's going to actually represent us? All of our jobs have been literally stripped out and sent overseas. So I think that is an area where the whole populist side of this is a very good thing, because there are times where your nation is supposed to be protectionist towards you, and not excessively, not to where it hurts, but there are, everything is a balance. For everything there is a season, and using these tools to help the American people is literally the job of the government.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. I'm so glad you said that. Yeah, I think a big flaw in the ideological perspective of the right in decades past, they rightly understood that, government is not the solution, government is not going to save you, but they didn't understand that the market is not going to save you either. It's not going to save the country. It's a good thing, to have unencumbered markets, but human nature is still fallen. So whether you steer too much power toward governmental authority, or dudes who are frankly ruled by greed, it has a corrupting influence, and we're at a point where we're sort of at the confluence of both extremes. People have placed far too much trust and power in government, and in this sort of like robber baron capitalism that has really taken root. When I was an adolescent, I was a kid, and I bought the sort of the neocon line, hook, line, and sinker, basically. And I just thought, I was all for NAFTA, things like that. And I look back on that, and thankfully my eyes are open, seeing how devastating that has been, to our manufacturing sector, our middle class, especially in the so-called Rust Belt states. But I didn't see that at the time, and I think there are a lot of Americans on the right who were in a similar position. So hopefully this swing toward quote unquote populism, hopefully everyone's eyes are open, at least in the GOP moving forward.
Yeah. Well, I recently came to a theory, or hypothesis, maybe is a better term, that a lot of what we consider these kind of political ideologies and that people dedicate their whole life to single-mindedly are almost better viewed as tools, right? There are times where a little bit of this or a little bit of that might tweak the balance and make things slightly better. And I think that we probably would do well to look at it more in that way than, die hard ideologically. It has to be this way in every possible facet, or else, we're basically communists, or we're basically whatever. There's no place on earth where there's no government involvement, or maybe there's a couple, but they're not many. And so like I said earlier, government is an instrument. It's a tool.
You guys, I'm sorry to interrupt you here, but let's make it official. Wisconsin just put him over. Donald Trump is reelected as president of the United States.
Wow.
There we go.
Thank you, God.
All righty.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
47.
47. So that's 3 times he's won the presidency. Most remarkable political comeback story, certainly in American history. Nothing even comes close to this. And right now, every single remaining Senate race that's open, uncalled, every single one of them is running in favor of the Republican. He has I mean, the coattails he's about to exert. This is just, I mean, nobody saw this coming. Everybody rambled about maybe there's a little possibility, maybe he might get 2 or 3 extra senators. This is incredible. He's going to sweep the blue wall. The blue wall is now actually a red wall. In the last 3 presidential cycles, that blue wall has been red twice. So anyway, let you guys finish. He's going to come out and speak shortly, but anyway, I'll let you guys get back to it. There we go. Blessed be God.
Amen. So this is that red wave. This is the long-awaited
This is the red wave.
Yes.
There we go. Amazing.
Yeah, it really is. It really, really is. It's I don't know. It's really something to. I'm not going to really be able to digest this, for some time. I think, you and I and the rest of the Souls and Liberty team have been laboring feverishly, day in and day out, trying to bring this very result about. And thanks be to God, here it is. It's just amazing.
Now we get to hang our hats.
Yeah.
No,
very briefly. Yeah.
That's the opposite.
Yeah. I'm just looking at a couple of live shots from Trump campaign headquarters, and there's a big banner over the crowd that says "Dream Big Again." I love that because that's what's been. It seems like America's capacity for dreaming big, our aspirational qualities, those have been so diminished over the past 4 years. This is just an unbelievable breath of fresh air.
Yes. Oh yes, absolutely. No, that's everything, isn't it? I mean, this is the story. When you look back at Rome, it was the generation that had that drive to build, to explore, to expand, that created the greatness of the empire, which then fell because that drive was gone. And that's the same as the United States and the founding of the United States. It was the drive to expand. It was the drive to create something better. And it really did feel for quite some time here like that was gone, like that was over. It's like now we're in the mire and we're just going to slowly sink. Yeah. And that's all changed. That is all. That banner is accurate.
Yeah, 100%. To your point, Elon Musk tweeted out, "America is a nation of builders. Soon you will be free to build." I mean, that's just, boy, there's a lot of pent up energy that's, I think, Americans are ready to pour into rebuilding the country. And as long as we keep our focus on God, don't lose sight of Him. Boy, it's exhilarating what could be ahead.
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, the concept of Elon Musk and potentially Ron Paul and some of these guys getting together and streamlining the federal government, the idea of like Gary said earlier, I mean, just the food being fixed, that's going to be massive. Oh,
incredible. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's what, for I think far too long, I would hear people talk like RFK Jr. does about and I would just dismiss them as, just granola eating hippies or something. But no, he's absolutely right. There's so much of our food supply is poisoned. The medicine supply, all of it being foisted upon us. There's I don't know, so much of it is toxic, and that was a huge boost for me personally when he came aboard, to be able to be given a platform for that message, because I think he's right on. There is so much, corruption has seeped into the FDA, the CDC, and it needs to be cleaned up. And I think he's the man to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a meme going around for a little while. Have you seen the old movie Office Space?
Yes, yeah, many years ago, yes.
Yeah, there's a scene where the two guys from the two consultants come in to ask everyone what they actually do for a job, and so there's a meme going around with their faces replaced with Elon Musk and Ron Paul. It's like, so what do you do here? And it's like today at the ATF or today at the FDA.
Yes, yeah,
So
that's
gonna be a
beautiful.
good
I
time.
love. Then that's what's needed. Just curb the bloated bureaucracy and purge it of poisonous elements. Yeah, I can't imagine what the bureaucrats in Washington are feeling tonight. That's yeah, boy, it feels good.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, a part of this that we haven't really discussed all that much was what it took to get here. There was a significant shift in energy that happened at the beginning of this year, and actually, it was at the beginning of this year that I tentatively was like, oh, okay, with that kind of a shift from those kinds of people, it's very likely that Trump takes this. Of course, after 2020, I didn't want to say anything like that or even think anything like that because you never know.
Yeah.
But that shift was substantial. And man, that's a good thing. It's a good thing.
It is, and it only built throughout the year. I mean, look back on even just the last 6 months. This, I mean, it's. I'm just dizzy looking back on it. All that we've all that we've gone through. The lawfare campaign. Being indicted in New York by a Manhattan court.
Yeah.
2 assassination attempts, and of course both stories were buried by the mainstream media within days, basically, and then we were on to the next new thing. All the while, constantly praising Biden. Then when he was exposed as the dementia patient that he is, constantly praising Kamala. I don't know. It's really been something. No matter what they threw at him, he emerged bigger, better, stronger, and picked up some real leaders along the way. RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, again, flawed in their perspective on certain moral issues, but
Sure.
I don't know. I have hope for those folks because they came aboard. Nancy Pelosi, quote unquote Catholic Nancy Pelosi, she did not. She is not a woman of goodwill. I think Tulsi Gabbard is. She's demonstrated enough to be able to come aboard, basically. Same thing with RFK. We've just got to keep them in our prayers as well as we move forward because, boy, the good that they could do as part of a Trump team in D.C. is just spectacular.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Looking at the Fox News map right now, Trump's still leading in Arizona and with 51% of the vote in, and he's still leading by quite a lot in New Mexico as well. Not that this is all icing on the cake, but and he's even still leading in Michigan, which is just fantastic.
That is.
It's amazing.
That really is. It's so interesting. I'm looking at both the New York Times and the Associated Press, which most news outlets they rely upon AP, and AP still has him at 248, which it doesn't surprise me. The last couple of go-arounds, certain media outlets were more willing to face reality than others, and but it's interesting that the AP is a laggard this time around, but I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've got CNN open here. I had, it's still at 246 as well, but that's just because they haven't called some of these states. For example, Pennsylvania, they haven't called yet, but they share the same numbers as Fox, which is he has over 50% of the vote with 98 or 99% of the vote counted now. Same with Wisconsin. So it's really just that they haven't caught up yet with publishing those numbers.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
So they're just a little slow on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Boy, we've been glued to just events as they've unfolded tonight. Something that I relish doing in the coming days is going back to outlets like MSNBC and CNBC, even CNN, and just watching highlights of their reaction as reality starts to dawn. For a long time after the 2016 triumph, I loved going back and just watching highlights from MSNBC's coverage throughout the night. You could just watch them slowly start to unravel. Once North Carolina was called, Rachel Maddow, once that was announced, she said, "Whoa." Concern entering her mind for the first time. Then after Iowa was called, you could hear Chris Matthews literally cursing under his breath. Well, that's a blank, And then after I think Utah was called, he just audibly sighed, in despair. It was just, after years of listening to these people pontificate and lie, and these self-imposed puppet masters. It was so wonderful watching them go down, and so I'm hoping I'll be able to see similar displays of sorrow tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah. What I find kind of interesting is I read something in passing before the election, I think it was this morning, about Michigan Palestinians coming out in support of Trump. It might have been yesterday as well. And I found that so fascinating because you have Trump has been very, very outspoken on his stance on Israel, and so to have the Palestinian support from that area of Michigan is just I found that really fascinating because it almost the takeaway for me was almost like when you're it's like when you have that salesman that comes to your door and he pretends to be your friend, he's not.
Yeah.
He just wants something from you. And no matter what he says, you don't believe a word of it because he's just trying to make a sale. And then you have someone who's just very honest and just very open, just says, look, this is how I feel about this, that, and the other, and then can also sort of solve your problem. You like that person, and you're going to go to them to buy whatever thing you need because they can actually give you a solution. And I think one of the interesting things about that very sticky, very that quagmire that actually caught Kamala Harris. So the Palestinian, there was a movement, I can't remember what it was called right now, but there was a movement out of Michigan as well that decided not to endorse her because of her stance on Israel and Palestine. And the Jewish vote also seems to have abandoned her because of her stance on Israel and Palestine, because she was that salesperson that just everyone thought was just telling them what they want to hear.
Right.
Whereas in response, when you have someone who can take responsibility and goes, listen, I'm not bending over on this part, but I do want this to stop. I also don't want your homes being bombed and you guys, your families over there being hurt. We need to bring this to an end. At least that's honest. At least that's straightforward. Yeah. He's not telling you stuff that he's not blowing smoke up, places. So right. It's an interesting, I just found that fascinating.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, Trump may not give them everything that they want, may not tell them everything that they want to hear, but I think most rational people would understand that what he says is what he believes. He's not politicking, he's not concealing. He's what you see is what you get. As brash and eloquent as he is at times, he's truthful, and boy, talking about the international scene here, I just think, this can't come soon enough. As we were coming online tonight, I got a breaking news alert from the New York Times, basically saying that North Korean troops are now on the ground in Ukraine. It's been confirmed, and they're actually engaging Ukrainian troops. So it's just like another step closer to What? I don't know, but it's not good,
Not
and
the
we
right step.
need, yes, yes, and we need stability and strength, that really only a Trump presidency can project, and not, this has come not a minute too soon.
I think what's fascinating about this one too is that this is his last one,
Yes.
right? This is his 4 years. So with these 4 years, he doesn't need to try to win over, he has kind of a really almost a blank slate of what he can get done.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he has this massive mandate now too. I think it's gonna be really interesting to see what his first steps are and how, if it's anything like last time, he's gonna come out swinging.
Right.
And I'm really interested to see what the first actions are.
Yeah, agreed. And you saying that, yeah, we've got 4 years of him ahead. Looking beyond that, I think it's going to be fascinating to see how Vance develops over the next 4 years, the roles that he plays, because if you look at the whole MAGA movement, really, at least right now, I can't think of anyone else who would be more of an heir apparent than he currently is, and so it'll just be, and he's young, he's driven, he's intelligent, he's got I think the principle and moral fiber to take the torch once it's passed to him, if that does indeed happen. It'll really be interesting to see how how he sets himself up, how Trump sets him up, in that regard over the next 4 years.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's a great point. And there could be so much of a broader movement built off of this, and there should be, and there probably will be.
Yes.
Every other one of these families who have taken office for a significant amount of time have built their own dynasties around themselves, the Clintons, the Bushes, etc. For the first time in a long time, there's a dynasty in place that really seems to want to put America first.
Yeah.
And I say that tentatively, but I really, really hope that's the case. And from everything I can see, I believe it will be.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah, it's Gary said it earlier tonight. He made the point that tonight is history, and I love it when you can feel that, because I feel it in the air. I feel it talking to you, watching Trump's campaign headquarters. You just feel it. That we're living history tonight, and come what may, this is a very, very good, satisfying evening.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm just looking at the screen. It looks like perhaps someone is approaching the podium. I don't know. I don't have a close-up.
Yeah, someone walked across.
Okay. All right, never mind.
They're prepping. Yeah, so CNN has now got him at 265. They've basically called Pennsylvania, finally. They've called Georgia. They are, let me just see here, Nevada's at 93% of the vote in, and Trump's ahead by 100,000 votes. Wisconsin, they haven't called it yet, but it's 92% of the vote is in, according to CNN, and he is up by over 100,000 votes. And Michigan has 73% of the vote in, and he is up by 200,000 votes.
Wow.
Almost, just about.
Incredible. I had written Michigan off this morning. Everything I was hearing was negative, and reinforced by Patrick Kolbeck's initially gloomy report. So I'm so gratified that this has turned out surprisingly in our favor. That's awesome. I'm eager to hear Jim Ellis's take, his breakdown of all of this stuff in the coming days. He'll have all the insights into, particular demographic shifts and whatnot, especially the battleground breakdown. I want to hear, like I said, about the Catholic vote in those states, about other significant data points that emerged. There's going to be so much interesting information coming out of all of this. It'll just be fascinating to see how, brick after brick, what was laid into place to build the Trump victory here.
Yeah, it's interesting too. Another thought that just came up considering Patrick Colbeck's conversation earlier on Michigan is what will be done about elections going forward.
Yes.
So was this enough? Is this now enough to stop the 2020 style situations from happening again? It's not about who wins. It's about making sure that people can trust that process, right? So that will be an interesting story to follow over the next little while. What happens with that over the next 4 years or the next 2 years? Because we have midterms coming up in 2 years.
Right. Yeah. The next campaign cycle begins in the morning, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the overarching lesson is that Republicans have to remain vigilant and engaged. I mean, if we didn't have the ground game, if we weren't prepared this year, if it was 2020 in terms of our watchers, if it was 2020 all over again, well, it would have been 2020 all over again. They would have done whatever they could to eke out a win for Harris. And I think, tonight just proves how invaluable vigilance is, and we've got to maintain that moving forward.
Yeah. And that brings up another point too. Thank God for everyone who went out there and volunteered their time and pretty much their day and their night to ensure that. I mean, we had many people who were part of our action network who did that, who sacrificed their time and energy for this, and were training for it. I mean, they sacrificed a lot of time and energy. Actually, it wasn't just one day.
Yep.
For all the lawyers, for all the everyone who stepped up. And I mean, this was, if you want to talk about patriotic duty, there's a patriotic duty.
Yeah. Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the Action Network. One of the things that members did was, in their individual respective parishes and churches, they participated in Registration Sunday, which was held back in September. Basically, providing a very easy way for unregistered voters, Christian voters, to get registered. And when I was that information was being shared with me, I learned that at that point, it probably is figures are probably fairly similar now. 15 million U.S. Christians were not registered to vote, and therefore completely disengaged from the political process. That, considering what is at stake, that is absolutely inexcusable. That's something else that we've got to remedy over the next 4 years, is waking people up to the fact that this stuff matters. We're not just talking about slight fluctuations in tax policy or whatever. This is the life and death of the republic, and if you don't respond accordingly, kiss it goodbye. Any hope, what are you working for your children, for your grandchildren, if you can't even bother to get out and vote? I couldn't believe that figure. That just blew my mind. It's disgraceful, and that has to be remedied.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a great point. It's not even just there's the republic, the kind of lofty ideal side of it, and then there's the side that it's just home.
Yeah,
right? Like this is, you're going to lose home. That cuts close.
Yeah.
And so thank God for those people who went out and found all those voters and helped them come out, because obviously they made a difference. They made a huge difference.
100%. Yeah.
I mean, right.
Go ahead.
He's up. Sorry, really quickly. He's up by, what is it here? About 5 5 million votes total in the popular vote. So 15 million voters. That's it's a big deal.
Yeah, that really is. That really is. Yeah, all the strategizing in the world from the top, that would be nothing if it weren't for the grassroots, for the boots on the ground. People like our Action Network director, Debbie Tverdick, who was instrumental in leading efforts to register people, to get people involved in poll watching, providing extra sets of eyes at the polls to ensure that cheating did not occur. They're just a myriad number of individual efforts, individual actions that came together, coalesced tonight to result in this victory. And it took a massive coordinated effort, top to bottom, coast to coast, but in the end it paid off. And boy, that's encouraging. We've had a lot of bad news, over the past 4 years, especially. It's just been one thing after another. I've gotten disturbingly used to defeats and disappointments and whatnot, and so, a night of victory on this scale, man, that feels good. I just, it's going to take me a while to really digest this and what it means. It feels good to hope again.
It does. It really does. It really does. Let's see where it goes from here. This is a good feeling. Let's see if we can build on it.
All right, gents, I'll interrupt you here for the last time, and then we'll sign off after this with a prayer. Everything looks like it's ready on the stage for Trump to come out and give a speech. So we'll wrap up prayers here. Thank everybody for their support. If you're still around, if you'd like to help us with a donation, we're certainly more than happy to take that. You can go on the website. Just click on the donate button. We got a great team here. Everybody's been great. And at this point, we're just waiting for the president-elect of the United States to come out. Guys, I'll be in touch sometime tomorrow about coverage and everything, but we'll do things a little later. A little later in the next day or so. We'll be off schedule a teeny bit, but that's okay.
Sounds good.
All right, so let's wrap up with a prayer for everybody. Tell them thank you for their coverage. They're watching, they're tuning in, their support and everything, and a great big gratitude prayer to heaven, the Queen of Heaven, for giving us a new morning. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Hail, Holy Queen, Mother of Mercy, our life, our sweetness, and our hope. To thee we cry, poor banished children of Eve. To thee do we send up our sighs, mourning and weeping in this valley of tears. Turn then, most gracious advocate, thine eyes of mercy towards us. And after this our exile, show unto us the blessed fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Clement, O loving, O sweet Virgin Mary, pray for us, O Holy Mother of God, that we may be made worthy of the promises of Christ. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. New lease on life. Doesn't happen very often, but here we go. Yay.
Amen.
Stephen, Arthur, thank you very much. If everybody's got a moment, I know everybody can watch it online and a million replays and stuff tomorrow, but there is something worth, we've come this far. Let's watch the whole thing. Let's watch it unfold in real time.
All righty. Thank you, guys.
All right, guys. Thanks very much for your help. God bless, and we shall wrap things up here and end it.
Have a good
Go
night.
Trump.
God bless.
God bless,
Thanks,
guys.
everybody. Have a good night.